It can't get any bigger than this. It's the moment of reckoning. And time for some of these young stars to shine bright. They will be tomorrow's superstars, but for now, they've got a job on their hands. It's going to be the inaugural champions, the team that won the inaugural edition of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup back in 2013. That was India. And they go up against the defending champions, the ones who'd won the title in the last edition that happened in 2019. That's Pakistan. And whenever it's a matchup between these two arch rivals in any sphere of sport, it always makes for a riveting contest. In the commentary box, I'm Raman Bhanot. Warm welcome to Parvez Maroof.
Hello Raman, hello to all our viewers. It cannot get any bigger than this. A massive opportunity for both the teams. India coming into this game as the unbeaten team. Pakistan have beaten Sri Lanka in the semi-final to get this far, but lost to India. So for Pakistan, as far as everything is concerned, it's redemption. And for India, just to keep doing what they're doing. They've been playing some fantastic cricket.
Yes, remember, it was a great comeback in the semi-finals for India A against the Bangladesh A side. For the first time in the tournament, in this edition, they were asked to bat first and then were in a spot of bother, but then bowled Bangladesh out to win by 51 runs. That's how it's gone. The first edition in 2013, these two sides faced off against each other in the final. India emerged victorious then in Singapore. In 2017 and 18, it was Sri Lanka who ruled roost, beating Pakistan once in the final and then India in the final in 2018. And then in 2019, it was Pakistan and Bangladesh who went up against each other in the final, and Pakistan emerged victorious. Right, so there's got to be a job for the two Pakistani openers here when they step out to bat against this Indian unit, which in the last group game that they played against Pakistan A, you saw a very spirited bowling effort from the fast bowlers. Did not give much to the Pakistan opening batters, put them under pressure. They just conceded one extra in that innings, remember, in that last group game against the Pakistan A side. It was a very disciplined bowling effort, and the captain would be hoping for the same in this final as well.
And also don't be surprised if the Indian skipper is tempted to start with the left-arm spinner. The pitch looks dry, and it's I think it's going to turn. It's going to turn, and it's going to be hard for the batters. So don't be surprised if Ashtul expects to go with the left-arm spinner with the fast bowler. That will be a good option against these two Pakistani openers who were the semi-final the other day at the Pisara Oval. In similar conditions, they got Pakistan to a good start.
One change for Pakistani. Remember, they get Mehran Mumtaz in. The left-arm spinner comes in place of Ahmad Butt. So that's an interesting ploy because they're expecting the ball to turn here, even later in the evening under lights. And he troubled the Indian batters, got Nick and Joes out in that last group game, did Mehran Mumtaz.
That's a good call. One thing what Pakistan lacked against Sri Lanka in that game at the Pisara Oval, the semi-final, is a left-arm spinner. They played 3 quicks with Ahmad Butt, and it's a good call to leave out Ahmad and bring in the left-arm spinner into this final.
But Yash Dole, what a fantastic tournament he's had. Scored an unbeaten 108 in the opening match. Got a very responsible 66 in that semi-final when India A were asked to bat first and somehow got them past 200. Put up a fighting score on the board thanks to his very responsible innings. And then his great captaincy in bringing in the bowling changes. Bowling Bangladesh A out for just 160 and going on and win that match. That was a fantastic effort by the India A captain.
Yeah, one with a statement, isn't it? Pretty brilliant comeback. Saeem Ayub batted really well against Sri Lanka, beg your pardon, in that semi-final. The man that Pakistan will be handling on to play that anchor role. The left-hander, very important that he hangs around with 3 left-arm spinners in Indian bowling attack. I think it's very important that he puts some on board. Shaib Zafran, he's a bit of a tonker, isn't he? If he gets in, he's going to get big. And this pitch, I feel, the best time to bat is with the new ball.
Yes, close to 2,800 runs for him, averaging over 43 in his List A career. Sahibzada Farhan had a handy knock against the UAE side as well. Farhan got a quick fire 30 odd against India as well. So they'd be hoping that He gets them off to a good start in this final. Harshit Rana has been impressive along with Rajvardhan Hangargekar. These two bowlers have done exceedingly well for India. 6 wickets in his list A career for Harshit Rana. Started this tournament with a 4-4 in the very first match of this edition. Economy under 4.5 and a strike rate of just 28. He bowls with a lot of heart. Right then, the first ball of the final. A little wayward here, starts off with a wide.
It's important that Harshit Rana starts well. Was just bowled 1 over in the last game against Bangladesh. Went for 16 runs in his first over. Did not get a single over. And if he gets it right to the left hand, he could move the ball away from the left hand and get those 2 slips to the plate. And I think that should be the target. Start around the 4th off stump in a good length and try and nick off Saeem Ayub.
There's always that extra edge when it's an India versus Pakistan encounter, even if it's the A teams. That's better, much better. Good line to the left-handed bat.
Taking a closer look at the pitch. It looked dry, hardly any grass. Newly relayed pitch. I was having a chat with the curator. He said that this pitch has not been used for a while. And bang in the middle of those pitches. And Sana Amir in the pitch report did say that it definitely favours the spinners, and I feel that too.
It's got a very dry look to it from where we're sitting here in the commentary box. It's the centre strip that's being used today, and straight away is there a slight issue with the thread coming off the seam that just needs to be snipped. That's what Harshit Rana is saying, and he's gone to the umpire for it. Remember, the centre wicket being used today, so the boundaries on either side are 70 meters, so it's a fair distance. Oh, look at that. Just soak in the sight for a moment, where the clear blue skies with those wisps of white clouds can mesmerize. But what's the story here? Most of the wickets have been claimed by the spinners at the RP Madasa, and you know, if one were to just put that number into percentages, about 63% and thereabouts in terms of wickets have been claimed by the spinners here in the 4 matches at this ground in this edition.
Not surprisingly, both these teams to the final are using plenty of spinners. And that's where I think the game will be won and lost in the middle overs, or maybe even the power play when the spinners comes in. Shouldn't be targeting big, Pakistan. At least a 200, 225 is a winning score in these surfaces. India got to chase down under pressure. They won it thrice chasing. Pakistan have won thrice defending, so it's a good matchup if Pakistan could start well and master a decent score.
A slight change in the field just before this delivery was sent down. They had 2 slips in position earlier, and the second slip fielder moved to gully. So maybe the line that Harshit Rana's got, he may just want to pull a little further around the off stump, or slightly outside the off stump, to get that gully fielder into play. Started off with a wide down leg and then just modified the line accordingly.
2 umpires for the final, Buddhi Pradhan from Nepal and Lyndon Hannibal from Sri Lanka, the on-field umpires, and Bangladeshi umpire Murshid Ali Khan is our 3rd umpire for today.
Oh, how close was that to the next stump? Because Saeem Ayub had shuffled across. It's been called a wide, which is why Harshit Rana might just feel a little aggrieved with that call.
I tell you what, Lyndon Hannibal is a tough master. Take a look at this. How close is that? Oh, that's just a varnish away to the leg stump. And Harshit Rana, in his own known rights, was disappointed with that call. And I think, being a fast bowler myself, it is a tough call by the tough man, Lyndon Hannibal.
Well, till the time he's consistent all through the game and calls anything that's missing leg stump going down leg or wide, maybe then it'll even out. And Farviz gives me that wry look as I say that. Played away in the air. And that's going to go the distance. The first 6 of the match.
Oh, what a statement by Saeem Ayub. Harshit Rana looking for some swing, but he's starting quite straight. Got to be around the off stump. Take a look at this for a stroke. Oh, almost like a no look. That would have cleared any ground in the world. A massive 6 to get the Pakistan innings going.
The first runs off the bat, and they come by way of that 6. And that is definitely a statement. Now, Harshit Rana is coming round the wicket now, changing the angle. Driven through the covers. Oh, this is exquisitely struck. And it will be 4 more. There's no point chasing it.
Just like the semi-final the other day against Bangladesh, Harshit Rana going for plenty in the first over. This time it's a good delivery. Coming round the wicket, hitting the deck hard. Take a look at this for a stroke. Glimpse of side Anwar in that. Not trying to hit too hard, relying on timing and placement. And perfectly found gap, off for a boundary.
That 6 seems to have unsettled Harshit Rana. It's forced him to do something different. He's moved round the wicket now. There's only one slip. The gully's gone out of position as well. That'll be a single. An expensive over. 13 runs coming off that first over for Pakistan. The leading wicket taker in this tournament in that India A lineup. What a fantastic run he's had. Nishant Sindhu, 10 wickets for him in this tournament. Had a 5er in that semi-final against Bangladesh that completely turned the tide in favour of India. Rajvardhan Hangargekar also had a role to play with a 5-wicket haul early on in this tournament. It was a crucial performance from Hangargekar in that match against the Pakistan A side. With that 5-wicket haul. And he's got a job on his hands here.
Against Pakistan, the last game, he swung with pace. It'll be interesting to see if he can get any movement today.
Straight away on the button. Rajvardhan Hangargekar is bowling round the wicket, so just trying to make the left-hander play.
It's a good call. I think when he's not swinging, it's very important to cut down the angles and not give any width bowling here over the wicket. So this is a good call by Hangargekar. And if he gets any swing, there's a slip in place. I reckon India should be trying to get wickets with the new ball. Saeem Ayub's wicket is going to be very crucial, especially considering that there are 3 left-arm spinners to bowl in the middle overs for India.
He's had the batsman just swishing at that delivery. Had a 5 for 42 Hangargekar in that game against Pakistan. Got wickets early and that made a big difference.
The seam position was angled across to the left hand, but he just held its line and went gun barrel straight. There's early evidence that's hardly any swing. And this is where the 2 fast bowlers got to go for the plan B. If there's no much pace in the wicket, it's not a bad option to use your change of pace.
Just need a quiet over here. India A. How close was that? Where was the point of impact? Was that outside the line of the off stump? Because he was moving, was Saeem Ayub.
They're trying to stamp his authority, Saeem Ayub, coming down the track. And Hangargekar saw him coming down and digged in short. The bounce was not much, he just kept low. But the impact probably was just outside the off stump. Covering his stump, trying to target the mid-wicket area. As we suspected, both these openers have realized, especially Saeem Ayub, best time to score runs and score quickly is with the new ball when the power play is on. And that's a right call to do.
That's the pickup shot. He's played it in the air but safe because there's no fielder at deep backward square, and a boundary will result.
That time it was a no-look shot for sure. 6 against Harshit was half-hearted when it comes to no-look. But this occasion, the striker's end, yeah, he doesn't look at it. And once he hit it, just saw it and it went massively. It's not a good start for India, but definitely for Pakistan, it's exactly what they would have wanted.
Sam Ayub seems to have come out with very positive intent. And what's happening now? They've changed the field. They've got 2 men on the boundary rope on the leg side. Got fine leg and deep backward square both on the fence, which means third man has come up inside the 30-yard circle on the offside. More pressure on the bowler, and that'll be 5 wides. It's turning out to be a good start for Pakistan A.
Nerves are getting better of India at the moment. Skipper Yashtul trying to calm things down. Again, the seam position was through the offside, but it doesn't swing, and with the angle, and wicketkeeper Dhruv Jurel has no chance. It's more of a gift of a boundary.
7 extras, all by way of wides. 2 of Harshit Rana's bowling, and now 5 wides here from Hangar Gekar. It's just that pressure, trying to bowl the stump line because he's got no protection on the offside on the boundary. He's got 2 boundary riders on the leg side, and therefore the line is going to be more around middle stump. This time outside off, correcting the mistake he'd made earlier.
That's a much better line. Just outside the off stump, yes, behind, back of the mind of the fast bowler will be thinking there's no one outside the circle in the offside, it cannot give any weight. But if you're too straight in these kind of pitches, you're going the distance. That's going to be really careful not to give away or not to leak too many runs or too many boundaries in the power play. Once the spinners comes in, it's a total different game. Until then, the 2 fast bowlers got to lay the foundation, bowl those good areas, and hope the batsman will make a mistake.
Will the captain be thinking about introducing a spinner early? Cut away. No runs for the taking there. Hangar Gekar's overs come to an end. It's 22 without loss.
He's not ready next over. He's not ready next over, right? He's not ready. So we can't wait, right? Next over.
Nishant Sindhu leading the tally of wicket takers in this edition of the tournament with 10 wickets, the left arm spinner. And there's another one from India, Manav Suthar, who's bowled exceedingly well for the 9 wickets that he's got. He's picked up wickets consistently in almost every match as Manav Suthar, especially puts the brakes on. Very good economy rate for him as well when he bowls in those middle overs. And Rajvardhan Hangar Gekar's got 8. So in the top 5, there are 3 bowlers from India A in that top 5 wicket takers list in this edition. No. Harshit Rana getting another over here. I'm sure Yashtul would have been tempted to think about spin and maybe get Yuvraj Singh Dodia to come on and bowl, or maybe even Abhishek Sharma for that matter, who has bowled with the new ball.
Won't be long. If Pakistan continues the way they have started, don't think this man will be that long until being introduced. Or maybe the other off spinner, Yuvraj Singh Dodia as well. 2 good options to have. And I think without any delays, Indian skipper should do that.
Look for a tight single here, and he'll get it quite comfortably. Will Farhan took off for the run immediately. That's good calling.
Shaib Zada Farhan doing the right thing, giving the strike back to the informed Saeem Ayub. Striking it well. Good communication among the 2 batsmen. It's good cricket. Just what Pakistan wanted after being put into bat. Skipper Mohammad Haris said if he had won the toss, he would have bowled well as well. So they would have had their doubts coming into coming into these innings, the two openers, but the pressure, the nerves would have relieved a little bit at the start what they have got so far.
Now the fine legs come up, which means they've got deep square leg at the fence. A shot that is well fielded, and there could be a chance of a run out here. There was a mix-up just as we were praising the running between wickets. Got to praise this fielding effort from Manav Sutar, doing exceedingly well.
Saim Ayub just got back in time. There's a saying, never run on a misfield. But in the end, made it easy. But a good shot by Saim Ayub, playing on the up. Rashid Rana going across the left hand, coming over the wicket. The last over and the last couple of balls, he went round the wicket. It's good stuff by Pakistan.
There's a handy smattering of spectators in the stands who've come in for this final. Just steered away. Saim Ayub has given the fast bowler something to think about, because if it's in line with the stumps, then that pick-up shot comes into play. Oh, and Chacha's there as well.
Chacha will be a busy man. From tomorrow, the Sri Lanka-Pakistan test match is starting at the Singley Sports Club. He'll be spending 5 days there. Got a work cut out here today, cheering on the youngsters, the Shaheens of Pakistan, against a strong India A team.
Coming back to that point, I think Saim Ayub's given the fast bowler something to think about. He's made them alter their line. And then there's that right-hand, left-hand combination going as well for Pakistani. Down the ground. Mid-on is up. And it doesn't matter, even if he had been on the boundary rope, he wouldn't have got to this. The second 6 of the innings, and it's a cracker. This time from Saibzada Farhan.
For a moment, I thought we were watching a T20 game. Take a look at that for a stroke in the 3rd over. Cleared his front foot and went through the line. Just the 3rd delivery. Pakistan openers are making a statement in the middle.
Got to agree with you, Farvez, when you say that there's a lot of positive intent. That's clearly evident. They want to make best use of the new ball and also not allow the India A fast bowlers to dominate, something that happened in that last group game. Change in the field. 3rd man comes up again, and they've got 2 boundary riders on the leg side. And the short ball was coming, and Farhan knew it. End of the over, 3 gone, 30 without loss. Well, action's on in this final of the Emerging Teams Asia Cup. The Asia Cup 2023, remember, gets underway from 30th of August. And Group A sees Pakistan, India and Nepal clubbed together. And it's going to be another mouth-watering clash to look forward to. 2nd September when those two sides go up against each other. Lots to watch out for. Remember, top 2 teams from each group will qualify for the Super Fours. And that's the senior teams, the Asia Cup 2023 that I'm talking about. The pad. That ball was sliding down the leg side, therefore no real appeal from Hangar Gekar, but I'm sure the captain is thinking about spin.
Not that far away, hopefully, for India's point of view, I should say. Talk about the big Asia Cup. Pakistan, Nepal start the proceeding on the 30th in Multan, Kandy, Lahore. Now the group stages. Plenty of game. The big one on the 2nd of September in Kandy. The Pakistan-India. The greatest rivalry will continue. In the Central Hills in Kandy. Pallakale International Cricket Stadium. One of the best batting pitches in Sri Lanka. So expect lots of runs, Ramon, telling you.
And of course, that's not the only time those two teams could clash in the Asia Cup. In the Super Fours, you could see another contest. Probably between the two sides, and a possibility of, who knows, maybe the final if it goes that way.
Unless no one spoils the party, it can be 3 times even. The greatest rivalry. Last time I watched India-Pakistan was in the T20 at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and you have the option this time in Kandy. And as you correctly said, maximum thrice, minimum one. I think high possibility it can be three as well, with the way Pakistan and India, the senior teams, been playing lately.
Would be a cracker or contest, the one on the second in Kandy. Mark that in your calendars. But for the moment, focus on what's happening here. No! Packed offside field, because there are only two boundary riders that you can take outside the 30-yard circle, and they've both been taken on the leg side. Fine leg and deep square.
Shaib Dara Farhan, the last over, massive 6-over, long on. I just have the feeling a big shot is not that far away.
Has 2 sixes, 2 boundaries, and you had 5 wides down leg as well. So 25 runs effectively have come by way of boundaries and sixes out of the 31 that are on the scoreboard at the moment. Just tells you that there's a lot of positive intent being shown here. Pulled away, and this is going to be quite a chase for that deep square leg fielder. He does get there. These are long boundaries, 70-meter long boundaries. Oh, a little mix up there. That's a little sloppy.
Clumsy. Tag team effort not going well that occasion. And in the end, just gifting a single away to Pakistani. Short ball attempted. The ball was just hanging to the batsman to be stroked in front of mid-wicket. Both the batsmen were settling down for 2 runs, and then it comes a bit of work, made sure Pakistani 2 openers comes back for the 3rd run.
Yes, I think uncharacteristic of the captain, Yash Dole himself, who would run all the way back to retrieve that ball. Maybe just not getting the coordination going in that relay throw.
India needs something from you. At least a good piece of fielding, a good half chance taken, a good run out taken, or brilliant delivery by one of the bowlers. They need some sort of motivation at the moment. They're just going through the motions.
But this India A side has shown great temperament in that semi-final as well against Bangladesh A. They were in a spot of bother. But this is what has happened so far. They've put Pakistani into bat. What a start this from Saim Ayub. 6 and a 4 in that very first over.
Oh, massive 6 that was from Farhan over long on. Along with those strokes, 8 extras as well. 1 went for a boundary, a wide delivery. Not a good start by India. Correctly said, India A team has been the most promising team, unbeaten coming to the final, but just that they have not started well. They need some sort of inspiration from an individual right now.
Couldn't agree with you more. Oh, that's a no ball. Oh, it's gone high in the air. It doesn't matter if Dhruv Jurel catches it or not. It is a no ball. So the catch won't stand. It's a no ball. And everything seems to be going Pakistan A's way.
Rubbing salt into the wound to the Indian A team. They wanted a breakthrough. It's a good call by the umpire Buddhi Pradhan. Something has to be behind the line. Unfortunately for Hangerkar, there was nothing. This is not good start by India. And a free hit coming up, that too against a big hitting Farhan. Remember, the field can change. As the batsmen have exchanged for a single. Deep square leg and long on, the 2 fielders outside the circle.
How costly will this no ball turn out to be for India A in this final? Just remember, I think it was Jasprit Bumrah bowled that no ball. I think it was Champions Trophy contest between India and Pakistan. What's going to happen here? Hangarkar will have to deal with a free hit delivery here. Saibzada Farhan, he's got the license to thrill here. He'll have a go at this. Cramping him for room. That's a good comeback by the bowler. 4 gone, 36 without loss. 2 boundaries and 2 sixes off the bat. 15 dot deliveries, but they've been hard to come by because look at the scoring rate. Pakistan in the final are scoring at 9 and over. 36 without loss, and they've had the rub of the green as well. A catch taken, but often no ball. And not counting. Hunger Gekar, a little disappointed. Could have had a wicket to his name, but that was not to be. But spin now has been introduced for the first time in the final, and it will be the vice captain of this India A side, Abhishek Sharma, who's been pressed into service.
Matter of time for India A. Being the spinners in, Abhishek Sharma have been really impressive with the ball, with the bat in the field for India A. Can he bring that breakthrough what India is craving for, the desperate for? Deep square leg, long on, the 2 fielders outside the circle, short fine leg, short mid wicket. And good to see Yashdul still trust with a slip field in the offside as well. It's interesting to see how and what line, especially Abhishek Sharma, is going to attack the left hand. Cannot give any width. Remember, all the fielders are in the ring, in the offside.
Yes, there are only 2 who are on the boundary. Deep square and long on. In the air, and that will be 4. Couple of bounces and over the boundary ropes. It was a loosener from Abhishek Sharma. Gleefully accepted that gift from him by Saim Ayub.
A juicy prize to start with. Saim Ayub just had to help itself. And nicely done as well. Square leg was in front of square, probably close to mid wicket area. A massive gap between short fine leg and mid wicket, and Saim Ayub took the aerial route but was quite safe.
That was slower. That's much better. Allow the ball the opportunity to maybe do something off the surface. I know it's a new ball, it's still early days, but at least don't just fire it in, because the batsman is expecting that. They'll get the single towards long on, easy.
Much better pace and length by Abhishek Sharma, correcting himself after the first delivery, which went for a boundary. To the right-handed Shaib Zada Farhan. Deep square leg goes back, mid-off goes back. Conventional against the left-arm spinner in a power play, slip in place. Remember, in these kind of pitches, one going straight to the right-hander from a left-arm spinner is the danger ball.
And that's the stock delivery as well. Oh, that's what I was talking about. The one that will come in with the arm. He does tend to slide it in a little quicker, Abhishek Sharma. But there's a catch taken of the delivery of Hunger Gekar in the previous over. It was Saim Ayub who top-edged this one, but the catch did not count because Hunger Gekar had overstepped. Double whammy there for India A.
The last delivery just held its line, slowing things down. I think Saim Ayub was a bit early to the stroke and did well to just defend. And not to go across the line. A good start by Abhishek Sharma after the first ball went for a boundary. 42 for no loss.
The first over went for...
Not trying to give any air to the right hander, just firing it in. Probably understanding that the batsman, especially the right hand, must be targeting the deep into the area. It's good stuff, very good stuff. Under pressure, 5 dot deliveries.
It's a good start against the right-hander. I wonder if Farhan is just itching for a release shot here. Ooh, off the inner edge of the bat. Starts off with a maiden. Does Yuvraj Singh Dodhia. It's 42 without loss.
It's been an emphatic start from the Pakistan A openers here. Ayub and Farhan coming out with a clear-cut plan that they'll be going after the fast bowlers. They did well. A couple of sixes to start off with, and then followed up with a couple of fours as well. And that's put the pressure on the Indian side here. But off-spinner Dodia did well when pressed into the attack. Started off with a maiden over. So looks like spin is going to play a major role at the Premadasa Stadium here in the final of the emerging Asia Cup final. In the comm box with me, Sana Mir. Sana, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you as well. Definitely an exciting start to the final. The defending champions, Pakistan, playing as the defending champions so far. But this is the tricky phase when the spinners come on to play. Yes, the Indian fast bowlers were really good in the last contest between these two teams. But as you said, this pitch is offering something for the spinners. So that will be the most important phase.
Good use of the feet. Looking to go for a single, which is not there. The Indians have done well here as far as fielding is concerned. Nitin Jose has been really good. And you need somebody to provide that spark for the others.
Good intention from the Pakistan batters also, but the communication can be better. Saim Ayub has looked really good today.
We did see the same pattern emerge in the other game as well at the Premadasa Stadium in the other semi-final between India and Bangladesh. Fast bowlers went for runs and then the spinners came and held sway. Will that trend follow here as well? You were the one who did the pitch, Sana. What do you make of it?
I do think the toss was a tricky one this time, because on a pitch like this, sometimes you don't want to win the toss. You don't want to make that call because it's not easy to set the target, but it won't be easy to defend that either, because I do feel, looking at the pitch closely, that there are loose cracks, so it will deteriorate quickly as compared to the other pitches.
No effort to make the balls turn at all from Abhishek Sharma. And this is the pitch that Sana Mir is talking about. Absolutely dry. And there are a few cracks there too. And the sun is beating down on this pitch here at the Premadasa Stadium. And this is exactly why the Pakistani openers are not able to get runs against the spinners. They're looking to hit too hard. Single to end the over, 44 for not. Pakistani after 7 overs. This was the India A road to final. Convincing victories. Unbeaten side was India A. They chased in the first 3 games and then they defended in the semi-final against Bangladesh. They did have a little bit of a problem, but then they overcame the pressure and managed to defend the target.
They looked like a class apart from other teams before that match against Bangladesh, which went on becoming close at some point, but then in the end again, they won very convincingly by 60 runs.
This is a surface where you got to play through the line. You got to try and look to time the ball. Playing flat batted shots will be difficult because the ball is not coming on quickly enough.
And that's why for Pakistan to add another spinner in the team, that's a very good move. In place of Ahmad Butt, Mehran Mumtaz has been added.
Nudged him in nicely, and he will get a boundary for that. This is exactly what I was talking about. You got to try and use the angles, use the pace of the bowler, and then look to play through the line.
And Saim Ayub navigated that arm ball really well, which finished onto his legs. Arm ball needs to finish on the middle stump or the off stump. This time straying down the leg side. And Saim Ayub has looked $1 million today.
Dodi has done well here. He started off with a maiden over, just the 5 runs coming off so far. And this is Ayub's 50 against the UAE. He's an attractive batter when he looks to play through the line, doesn't try to hit it too hard. Nicely balanced when he plays his shots. Back here. The bowler thinks he's got him. There's a bit of a confusion between the batters again. It's a case of just Ayub wanting to go for runs. Farhan is taking his time to decide. And the result is a mix-up.
And this is the second time that Saim had to go back after calling for a run. Farhan is ball watching, but it is Farhan's call behind the stumps. So the nerves need to cool down, they need to relax.
They're getting a bit restless here, these openers. Because they got runs quickly enough in the first 4 overs. After that, it's been a bit slow. End of the 8th over, 49 without loss, Pakistan A. Yuvraj Singh Jodia giving just the 5 runs of his 2 overs. Abhishek Sharma will start his 3rd over. Saim Ayub batting on 27. Farhan batting on 13. He's on strike. That would have gone down the leg.
As the ball is staying low, this is a very good ploy. 5 fielders on the leg side for the left arm spinner, because he's looking to use the arm ball a bit more, not trying to spin it too much.
Good stuff.
The bowler felt he had the batter. Driven down the ground, he will get another boundary here. Nicely tossed up on the occasion. The mid-on was inside the circle, and he found the gap to perfection. Did Farhan. Lovely shot.
Very good shot. Sahabzada Farhan, he's quite strong down the ground. We saw a beautiful 6 against the fast bowler. This time against the spinner. Excellent shot.
Abhishek Sharma sticking to bowling the Midland leg line here, because there's been no deviation at all for him so far. And that will provide the opportunity for the batters too, if he drifts a bit onto the pads.
That looked quite close. Sahabzada Farhan, he's trying to go square, and because it's pitched outside leg, that's something that saved him.
Nicely timed, but straight to the fielder. End of the over. 53 without loss. Pakistani after 9. Pakistanis road to final. They beat Nepal by 4 wickets and then won by 184 runs against the UAE. Lost to India by 8 wickets and then won the semi-final by 60 runs. Hammered away. That'll be a boundary. One bounce into the fence. Good hit this from Saim Ayub.
Saim Ayub has looked really confident. Look at the head position. Fully in control of the shot. Fully down towards the ball. Played in the vacant area. Good support for Pakistan in the crowd today as well.
And the contact was made right in front of the pad. That's why he could get the distance and the power that he generated in that shot.
Saim Ayub has had starts in the tournament, 24 in the first, 56 in the second, then not against India, 22 in the last previous game. Very important for Pakistan that he goes on for longer.
The left-hander has been very aggressive. And look at that particular shot. He was absolutely in control of it. The reason for that was because he took the ball in front of his pad. Such shots you're better off playing when you're playing it in front of the pad, not allowing the ball to come on close to the pad. This time is the turn of the right-hander. He goes over the infield. He picks up a boundary as well. They're trying to match each other here.
Absolutely. Saim hits a 6. Farhan hits a 6. Saim hits a 4. It's Farhan's time this time. Inside out. Not an easy shot to play. Well executed by Sahibzada Farhan. Pakistan taking on this Indian attack.
Coming from round the wicket is the off spinner now.
We talk about how India came back in the match against Bangladesh. We saw because they were defending, there was so many catching position players, slips, people with helmet in front of the eyes of the batter.
Once again a big hit from the right-hander. That will go the entire distance. Another 6 here for Pakistan.
And Pakistan batters making sure they are going to use the power play to their full advantage. Couple of balls left in the power play and Sahibzada Farhan goes for the maximum. Down on one knee, slog sweep, but the point of impact was right before his eyes. Full extension of the arms, maximum achieved.
Some powerful hitting this from the Pakistani openers. Down the ground, he will pick up a single with Farhan and retain the strike. At the end of first power play, Pakistani 69 without loss. .69 runs partnership of 64 deliveries. This has been a good start for Pakistan A. There's been an eventful power play as well. 3 sixes coming in the power play, and the umpire signals the start of the second power play here at the Premadasa Stadium in the final of the emerging Asia Cup between India and Pakistan. Big game this.
And the change in field this time. Now 4 fielders on the leg side. The 5th fielder has been taken out and put on the offside. That's what aggression can do.
Yes, the pressure is definitely on the India A bowlers now. Looking to make some room and cut it away. Doesn't find the gap.
Also saw the Pakistan captain Babar Azam talking with the boys yesterday. He became the first captain in the men's team to be able to beat India in a World Cup. So it's very important to have these exchanges between the players, being able to share your experience.
Bit of flight from Abhishek Sharma.
As the power play is off, now he's able to give a bit more flight.
This is where he has problems. Whenever he looks to hit the ball hard, he's struggling for timing.
Stick to basics.
Dot ball to end the over. Pakistan is 71 without loss after 11 overs. Greatest rivalry between India and Pakistan extends into September too, in the Senior Asia Cup, when they face off in Kandy. There's a possibility of these two sides playing against each other on 3 occasions in the forthcoming Asia Cup 2023. A minimum of 1, but hopefully if they're going to play on 3 occasions in the same tournament, that tournament will be lit up.
And the young boys in the crowd, you see there's a bit of stress, some nail biting, even though it's just the start of the game.
Good to see the young kids come out and watch the match here, because there's a lot that they can learn by watching. The off spinner will continue from the far end. Ayub on strike. He's batting on 33 of 33. He's used that sweep shot to good effect. He'll get a couple here. He's played the slog sweep. He's played the conventional sweep. And that's a good shot to play. It's a very predictive shot as well.
And no slip in place. Sometimes that can also create a doubt for the batter's mind, but at the moment Saim Ayub looks very clear. He's going anything outside off, he's taking it away to the leg side, because there's only 4 fielders on the leg side, 1 at the boundary deep square.
The off spinner is bowling a trifle quicker through the air. That's the reason the batters are able to play shots against him. We saw Farhan hit a huge 6 of the last ball of the power play, and then now we are seeing him being played all around the ground here.
Definitely, especially after the power play, when more fielders can go on to the boundary, there has to be a change in pace for the spinner, because at the moment the off spinner is not creating a lot of problems for the batter, but with more flight, a little change of pace, they have to adjust to this pitch.
It's too early to predict what can happen later on in the evening, but as of now, the pitch is really good. Not much of deviation for the spinners, and for the fast bowlers, there was no swing, there was no seam. So best conditions here for batting. is in the first session of play.
And when a batter can play a shot like that on an off spinner through covers, you know that the pitch is really good.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. Now he's realized he's got to bowl a bit slower. He's at least making an effort now to bowl it slightly slow through there. The last ball coming up. What's he going to do here? I'm referring to the batter, not the bowler. Doesn't find the gap. Dot ball to end the over. Pakistan is 74 without loss after 12 overs.
What a start this by Pakistan A. Oh, beautifully struck. Inside out, and that will be 4 more. There is no stopping Sam Ayub today. He's looking like a man on a mission. Raced away to 40. As I welcome Shamim Chaudhry in the commentary box.
Good afternoon, Raman, and what a delightful shot that is. Just opening the face over the top. That is an excellently manufactured shot. Much to the delight of the smattering of Pakistani supporters that have come in here.
Just the way he's batting today, Sam Ayub, and the way he's changed gears today. Started off in aggressive fashion, made the fast bowlers rethink about the lines they'd be bowling. And against the spinners as well, he's changed the way he's approaching his game now.
And I think the spinners will just have to be telling themselves they've got to replicate what they did against Bangladesh when the pace bowlers came in for a bit of beating early on.
I like the way Abhishek Sharma is bowling today. He's read the surface. He's bowling a little slower through the air. At times he's got this tendency to push the ball through. This time around he's bowling a little slower. Oh, down the track. Taken on the full. And it's gone for 4. Arshit Rana is generally a good fielder, but he could have done better here.
There was the effort there. Commitment was shown, but it's just evading him at the last moment. But the manner in which the shot is played, look at him. Shimmy down the wicket, makes into a full toss play. It's reasonably in the V. 2 fielders converging. Arshit Rana over the top. Yeah, I'm sure he could have done a little better.
He's taken a couple of stunning catches as Arshit Rana in this edition of the tournament. Despite being a fast bowler, he's a great athlete. He's very good in the outfield as well, and that's why I think he'll be a little disappointed that he wasn't able to cut the 4 off.
Indeed, the bowler might feel a little aggrieved. You've got to give that support, the commitment. The commitment was not lacking. It's just the finishing, just diving over the ball. But I'm sure he wants to finish that. Forget it and just wait for the next one if it comes down his way. That is lifted into the deep quite comfortably. Couple of runs taken quite easily.
This is a great start. 13 gone, 86 without loss. Remember, Pakistan are the reigning champions of the Men's Emerging Asia Cup. Having won the title in 2019, they're up against the winners of the inaugural edition back in 2013. India had won the title. They'd beaten Pakistan in the final 10 years ago. It's a matchup of these arch rivals once again in 2023. It's good to see that there's a turnout of spectators, and I'm sure the numbers will swell as the evening progresses. Down the ground. And that's struck firmly for 4. Beautiful shot this from Farhan.
Oh, what lovely movement of the feet of team seen on 2 occasions here in the previous over. Once again gets to that pitch and the flurry of the bat. Look at that. Bat speed, perfect contact, straight as an arrow. No possibility for any of the fielders try and cut that off. Looking very menacing, very aggressive, the 2 openers here for Pakistan.
The intent has been positive. And what a start now. Now Dhruv Jurel's just gone down and had a word with the bowler. And I wonder if it's just mind games or is it something that he's actually spotted that he's conveyed to the bowler.
Well, if he sees a batter expose his intention a little too early, that is where you have the chance to just pull the ball back or maybe pitch it further up.
Saibzada Farhan got a 63 against UAE in the opening match. Then against India as well, got 35 in that context. An aggressive 35 in the context of that match. He's now on 39 of 44. Oh, brilliantly struck again. There's just that sweet sound of the willow whenever Saim Ayub's been playing his shots today.
And just the manner in which he's garnered his run shows that he's oozing with confidence. Hardly given an opportunity for any kind of expectation from the bowling unit. It has been tough work. Current run rate 6.73 will tell you that domination is absolute for the moment.
I get a feeling here that Yash Dhol would be thinking of handing the ball to Manav Sutar as well. So Abhishek Sharma's bowled well in his 5 overs. But there will be a case to get Manav Sutar on soon. 14 gone, 92 without loss. What's happened in this final so far? Pakistan here, remember, put into bat. Saim Ayub showing great intent. Starting off with a 6 over fine leg and then a boundary through the covers. And then from the other end, Farhan said, I'm not going to be one to be left behind.
No, he wasn't. He was joining the party now. It's just a close call there. For once, the ball beating the bat. But there's so many shots in the V and also that slog sweep. Both sides of the wicket. The left-hander getting a slog sweep. The right-hander getting a slog sweep. Really hammering the ball to all parts of the ground. It's going to be extreme pressure, Raman, on the bowlers.
And as expected, as I was saying in the previous over, Yash Dhol would be looking to get Manav Sutar on for 2 reasons. Look at that economy rate for Manav Sutar in this series. He's gone at under 3.5 runs per over. The other part, he's picked up 9 wickets. He's taking wickets consistently through the tournament. Best of 3 for 32 for him. And he's one of your conventional left-arm spinners. He's a little quicker in his run-up and his approach to the bowling crease. But he does get that pivot, does get the hip thrust going at the time of release, can extract a lot of perches off the surface. Can Manav Sutar. Straight away.
Sometimes you feel that the left-arm orthodox bowling to a left-handed batter, just the missed chances that India had.
Remember, that was off a no ball. The catch was taken by Dhruv Jurel. And then this. Probably was a bit of glove. An appeal for a leg before. Yeah, we're back with live pictures. Single. No signal from the umpire, which means there was probably bat or glove on ball.
There have been a bit of that. Very close proximity, the bat and the pad. Also makes it quite difficult for the umpires to really gauge. Have to keep an eagle eye on proceedings. Slip being brought in now for the right-hander.
That's a good plan. It's a good plan to get the first slip fielder in. for the right-handed Farhan. Oh, the edge. That's what I'm saying, that Manav Sutar, unlike Abhishek Sharma, will extract a little more turn off this surface. He's got that ability because of that pivot that he's got.
And also the ball's getting a little older, getting more grip and purchase off the wicket. But does he have that arm ball? That is what I'd like to see him do. Mix it up with the conventional left arm orthodox swing. Getting the drift, getting the turn, getting the edge of the bat. Then surprise the batter with the one that comes on in with the arm.
A change in the field for the right-hander. They've dropped a fielder back at sweeper cover. Down the track. Long on is there, but he won't get to the ball. Convincingly struck by Farhan, and that 6 brings up the 100 for Pakistan A.
What a terrific way to get to the 100. Belligerent mood at the moment, and once again that he's got his dancing shoes on. Both of them have. Look at this. Gets to the point of contact so comfortably. Once you're moving, it's not the easiest thing to keep your balance. Then a flourish of the bat and the maximum. Terrific. The batting prowess shown here by Farhan.
100-run stand for the opening wicket for Pakistani in the final. Just tells you they've come out with a lot of purpose here. Third 6 by Farhan in this innings, and look at the 50 split. The first 50 coming off 51, the second one just taking 37 balls.
They're stepping on the gas, feeling more comfortable, trusting the wicket. All combined together for this partnership to flourish.
Another single. They've got 11 off that first over from Manav Sutar. 15 gone, 103 without loss. 5 bowlers used so far by the India A captain Yash Dole. And look at the economy rate of Harshit Rana and even Manav Sutar in that first over, conceding 11. But that wouldn't deter the captain from continuing with Manav Sutar, but he's going to bring about another bowling change. And Harshit Rana is coming back for another spell here. His first 2 overs were expensive, went for 21, but now he's got the option of having 4 boundary riders. Remember, we're in the middle of phase from over number 11 to over number 40. You're allowed 4 boundary riders outside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that those boundary riders can just stem the flow of runs. But what he'll have to be careful about, Harshit Rana, is not give any width. Because the track is playing so comfortably. And the batters have really got their rhythm going very comfortably. It's going to be very tight. Going to have to be very tight.
Beautifully struck. And what a way to bring up his half-century. Saim Ayub is taking on the bowling attack from India.
It's been a race between the 2 batters, and who gets to that milestone. 650s in list A matches. Saim Ayub, look at the way he struck that. We've seen so many of those balls in the V, and this is one of the straighter ones. The full face of the bat just passed the umpire, who had to take evasive action, looking rather ominous. And welcoming back for his second spell, Harshit Rana will be a little worried.
They'll get the single. Saim Ayub got a half-century against the UAE A side as well. He's got a 56 of 63 deliveries in that match. He's got a handy half-century here, and this really is setting the platform for Pakistan A to get a big score on the board in the final.
I think both captains wanted to bowl first. That's what we heard on the toss. Maybe ruining the fact at the moment. That's the breakup. 12 singles maximum and 7 boundaries.
I just like the way he's adjusted his innings. Started off with those pick-up shots over deep backward square leg. And look at how he's reacted when he's got to the half-century. He said, okay, it's all right. Thank you for the applause, but my job isn't over yet. And that just tells you he's got a bigger purpose at the back of his mind. They're looking for two here. And they will get it. Remember, these are long boundaries, 70 meters. And another 50. This time it's Sahibzada Farhan who brings up his half century with that brace.
A little more sedate, if you can call it that, in comparison with Saim Ayub. But they've really been going after the bowling in the manner in which they've interspersed the big shots with the deft touches, rotation of the strike. It's been sensible cricket. And you can see from the demeanor, you're mentioning the non-celebration of the 50. You can see that they feel it's a job half done.
I remember there was that leading edge for Sam Ayub that was caught by the wicket-keeper Dhruv Jurel, but it was a no ball bowled by Rajvardhan Hangarkar. And how expensive is that no ball going to turn out to be? But this was that shot that brought up the 50 for Farhan.
Yeah, called his partner immediately for the second run, turned around. Generous applause from his teammates, and they can afford to smile with this very spirited, quite emphatic start here by Pakistan A in this final.
Nelson on the board. And worries compounding for Yashdol, the India A captain. He's tried a few things here, but it hasn't worked out yet for India A. Another single. And that's what I meant by Saim Ayub's batting today. Just the way he's adjusted the pace at which he's gone about things. Adjusted his stroke play as we've seen bowling changes being rung in.
Just the way he works out that last ball. It was pretty close to him. He was a little cramped for space. All he did is wait for it to come, open the face, and use the angle. That is excellent. Skill set shown. He's got the powerful shots going. He's got those deft touches. Soft hands, nice combination.
Reminded of Saeed Anwar, and especially his record against India was phenomenal. Change of pace by Harshit Rana. Single will result. They've got a run off every ball in that over. 16 gone, 113 without loss. And that, of course, also will be time for a drinks break. A 100-run partnership for the opening wicket, and both the batsmen getting half centuries, 52 apiece for Sahibzada Farhan and Saim Ayub. take a look at what happened. They were put into bat for Pakistan A, and that first over going for 13 from Harshit Rana. And then from the other end, Saibzada Farhan also opened up and showed us a wide array of shots.
Seem to be enjoying themselves, but early on there are some going the bowler's way in terms of beating the bat. The slog sweeps were operated to perfection. Both sides of the wicket with the left-right combination really getting on with the proceedings. And the inside-out shot, not the easiest thing to do. And when they're walking down the wicket to meet the ball, looked so very balanced at point of impact. That was very noticeable. Lots of shots down the ground in the V, and some straight as an arrow. Width offered, they're going to be slapped away through the covers.
That's how both the openers brought up their half centuries, but there's a catch that's been put down, a catch taken off a no ball, and that's costing India A today. Wicketless, all 5 bowlers who've been pressed into service, and Harshit Rana and Manav Sutar. In that one over that Manav Sutar's bowled was a tad expensive. They've gone it over 10 and over.
They say cricket is a great leveler. The last time these two met, Sam, I couldn't even get the runs on the board. Didn't bother the score. 35 by Saibzada Farhan in that match when Pakistan only mustered 205 and were completely outplayed. But look at what is happening in the final here.
They've got the leading wicket taker coming on to bowl now. Those are his list A career numbers, 15 wickets, playing his 12th match, Nishant Sindhu. But he got a 5-4 in that semi-final against Bangladesh. He's got 10 wickets to his name in this edition of the tournament, has Nishant Sindhu. He's been the go-to bowler for the captain. Whenever he's required wickets, he's turned to Nishant Sindhu. A 5er in that semi-final, had a 4-wicket haul against Nepal as well. And a very good economy rate, going at under 3.5 runs per over.
The India A team will be hoping that Nishant Sindhu can replicate what he did, as you mentioned, against the Bangladesh A team in the semis when Bangladesh batters were really dictating terms. Lost the first wicket at 70. As we see another one over the top and fielded there on the bounce.
Those are the 5 wickets that he took against Bangladesh. What a catch by Nitin Jose. I think, you know, you look at the 5-wicket haul and you say Nishant Sindhu got 5 wickets, but you've got to say that Nitin Jose contributed with some great catches. This was Rayan Parag anticipating the reverse. Yash Tol taking a couple catches as well. Oh, what a spell. A match-winning spell from Nishant Sindhu in the semi-final against Bangladesh. Can he turn things around for India A here?
Need a U-turn, basically. And a couple of wickets, you never know. The cat might be amongst the pigeons. A little bit of a worry for the batters to regroup and restart. At the moment, prime task, break this partnership.
That's where I feel that when you're in a situation like this, the fielders have to back the bowler up. You've got to take those catches, cut out the boundaries, restrict the batsman to being on strike, get the dot balls going, and then latch on to the catch if it comes around.
Umpire just asking for something here. The helmet, I think. It might have hit the helmet, so the concussion protocol will be gone through, and that's a good thing to do. Umpire is very alert to the fact whenever the ball hits the helmet, any part of it, maybe even the visor on occasions, that they go through this protocol.
Yes, and that's why the physios come out straight away. There will be that concussion check that will be done. It's just come off the forearm and hit him square on the visor. And which is why I think it's great the way, you know, the protective equipment has evolved for batters over a period of time. The 30th of August, remember, the senior teams will be in action. Asia Cup 2023 gets underway. Group A features Pakistan, India and Nepal. Group B's got Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. Looks like a tough Group B as well. And top 2 teams from each group will qualify for the Super 4s. Back to match action.
You're talking about the rotation of the strike, and that has also been so very significant in this compilation of the innings. 17 done, 115 without loss.
Well, they seem to be matching each other in terms of the score that they've got on the scoreboard at the moment, Saim Ayub and Farhan. But a change of ends now for Manav Sutar. He's coming on to bowl. His second over. Down the ground. Hit high, hit handsome, and hit for 6.
Wow, this is belligerence. The manner in which he's changed hands, it's not having a look at him, he's ready to take him on. And those dancing shoes on again. This has been so spectacular, so noticeable is the way they've gone to the pitch of the ball and the full flourish of the bat. Really goes through with the shot, doesn't give the chance to the fielders even conceive of getting it within the boundary line.
Oh, how close is that? How close is that? This is the wicket, the breakthrough that India A were looking for. It's finally come about. Manav Sutar strikes. And Saim Ayub will have to go.
Yeah, he's looking so good. Shake of the head as he walks off, just trying to make room for himself, trying to cut that ball, and on the second grab, he's taken it, much to the relief of the batter. This cramped for space as he tried to cut just the face of the bat, and it was elation. That was the strike they've been wanting so far. And India just managed to get that crucial first wicket, that of Saim Ayub, gone for 59. And they are now 121 for 1.
Manav Sutar picks up the first wicket to fall in this final. And Yusuf walks out at number 3 for Pakistan A after a mammoth opening wicket partnership of 121. Omar bin Yusuf over 1300 runs, averaging close to 32 in his List A career. In the semi-final against Sri Lanka A, Omar Yusuf got 88 of just 79 balls. So he's coming into this final on the back of some runs under his belt.
It's always a new day. It's always a new innings. This is the wicket. Look at him. It just came back to him. Straightened ever so slightly. He was cramped for space. And just managed to get a better back to that. He has to be circumspect, the new batter in. Despite what he has done in the recent past, got to just give that bit of support that's needed now. Build up another partnership. Be careful, the bowlers will have the tails up.
Manav Sutar's wicket takes his tally to 10. And take a look at this. The initial appeal was for leg before, but look at the reaction of Dhruv Jurel. Just flicking the ball up from the left hand and taking the catch, which proved to be so important. Because Saim Ayub has been given out caught behind, not leg before, so that catch was so very important. 18 gone, 121 for 1.
After 18 overs, 121 for 1. The first delivery of the 19th over, going for a single. And India getting the all-important breakthrough. Saeem Ayub is man to go. He's batted so well. Got Pakistan A after a flying start. And been dismissed. Nishan Sidhu at the moment carrying on from the media box end. And Omar bin Yusuf is here because the last man out was Saeem Ayub.
And the wicket came after he has hit a 6. So very, very important wicket for India. If it was not caught, it would have been a straightforward LBW. So totally beaten up by the bowler Manav Sutar.
It was nicely bowled, wasn't it? Coming round the wicket, left arm round the wicket, and bowling, turning back in. Manav Sutar right throughout this Imagine Asia Cup has been the go-to bowler for India. Eh? Smashed it towards cow point. 2 is the call. And comes back to second run. This is good running by the Pakistani batters.
And Sahibzada Farhan continuing well. And that's the 6 from Saeem Ayub. Excellent use of the feet. And the very next ball, the bowler gets the revenge.
It's very important that one of these batters carries on. At the moment, looks like Sahibzada Farhan, who's the one who's looking good to carry on and get a big one. And Omar bin Yusuf, fresh from that half century against Sri Lanka in that semi-final, was a match-winning knock. It's important that he also carries on and gets a big one.
Absolutely. He's someone who loves pressure. After 19, Pakistan A 127 for 1.
The 6 ball has been used so far by India, and only successful bowler for the moment is Manav Sutar. Picked a wicket of Saeem Ayub, who scored a magnificent half century. And to continue from the far end, nicely played, beating the short third man fielder, and the outfield is so fast, and it goes for a boundary.
Playing with the field, Umair bin Yusuf. Cha-cha cricket enjoying. Slip was taken out in this over for Manav Sutar. Played it really late. Let the ball come to him. Opened the face of the bat. Delicate late cut for 4 runs.
Almost played near to the wicketkeeper's glove through Jurels. That's how well Omar bin Yusuf has been batting. Confident man. It's not all about hammer and tongue. And this Manav Sutar in the last game, Manav Sutar bowled really well to pick up 3 wickets. And he was the go-to man right throughout this tournament for India.
And he uses the arm ball really well. Can spin the ball pretty well as well. And his lines have been pretty straight. Keeps the LBW option always there. They're able to change the pace of the ball as well. Excellent rotation on the ball. And always in the contest. That's so important for a bowler. That's why you see him at the top of the highest wicket takers. Second position.
The highest 2 wicket takers are bowling in tandem for India. And skipper Yashtul will be wanting these 2 spinners to continue their good work and get the breakthroughs, but the India A is looking desperately at the moment, having a square break. And today, Saeem Ayub, the only wicket which fell, was taken by Manav Sutar.
And again, that LBW, those straight lines I'm talking about, good length, but always attacking the stumps. That's so important for a spinner, especially on a sluggish pitch. Always in the contest. He was hit for a 6, but he didn't back out. Came back stronger.
It's attacking angle coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Probably the two batters are feeling the heat in the middle. It's been pretty hot in the last couple of months in Sri Lanka, especially in Colombo. And the Pakistani batters definitely feeling the heat, taking a small break at the moment.
These were the 3 wickets for Manav Sutar against Pakistan. Hasibullah there missed out on today's game. And this was Mohammad Haris, the captain. So 3 important wickets in the last game.
The game plan going forward for Pakistan, I'm pretty sure that one of these batters to carry on and get the middle order players like Mohammad Haris and the rest to play those cameos, to put the Indian spinners under pressure. Plenty of spinners when it comes to India A. It's just about whom to use against which bowler, which batter is going to be important. Dimensions is all around 70 meters. There's no short hit, unlike the other grounds, using a middle pitch at the R. Premdas Stadium. At the moment, slip in place. It's a way to go forward for India. They need wickets to cut down the run rate. Nicely bowled, wicket to wicket.
And as you said, both highest wicket takers are bowling in tandem. So that's why Pakistan needs to be intelligent. If they do not lose wickets in this phase, then they have the upper hand.
Probably play them, both these bowlers off. 10 overs, maybe 45 runs, 50 runs. May not give them wickets. That be the game plan going forward for Pakistan, Shaheens?
I definitely think that would be really good for Pakistan, because we have seen there's not enough anything for the fast bowlers. If you let the best spinners keep quiet, then you definitely have an upper hand.
Mabin Yusuf trying to use the feet, but Manav Sutar has been equal to the task, bowled really well. The lengths have been really good. Down the leg side. Help on its way and beats the field at deep square leg. That's a bad delivery. Praising the bowler and firing it down the leg side for a freebie.
And Umair bin Yusuf almost asked the bowler to bowl that length, because he has been using the feet on every delivery. This time stayed in the crease, created that length for himself. The line a little bit on the leg side. Very well executed sweep shot. Both these teams, especially Pakistan, played the sweep shot really well.
This is good batting. A boundary followed by a single. Intelligent. 20 overs gone, 136 for 1. Plenty of experience for Pakistan A players when it comes to list A matches. Take a look at those numbers. And this is where the experience also counts, especially in crunch games such as the final. And that too, the greatest rivalry, India versus Pakistan.
Absolutely, and not only the list A, they have got a lot of experience in list A. Some of these players, around 7 to 8 players, have represented Pakistan at international level as well. And HBL PSL, that has been a huge factor. Saim Ayub. And that's a big shot once again. Sahabzada Farhan. He's taking on the Indian bowlers.
That's a 6-6er in this innings, and this one is more like a slap. Clears the front foot. Oh, that would have cleared the boundary in any grounds in the world. Massive. Easily would have carried close to 90 meters. And Pakistani spectators at the R. Premdas Stadium are elated. What a stroke, what a statement by the Pakistan openers. after being put into bat. Just on the experience, Sana, just want to give some numbers to you. Pakistan, the playing 11, they got 374 games in between them, whereas the Indian lineup, the playing 11 has only 176. So the huge difference when it comes to experience.
And that can be a difference. Sahibzada Farhan with 54 List A games. And that can be the difference between soaking up the pressure in the final, in a big tournament.
Absolutely. I think soaking the pressure and being calm in the middle under pressure is very important. For the moment, Pakistan are doing it really well, and the dressing room is pretty calm. The job is not yet done. It's an unbeaten Indian A team. It's a solid team. Bats deep down. They've got some good players in that lineup. It's important to stay in the competition as far as possible.
And we saw, again, even against Sri Lanka, they had a great fight. Even Pakistan scored 322. So this match is going to be a good one. Dot ball to finish the over. 146 for 1 after 21.
When it comes to experience, only 2 players of the Indian A team have played more than 20 games. Riyan Parag and Abhishek Sharma, the experienced campaigners. This is the learning curve for all these youngsters. I reckon this man on screen has led the team really well. Definitely a future captain in my own eyes. Been quite calm under pressure. The thing is, scored a lot of runs, unbeaten team, but when it matters the most, Indians are at the moment will be worried with the start. This is a slip in the middle. That's unlucky. How unlucky is that? Just spoke of the captain. He brings the breakthrough for India A.
That is definitely very unlucky. Sahibzada Farhan was looking so good. He slipped in between. He really wanted that run. Umair bin Yusuf saying no in time, but it was Sahibzada Farhan who went down very quickly. When he turned, he slipped. That was the undoing of him. It's the captain, Yashdul.
Unfortunate. He batted so well. Pretty lucky there, India, to get that wicket. Farhan, after a magnificent 65 of 62, is run out. Pakistan A, 146 for 2. Pakistan lost their second wicket through a run out. Number 4 batter Tayyib Tahir is in decent form. Just got a 26 against Sri Lanka A in that semi-final, but he can hit the ball. Playing his 53rd game, average of 43 almost. Definitely decent numbers. At the moment, India A fighting back.
And this can be a big moment in this match. Sahibzada Farhan was looking so good, but it was Yashdul, the captain of India A, with a very good throw, good pickup. That's the moment we are talking about. Sahibzada Farhan wanting that single, played it with soft hands, but Umair bin Yusuf said no, and he slipped. No time to go back. And a very good pickup, easy pickup, and quick release from the captain.
In all honesty, there was no run, in my own opinion. Umair bin Yusuf had the non-striker and sending the batsman back. Unfortunately, the slip was the difference. Yashdul, very good fielder. A short extra cover against the left arm spinner, and the right hander is batting usually. Your best fielder fields that short extra cover, and that's Yashdul. And you don't take a chance with those fielders. But unfortunately for Pakistan, they took that chance and paid the price.
And he may have taken that single with Saim Ayub when they were set. When a new batter comes, then you have to adjust accordingly.
It's a very good over. Just a single and a wicket. Threw a run out in that over. 22 to gone. 147 for 2. That's a man on screen who took the run out in the last over. Seem to continue this time. Shot and ask him to be hit and put it in way. In a classy way. Brings up the 150 for Pakistani.
And that's the shot of someone in form. Just faced 6 deliveries. Excellent weight transfer. A lot of power behind that shot. Dispatched the bad ball. He has been so good against the spinners. Doesn't miss out on those.
Slowness of the pitch is quite evident in that delivery. It wasn't that short, but he just set up. That's much better. Nice loop, nice guile. And just goes to show, in this pitch, you'd rather be fuller and getting hit straighter than getting his cross better. I don't think that's the way forward for any of the bowlers.
Absolutely, can't agree with you more. Because you can get some extra time when the ball is short. When the ball is, because gripping a little bit in the pitch. Very good soft hand singles.
These kind of pitches, when the batters are playing for the turn, the one which goes with the arm is the danger ball. The Sandhu can very close call here. Oh, directed this time. It misses the fine leg fielder. In the end, not much damage done. 3 runs coming back and going for the 4th. There's a comedy of errors in the middle and gifting away 3 extra runs for Pakistani.
Good aggressive running. Even after the run out of Sahibzada Farhan, you have to give credit to the Pakistani batters. Aggressive running, soft hands, taking on the fielder. A wild throw. And 4 extra runs.
How often do you see 4 runs being run across by the batsman, especially in Asia? You don't get bigger boundaries, unlike playing in MCG and all these big grounds where one side is massive. You get the 3s, you get the 4s, you got to get the relay throws in. But this occasion, thanks to overthrow for Pakistani, they managed to run 4 runs towards the call and comes back pretty easily. This is very good batting by these 2 batters.
They are both new to the pitch, so that's why they can do that. Modern day cricket, the fitness levels are so good. Even if you are on your 50s and 60s, we see players doing that more than often.
Expensive over for India. 11 runs from that over. 158 for 2 after 23. These are the list A games for the Indian team. 4 players, single digits. Dhruv Jurel, Manav Sutar, the left-arm spinner. The off spinner, Yuvraj Singh Dodhia. And the big pick, Rana. This goes to show the inexperience of these players. And it's a great opportunity playing in these kind of a tournament, showing the entire world what they're capable of. Only 2 players have played more than 40, exactly 43. That's Riyan Parag and Abhishek Sharma. This may be the difference among the two sides.
Yes, definitely experience plays a huge role. But Manav Sutar, how good he has been with just 5 List A games, and he has had the most impact.
Missed the field at short extra cover. Coming back for the second run pretty easily. This good batting. Just on the Indian A team's average age. All the players, I think it's the only team in this ACC Emerging Asia Cup is to have players between 19 to 22. So the way forward for India is quite clear by Ajit Agarkar, the new chairman of selectors, is to give plenty of chances for the players who have done well domestically in IPL, in a tournament like this where you play against top quality opposition like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. So experience what these players carries forward can be immense for their growth in the future.
Absolutely. That's the balance you have to create, whether you are looking short term, long term. Every board, they will have their priorities and the way they go about things. But yes, it's so important to have both these goals and work on them, the short terms and the long term.
The quality of these Indian players is so good. At even 19 to 22 age gap, the way they've been performing and showing their talent and showing their skills in the middle is absolutely scary when you think of the army of players what India possesses in all formats. Short ball, asking to be hit and clears the boundary. One bounce. It's not so good bowling by Manav Sutar, the left arm spinner. 5 overs for 35 is quite expensive. 24 gone. Pakistan A, 166 for 2.
Trying to stitch together another partnership for the third wicket. This partnership worth 20 runs at the moment. Cracked away for 4 off the last ball of the previous over. Short and was asking to be put away. And Tahir doing it quite comfortably. Let's start off a fresh over now as I welcome W.V. Raman in the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. It's been a case of Pakistan dominating the proceedings here at the Premadasa, and the young India A side being put to the test here. A lot of learnings will come for sure. They'll have to go through this phase. They got to hang in there, go through this phase, fight it out, and then gradually crawl their way back into the game here.
It's well run. Good single taken. And I'll come back to that point, WV, because Farveez and Sanamir, when they were on the commentary stint, they were talking about the limited List A experience for this India A side. But you look at the squad members. What does this squad comprise of? And you look at players who've played for India under-19s in the World Cup back in 2020 and then again in 2022, the young players who played there. That's the reason why this squad comprises the players between that 19 to 22 age bracket. And that's why it's a progressive path that's been given to those youngsters, WV.
They've done the right thing here. They're picking players who are just around 22 years of age, max. And that's the best way to do it.
And that's why, don't just go by the experience. This is a learning curve for a lot of these boys to move up the experience ladder.
Also bear in mind these guys are quite experienced even though they are around 22 years of age, because they start playing representative cricket from the age of 15, and in India you get to play 4-day games when you're playing under 16. So there's a lot of experience in a way, but yet this is the best way to go forward. not pick guys who have been playing for a long time and who have played quite a lot of cricket. Just the right age group. That's exactly what it's all about, emerging team. End of the over at the halfway mark, Pakistan a 170 for 2.
Yash Dole, he's had to marshal his resources today. He's had to bring in the bowling changes. 6 bowlers used thus far. Rayan Parag hasn't been brought in to bowl just yet, but I think we may just see him come on. But just finishing off that point, and talked about the experience. Look at some of these players. Sai Sudarshan, what a fantastic IPL he had in 2023. Abhishek Sharma got a couple of half centuries in that IPL. And when you're playing the IPL, you're rubbing shoulders with some of the international stars from other countries and then matching your skill set with them. Yash Dole as well. Harshit Rana played, as did Rajvardhan Hangarkekar. So there are lots of young players in that squad who did well in the IPL, and you know, they've been growing in experience. But the 7th bowler now being pressed into the attack by Yash Dole.
Economy rate of 4.94 for Rayan Parag. He's primarily a batter who can bowl some useful off spin. Of course, he does try to bowl everything. On and off, he bowls leggies and then he bowls the off spin with side arm. Cheeky stuff this from Tahir.
He got some runs, did Tahir. A half century in the opening game. Didn't get to play all the matches back to back. He's just made up his mind as soon as the ball was being bowled where he wanted to play this.
Right ploy this. As soon as there was a change in bowling, he's decided to call the shots. They're looking to keep the domination going, and that's exactly the right way to go about it. When they've been provided a good start by the openers, and they're sitting pretty here at the halfway mark. They're 170, and then they got to keep that pressure up by being positive, by being dominating.
27 for this partnership. Tahir is 29 years old, remember. So he's no spring chicken, someone who's cutting his teeth for the first time. He's been around on the domestic circuit. And this Pakistan A side does have a smattering of players who've played for the national team as well. So there is that experience that they have.
Yeah, both these batters have got runs in the previous game. That means they're confident as well. Nothing like having runs under your belt for a batter. And both these batters have got runs in the semi-final.
While none of the India A players have yet got the senior team call-up yet or been capped. And that's why I talked about the step. Oh, this could be close. They take the single. There was a bit of hesitation, but in the end the single completed easily. And I'll complete my point as well. That though this India A side comprises uncapped India players in terms of the senior side, but they've shown great maturity. We saw that in the semi-final when they were under the pump. They made a comeback. They need to do that here as well.
Quite a few of them out here are on the way there anyway, the way I see it.
And that's the reason why this team in the emerging team squad. End of the over. They got 4 from it. 174 for 2. Umair Yusuf's on 26 of 28 deliveries. Got a very handy knock of 88 in that semi-final against the Sri Lanka A side, where he got those 88 of 79 deliveries. And an important innings in the context of the semi-final, as Pakistan got 322 on the board. And just talking about him, he's got the responsibility as well. He's the vice captain for the squad. Top run getter, 348 runs in the two-match first-class series between Zimbabwe and Pakistan Shaheens earlier this year. So he's come good with the bat when it matters the most in the knockout phases of the tournament. This is where the fielders need to back up the bowlers, cut off these singles.
Nick and Joes once again are doing a good job there. He's been excellent right through this tournament.
Short, hit in the air and hit in the gap as well. That'll be 4.
This is a big outfield. The spinners have to realize there's not much of deviation for them from the surface. They got to try and bowl a fuller length here. They can err on the fuller side, but not drag it in short like that, because these Pakistani batters are really good. And anything short, they've been severe and they put it away without any fuss.
Also looking at the way Umair bin Yusuf's batting, wonder if the captain might be tempted to have that deep square leg fielder a little wider towards mid-wicket rather than too square. Down leg.
Yeah, this is the problem. When the bowlers are bowling all over the place, the captain can't do much about it. Another boundary coming. That's because of a ill-directed delivery from Abhishek Sharma. The previous one was really short, and this one full and outside the leg stump. The batter had to get some bat for him to pick up a boundary.
Yes, in fact, to signal runs by the umpire, so there was a hint of bat onto pad. And the ball still had enough pace on it to cross the boundary rope. Suddenly the boundaries have started to come in this over from Abhishek Sharma. He's conceded 2.
Quite a few loose deliveries are bowled by the Indian spinners in this particular game.
That's so much better. If you get hit down the ground, you take that than being hit square. 27 gone, 183 for 2. The final over of the power play went for 16. The first over of the innings went for 13. So you look at those 2 blue lines that just stand out in that Manhattan, highlighting how Pakistan started the power play very well, ended it in quick fashion. Oh, this could be a chance here. Has he latched on? Ryan Parag, well, isn't too sure. And I think this may be referred to the third umpire. He's first going to the square leg umpire to check if he can give him a clear idea here. Now it will be the third umpire who will come into play. Neither Lyndon Hannibal nor Buddhi Pradhan being very sure. So Morshid Ali Khan's got to take the call here.
I get the impression that Rian Parag said not out because he would have realized if the fingers were not underneath the ball.
Well, this looks close. And a lot of times it can happen that the fielder's not very sure. What's the take from the third umpire, Morshid Ali Khan here?
It's dipping on him. And he does well. He goes with both the hands. Had it covered, but as he got the fingers underneath the ball, didn't think he thought he had the fingers underneath the ball.
I think that's because of the right hand, which you keep an eye out for his left hand and keep an eye out on the left hand, the fingers of the left hand. Did he get that underneath the ball? Did he get the middle and ring finger of the left hand under the ball?
Really touch and go this.
Now look at it from this angle. Now keep an eye out on the left hand, because maybe the right hand comes onto the ball a little late, but he does get something on the ball with his left fingers.
We will leave to the third umpire, Raman.
Yes, it's definitely a tough call, and we can be thankful we are not sweating over having to make this decision. Well, out it is. Rehan Parag gets the big wicket here, and Rashid Ali Khan, the third umpire, ruling that in favour of the fielding side. That'll be a big wicket. Omer Yusuf will have to go back to the hut.
He's not looking happy at all. Rehan Parag does well here to go low to his right to pick up that catch. It's a good effort this from the bowler. He was completing his follow through and going the other way, and then he had to change direction. Does well. End of Yusuf for 35, and Pakistan here 183 for 3.
A breakthrough for India A, getting rid of Omer Yusuf for 35. A sharp cotton bowled being affected by Rehan Parag, getting a wicket in just his second over.
India A have got a breakthrough here. Qasim Akram walks out to bat. Average is 35.27. And he's walked out in a very good situation here. Pakistan are 183 for 3. And the pitch is good for batting. Not much of turn.
Got a few runs, Qasim Akram, as well as a 6-wicket haul in one of the matches in the group stages. Straight away plays a big shot. There's a fielder there. Taken by Harshit Rana. Gleefully accepted by the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And 2 wickets go down in successive deliveries.
Akram was quick to latch on to the short delivery, but finds the fielder. The shot was on. It was unfortunate that he found the fielder straight into the fielder at mid-wicket. Just a couple of steps in is all he had to do. And he pouches it safely. Harshit Rana, a good catcher. Makes no mistake at all.
Yes, and Qasim Akram will have to go back to the hut, much to the delight of the Indian fans. He's gone without scoring. 183 for 4 now. There's been no dearth of excitement and drama in this final, as the captain of the Pakistani side, Mohammad Haris, walks out into the middle at number 6, and he's got to face the hat-trick ball.
He likes to play shots. Even in the last league encounter against India, he looked to play shots, even though his team was in a precarious position when he walked out to bat. And of course, here he's got to first save the hat-trick and then see what he has to do.
Down leg, and that's going to be called a wide. With a googly, he got a wicket on the previous delivery that he bowled to Qasim. Not this time around.
You have to really admire the aggression of the modern day cricketers. Looking to play an aggressive shot first up, and he's walked out to save an hat-trick.
Suddenly India A are looking to get back in this match. 2 wickets, one of them of the set batter, Yusuf.
They got to make the next half an hour theirs, because they got back-to-back wickets. They have to really work hard for those wickets.
That's what I was talking about earlier as well. The temperament that this young India A side has displayed all through the tournament. Let's take a look at the 2 wickets that have gone down.
It comes from Riyan Parag. You would have expected the left-arm spinners to pick up wickets, but Riyan Parag gets 2 wickets at the start of this over. And then it's up to the other bowlers now to pile the pressure on from the other end too.
Look at that second wicket that went down. Qasim, on the very first delivery that he faces, sees the googly, wants to go for the big shot, singles out the fielder in the deep.
He'll be very disappointed.
Two wickets in that over for Riyan Parag. It's 185 for 4. Credit once again to the way India A have fought back in this match. There was a mammoth 121 run opening wicket stand. A lot of times when that happens, teams tend to feel nothing's going their way. The shoulders start to drop. The misfields start creeping in. Oh, leading edge here. Could be another wicket. Will it get to the fielder? No, it won't. Abhishek Sharma running in from the boundary rope. Couldn't get there.
These little things have to go in your favor in a key game. Off the leading edge, that could have easily gone to a fielder, but it lands in between the fielders. Nick and Jose was running towards it, as was the fielder from long on, Arshit Rana.
Oh, again a chance here. Oh, it's lobbed over the head of Nishant Sindhu. What are Pakistani trying to do here?
They're really playing that shot really well.
Well, they're just being lucky for sure. But again, closing the face of the bat, playing off the leading edge.
It's a case of things going through their heads now. The assurance is not there. A couple of quick wickets. They're looking to work the ball around, which means that you know that they're thinking quite a lot.
Play with the straight bat. Oh, that could be close. And it is a wicket, is it? Yes, it is. Nishant Sindhu strikes. Gets the captain of the Pakistani side, Mohammad Haris, out leg before.
Success for Sindhu. Lyndon Honeywell is the man officiating at the media box end. He had no hesitation at all. And that ball isn't off the pitch. Went with the arm, went in with the arm, and the pull shot was perhaps not the best option on that occasion because they were not short enough.
He's gone for 2. Pakistani 187 for 5. 3 wickets have fallen for Pakistani in the span of the last 4 runs that they've scored. As Mubasir walks in at number 7. And suddenly you get a feeling that Pakistan A seem to be losing their way in this innings. Over 1,000 runs for Mubasir Khan, averaging close to 31 in his list A career. He's just got to settle the nerves here.
That's what it's all about. You've got to persevere. One good catch taken by Rian Parag of his bowling. The next one was a poor delivery, but you were lucky enough to get a wicket. And again, left-arm spinner traps the batter out. And 1 gets you 2, 2 gets you 3 in cricket.
You've got a fielder at first slip. Attacking captaincy by Yashdol. He himself is standing at that short extra cover position for the up-pitch drive. This is clever thinking by the India A captain.
Slip in place. That's good captaincy.
Ooh, he's mixing it up nicely. Nishant Sindhu, the arm ball to end a wicket taking over. 29 gone, 187 for 5. Let me know when we are back. 121 for the opening wicket, and then after another small partnership for the third, they've lost 3 wickets in the span of 4 runs, have Pakistani. And this is where Taib Tahir needs to just settle the nerves. He's the batter who's been out there for a while. He's got to try and buckle up here. But Manav Sutar comes back into the attack. Let's take a look at the previous wicket that fell.
Deceived by the length there. It was fuller in length. He misjudged it completely and played a full shot. And once the ball made impact on the thigh, he moved as he completed that full pivot.
Look at the timeline. The runs are hard to come by. Wickets have fallen. Boundaries have dried up. Take another look at that leg before.
Yeah, once the ball hit the leg, there was a distinct movement towards square leg.
Runs here off the outer edge, but there's a controlled shot. They've got 2, they want 3. I dare say that's going to be fraught with danger. Just 2 is what they'll have to settle for. But look at what happened in that over. There were a couple of top edges that fell in no man's land. This was the first one where it just fell short of Abhishek Sharma. The other one lobbed up over the bowler's head. And Tahir survived. But then came that wicket.
It has to be said that the middle order is frittering away the foundation given by the openers. It's up to the lower order now to indulge in a rearguard action.
Love the choice of words, WV. In the 30th over, yes, half the side back in the hut. And they'll have to rebuild here, will Pakistani. Manav Sutar, 10 wickets for him in this tournament. 11 wickets is what the other left-arm spinner Nishant Sindhu has moved up to. And for India, as I've been saying time and time again, in this tournament, left is right. 30 gone, 190 for 5.
What a turnaround. Looking at the scorecard, just half an hour back, it was absolute domination. And the wickets that have fallen, that have gone towards the changing of fortunes towards the Indians. This was the slip that caused the trouble. Couldn't recover. And that was a catch that was referred upstairs. It was eventually decided the catch was clean. Nicely eased into the deep for a single. Sana, a position that Pakistan would not have anticipated after that fabulous start.
Absolutely. Some unaware shots. Yes, the shot was on, but you should have known where the fielder is. Not a very good shot again when you are just new to the crease. But a bit unlucky for Sahibzada Farhan and Umair bin Yusuf both, I think. Quick run there. If it was direct, he would have been in trouble.
Is the attitude of the Indian A team also never say die attitude, despite the fact being on the back foot with the attack that was there. Have another look at this. Good pick up, quick release. Direct hit would have been very interesting.
And this is where Pakistan needs to be intelligent. Yes, there have been some misfortunate wickets there. But what they need to do is reassess the conditions, have a different target. The captain said 290, maybe anything above 250, 260 on a spinning track can be a fighting total.
But these two have really got to batten down, build up that partnership. It showed some irresponsibility. One of the batters coming in first ball, he was trying to hit it over the top, uncalled for. And this is quite a pleasurable feeling of deja vu for the Indian A team. Did a similar kind of thing in the semi-final against Bangladesh. After being pegged back 90-1 and then getting them all out for 150. That's something that the Pakistan A team will have to be wary about.
That's where they are good. Once you give them a way through into your batting lineup, they will go all in. So credit where it is due.
Tickle round the corner. That's going to go fine, and that's going to reach the boundary now. Give some welcome runs to the Pakistan A team at the end of 31. It's 196 for 5.
So far for Pakistan A. Tayyib Tahir still not out on 22. Mubassir.
Just played down the ground. Right, Parvez Maroof is standing by with a guest downstairs.
Thank you, Coms. I've got Sitanshu Kotak, the head coach of India. You must be really happy after the start what Pakistan got in the way your team has fought back.
Yes, I think it's a good recovery. They had a good start, obviously. The wicket was playing well, and the batters, credit to them, they batted well, both the openers.
You caught by surprise how the Pakistani openers attacked the fast bowlers?
More than anything, I think all the 3 games we played here, ball wasn't coming that nicely on the bat in first inning. So little bit wicket looked same, but he played better, and they genuinely attacked well and they batted well.
You must be very thrilled with the spinners, how they bowled right throughout the tournament, not only today.
No, they bowled really well throughout the tournament. I think after that start, and once we got a couple of wickets, we bowled few loose balls, which spinners have not done this tournament so far. But then again, now we are back on track. So
and what do you think is a decent score to chase down in this pitch?
The way wicket has played so far, I think anything up to 275, 300 is easily chaseable. Anything over that would be somebody will have to play really well.
And tactically, it's the best time to bat with the new ball. So that's something that you keep in mind as well, isn't it?
Definitely, yes. So far, every game, the second half been the better with new ball also coming on the bat. Under the lights, it looks so far that ball's coming better on the bat. So that's what obviously the reason we wanted to field first for first 10 overs and then batting first 10 overs and under the lights.
Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thanks. Cheers.
Over to you. Back to the combox.
Just dropping it down. No chance for a run there. Ends the 32nd over. 198 for 5.
Sir, after this over drinks? After 2 overs?
That's the way it's gone till about the 17th over. No problems. Easy, smooth sailing, and then the trouble started coming with those little squares showing the fall of the wickets and really coming back strongly into this game. The India A team, after that wonderful start by the Pakistan A openers, looked to be taking the game away from the Indian A team. They just kept on going, and that is the magnificent trophy that they're playing for.
And Tayyab Tahir, he has looked really comfortable against the spin, and so was Umair bin Yusuf. When they were batting, Pakistan were cruising, but some wickets in the middle, and they will have to readjust, rebuild.
Lots of overs to go. They can tell themselves that we can even afford to bide our time because of that initial momentum that was created by the openers.
100%. And both these batters know that they have, as a pair, they have the best chance now, because after that the tail starts. We do have some all-rounders, and we have seen Mehran bat a bit. We have seen Mohammad Wasim Jr. with the cameo. But if we want to see 50s and centuries, this pair, they have the credibility, they have the skill to do it.
Even without the blistering start, a current run rate of 6.09 in the 33rd over, you'd say we're pretty comfortable. Maybe lost a couple of wickets more. That almost crept through. The ball just held its line, got the inside part of the bat.
Mubassir Khan going to play that cover drive, expansive, takes the inside edge.
Another good over with the ball. It's 33 done. 199 for 5. The Men's Emerging Asia Cup, the inaugural winners, India, in 2013, taking on the last winners, the 2019 winners, Pakistan, in this iconic Premadasa Stadium here in Colombo. Big tussle between the two giants of Asia. A lot of activity going on. We saw some powerful hitting early on, domination by the batters, and then the spinners coming into the fray, doing a good job with good support from the outfielders. So it's been quite an intriguing game so far, and more to come, I'm sure. Just throws the bat at it and gets to the boundary. He made it look very simple, didn't he?
That's the 200 up for Pakistan. Tayyab Tahir, one of the most valuable players against spin for Pakistan. Inside out, plays it with so much ease. Excellent weight transfer, extension of the arms, still head.
And he feels for that one now. Need to get a better bat. The keeper Jurel making an effort to catch that ball. Maybe just past the bat. Close call.
From the reaction of the bowler and the keeper, it did feel like there was a faint edge. So it will be a drop catch.
Well, after the score, coming back, the man and another chance here, underarming that quickly. They're on their feet, so very agile. Got safely through the batter.
You still have to think whether these kinds of runs are really required at this point, because this is the last batting pair for Pakistan. After that, you'd still have some batting in the tank. But if they get out now, then a lot of trouble for Pakistan. The run rate is not an issue, the wickets are.
Absolutely. And you just feel you can, as I mentioned, patience is a virtue. And here, under pressure, showing your temperament is so crucial. Well, he's enjoying with a little lip through the tooth. And they'll be trying, Pakistan will be trying to find the gaps in the field to get the ball through the gaps.
Because of those 250s in the middle, 37 balls and 45, Pakistan can take their time. And that's why a couple of dot balls here and there don't matter right now. After 34, 204 for 5. And that will be the drinks.
Pakistan getting off to a rollicking start after being invited to bat. Sam Ayub and Shahzada Farhan really getting amongst the runs very, very quickly. Absolute domination early, and Yusuf chipping in. But then the problem started for India. That's the huddle, the decision to put Pakistan in didn't quite work out. They're off in a flash, very expensive first over. And from both ends, the left-right combination really took a fancy to the Indian bowling, and they really went about the manner in a very, very attacking way. And there's a big appeal, maybe a bit of bat, not quite there. Shots down the ground, slog sweeps by the left-hander, by the right-hander. It was all there. 360 degree of attack. The inside-out shots were a delight to watch from both the batters.
And Saim Ayub with straight drives, a very good celebration on his 50. Then Shahzada Farhan followed with his 50. Both the batters looked really good. Saim Ayub down the ground to Manav Sutar, and on the very next ball gets out, caught behind. Then we saw some more sweep shots from Pakistan batters. Big hitting from Shahzada Farhan. Until this run out. Unfortunate, he slipped. There was no run there. And Tayyib Tahir kept punishing the bad deliveries. Then it was Umair bin Yusuf, a dismissal, close call there. And then Qasim Akram, a shot on the very first delivery, not knowing where the fielder was. Some outside top edges. And then it was the captain Muhammad Haris falling down to the arm ball.
They've had their little rehydration. It is very hot and muggy here in Colombo. But one little thing that worries me sometimes, Sana, is after any kind of break, the batters have got to regroup, rethink, refocus. That's when the bowling unit has that opportunity to strike.
Absolutely, and this partnership just 17 of 33, but it is going to be a very vital partnership, because this is the pair that can definitely take Pakistan to a target that is a fighting one.
And we heard the Indian A team coach saying that he'll be reasonably happy if they can restrict them to 270, 275. Anything over that would make it difficult, would be scoreboard pressure on them. So these two should assess the situation and say that we're aiming for that. We can afford to wait for the loose balls. We can show some temperament here.
Absolutely, it's still a long way to go. With 5.9 current run rate, they can go to 296. And of course, if you have wickets in hand, you can always accelerate. So for Pakistan, the priority has to keep these wickets in hand now.
And also frustrate the bowlers. 6-wicket partnership may have come slowly, but it is in the process of building. And it's going to put pressure on the bowlers and to the batters' advantage. So I say he almost made it into a full toss, but at the end it was just check shot. 35 done, 205 for 5. Tayyab Tahir uses his speed, big swing of the bat. It's way up. It's going many a mile. That'll ease some nerves. Just the point I was making. Can wait for that loose ball to come along.
And he picks the bowler and the ball really well. First ball of the over for the maximum. In the last over, he picked the first ball to go over covers, this time down the ground.
Absolutely marvelous shot, particularly the state of the innings when they're just slowing down a little bit, just the momentum that's needed to get a move on. 19 for 7 sixes, and he checks his shot. That is good cricket. Big no from his partner.
And the intent has been brilliant from Pakistan. Yes, there have been a couple of rash shots in between, but every batter that has come in seemed to feel like that they mean business. A very good shot once again.
Always premeditated that reverse. He was into position very quickly. Just gave the pace to a nicety. Just helped it on its way.
And he's shown his range of shots. He's really strong down the ground in that mid-wicket region, and this time uses the reverse sweep. Back of the bat. Knows the third fielder was quite wide. Plays it fine. Important 4 runs.
Seemed to have so much time in getting into position and playing that. Reverse sweeps are normally spur of the moment set of decisions taken. And just whip away. That is good cricket. Gets the big runs, then uses the angles well.
And this is where he's different to maybe Sahibzada Farhan. He can hit the ball long, but the way Tayyab Tahir uses soft hands to rotate the strike against spinners, that makes him a better player of spin.
Prompted a few changes in the field. No, enticement. He almost fell for it. Gets the inside part of the bat. Very fortunate.
Now that's average batting. When you've already got 11 off the over, you've got a set batter. Why would you play a shot like that? giving a chance to the opposition to come back. This partnership is looking to look good now. 30 of 43.
Espera compactly behind and just ambles the single to finish over number 36. It's 218 for 5.
Quite a few from the Pakistan A have played international cricket, as we see another big hit from Tahir. Dragged it short, Abhishek Sharma, and he was quick to latch onto it. Tahir dispatches it over the boundary. They had the job of steadying this innings, and they've done a good job so far. And the best thing about this partnership is that they've not missed out on capitalizing of loose deliveries. The phone box with me is Farweez Maroof.
Hello, WV. Definitely. I think that's where the Pakistani batters, not only these pair, especially Tayyab Tahir, everybody, whenever the opportunity has been offered, they have taken with both the hands and accepted it. At the moment, they are rebuilding it. There was a mini collapse in the middle, and now it's all about batting out the 50 overs. If Pakistan bats out the 50 overs, 300 is definitely on the cards.
Ayub has played 8 international matches. Harris has played 14. Quite a lot of experience in terms of the list A matches and having played international cricket in the Pakistani A side. On the other hand, the India A side has got young cricketers who are not about 22 years of age. And they've done well here in this tournament. They come into this final unbeaten, and they're hanging in there now, as is a challenging enough final this for the young side. But they need to persevere. It's a matter of another few overs now.
And that's a 17th list A half century for Tayyab Tahir. What a fantastic knock under pressure. He came in when the chips were down, trying to rebuild the innings, and he has played really well. Shot again, over the top, mid-wicket fielder. Oh, Hungarekar. For a moment I thought he's going to hang on to it, but in the end, valiant attempt, just not good enough to hold on to it, or else to save the boundary. 37 gone, 232 for 5.
The current run rate is 6.27 for the Pakistani A side, and this partnership is worth 45, just 50 deliveries. Suddenly, Pakistan have made sure that Indians are not going to have it easy, and this partnership has become a very crucial one for them. They lost their way in between. They lost 3 wickets, scoring only 4 runs, but Mubasir and Tahir are doing a good job of rebuilding the innings here at a brisk pace. And the India A side needs to produce something here quickly.
Tayyab Tahir has been really good. 8 boundaries, and 4 times first ball of the over has been dispatched for a boundary. That means he's putting the bowler under pressure straight away, as well as twice of the last delivery.
Change in bowling. Dodia has come back for his second spell. He's starting his 6th over. Tahir has played a very good knock here. width on offer, but not capitalizing is Mubasir.
The time innings for the Pakistani mid-order batter who has been experienced campaigner for a while, and partnership building for the Shaheen with 45 is exactly what the Pakistani need. Just miss those singles and not boundary will come, and eventually even a 300 mark in a final is a massive score.
Is at the current run rate, they'll get to 311. Will Pakistan A? It's a healthy run rate, this 6.21, and they sustained it. They got off to a good start. Doesn't find the gap on this occasion. We saw the Pakistani A openers indulge in some brutal hitting at the start of the innings.
They caught all of us by surprise the way the two openers started their proceedings. Even I had a chat with the Indian A coach. He did mention that they caught serves, but in the end, that's what good teams does. When the chips are down, we come into the game as underdogs, where the Indians are the favourites. They caught napping straight away, but there are thoughts for the Indians as well, the way they fought back in the middle overs.
Going for a big hit. He's got hold of that. That's a huge hit. That six brings up the 50 partnership, and it takes Pakistan A to 240 for 5. A fantastic opening partnership of 121 between Farhan and Saim set the tone for the Pakistani A innings. After that, there's been steady contributions from everybody. There was a little bit of a slide, but in the last 3 overs, they got 35 runs. And suddenly, the gears have changed, and this will get the batter a couple of runs. Gradually, the Indian fielders are beginning to look a little bit ragged here.
Yeah, these two batters have made havoc in this field. Lots of mistakes as well. Luckily, the last delivery, Abhishek Sharma. This was a good shot. Mid-wicket was vacant. Square leg comes round. And misfield through the leg. We just mentioned about the Indian fielders being run ragged. This is another example of it.
Dodia was the fielder. He had to run to his left. He had it covered, and that's what will disappoint him. He got behind the ball but allowed the ball to go through. They've been really good at the Indians in this tournament, but he makes the distance, he covers the distance and then lets it go. And this is the time they got to really focus hard and try and give their best. Save some runs and try and put the pressure on the batters. Tahir has taken charge of this innings here, and he's done a good job of it. He's batting on 62, just 48.
Momentum shift in this game has been quite evident. The first wicket, Pakistan had the momentum. In the middle overs, Indians came back with 5 wickets, and now Pakistan are taking it back to their own side. This is what a final does. This is what the greatest rival does to you. Pressure. This is the success we are talking about. Take a look at this. Extending of the arms. Oh, middle of the bat would have cleared any grounds. Massive.
Bit of turn and bounce for Sindhu. Mubasir is just looking to rotate the strike and allow Tahir to be on strike. That's a good ploy that from him. He was shaping for a big hit. Made a last minute change. End of the over. 247 for 5, Pakistan A. None of the India A players have yet to make their debut for the Indian senior side. They are young cricketers and they are on the way up. They are trying hard to get there sometime in the future. And most of them have been doing really well in the domestic circuit. And some of them have done really well in the IPL as well, which is a fantastic platform for them to rub shoulders with the best and against the best as well.
I'd like to correct myself here. In the previous stint, I said that the senior selection committee led by Ajit Agarkar and his selection committee has selected this bunch of players. I'm just corrected by Shashank Kishore on Twitter, saying that this has been picked by the junior cricket committee headed by Tilak Naidu, the chairperson. Just a correction there. That's good to see the youngsters being given a chance. Average age between these players all are between 19 and 22. And they will learn among these experiences.
Once again a misfield. They look for the second. I'll get it easily. Of course, both Ajit Agarkar and Tilak Naidu would have had a chat about this. And they're in constant communication, both of them.
Right way forward, giving plenty of chances. As you said, these players have performed really well in their domestic Ranji Trophy, Dulip Trophy. And then all of a sudden they get the opportunity.
That's hit away. Oh, the infield. That's a boundary. And that brings up the 250 for the Pakistan A side. They're really turning the heat on here, Pakistan A, and tired especially. In fine nick.
There's a poor delivery by Yuvraj Singh Dodia. There's no field square through the offside, saving the boundary. And bowls a half volley on the offside. Straight away after that stroke, deep square leg comes in. And Sweepakawa drops back. It's been good batting, and also they're targeting the first 40 overs.
This time on the leg side, he's got hold of it well enough, and that's a big 6. He's kept the umpire busy as Tahir, and he is really demoralizing the Indian spinners here with some big hitting.
A calculated risk. He understands only 4 fielders are permitted outside the circle, and this is the last over in the second power play, and maximizing it. And Dodia is bowling it full right in his arc for a batsman who has settled really well. He's not going to miss out. The first boundary through the offside, second a massive 6 over mid wicket.
Looking to run it fine, pick up a single, doesn't find any kind of response from his partner. The inside out was really good and it was hit powerfully. And the next one, the 6, was hit even more harder, even more longer.
The wheels are coming off. Dodia is at the moment just firing it in. Partnership has 73 of 67 deliveries. Brilliant so far by these Pakistani batters.
Up and over. That'll go to a boundary. Now he's toying with the bowlers here. 1 through the offside in front of the wicket. 1 over long on. And 1 behind square now.
I don't understand this feel by India. Hospital bowling to a right-hander. 5 fielders in the offside. And all what Tayyib Tahir has to do is to find the gap and be a bit vigilant. And that's exactly what he did. So not all about power shots. It's all about using the guile as well. I just don't understand the captaincy at the moment, having only 4 fielders in the leg side.
He picks up a single, retains the strike. 265 for 5. Pakistani after 40.
Hello, boys.
Contributions coming from the top of the order really well for Pakistan A. 2 half centuries at the top. Tahir batting on 80, and it gives you an indication of how dominating Tahir has been. If you cast your mind back to the score at the end of 35 overs, Pakistan A were 205 for 5, and in the last 5 overs they got 65 runs. Correction, 60 runs. This partnership is worth 78 of 69, and then it's moved on to 79 or 70.
Yeah, real sweep, back of the bat. No more innovation by Tayyip Tahir. It's not all about massive sixes and bound. It's all about getting those singles, rotating the strike. And these two players have been brilliant. It's outside edge, a genuine outside edge with a brilliant delivery by Manav Sutar. And 2 away runs. At the moment, the problem is for the captain of India, and he cannot be attacking. Ideally, you like to have a slip fielder. And when you're 5 wickets down, the batsman has been so good. Unfortunately, there is no slip field in place and resulting in 2 runs.
Gradually, Pakistan A is looking to take this game away from India A.
Definitely India A will have their work cut out chasing this score. Under lights, under pressure, in a big game, a crunch game. The greatest rivalry, all this pressure. And that man on screen, Yashtul, will play an important role for India A.
Played away fine. That'll run away to the boundary. This is good batting. Mubasir joining the party now.
Perfect example of using the pace which the bowler offers to the batter. Playing it really late, almost off the glove of the wicketkeeper. And the third man fielder was quite squarer. When you're bowling quicker, you need to be finer, but unfortunately for India A, the place placement has been a bit under the par, I say.
He'll pick up another run here, playing over the infield. It's interesting how both the sides somehow have got the number 280 in their heads. The Pakistani captain said 280 he was looking at the toss, and then we heard Kotak say, the coach of the Indian A side, say that beyond anything past 280 will be difficult to chase. And Pakistan A are 273 for 5. And at the end of 41 overs, they're 274 for 5.
Yeah, best partnership going on. This is Tayyip Tahir, 82 of 57 deliveries. He's been quite powerful. Anything full. He's been not making the back seat, making those cute little strokes as well. Whenever the off-spinner pitched it up, he has taken the aerial route and been quite successful. Brilliant so far. Very interesting stats as well. Best partnership against India in the entire tournament. India is playing the 5th game of this tournament. Has been Simon Farhan, the first wicket in this game, 121. And the second is an ongoing partnership, which is 87 of 75 deliveries. That shows how well Pakistan A on the day have performed under pressure.
Sindhu to start his 9th over. And he'll be up against Tahir. Pakistan A have got 9 more overs to bat. And even if they get 30 odd runs, 40 odd runs, they would have set a very good target for India A.
You mentioned about Mohammad Haris at the toss said 280. Very similarly against semi-final against Sri Lanka at Pisara, where I did the toss, he said the same, 280, and they ended up scoring 322. Anything above 300 is a match-winning score, and India has to bat out of their skin to win this championship.
Nudged away on the onside. He'll pick up a single. Mubasir is providing excellent support to Tahir. He's not trying to be a hero here. He's realized he's got to play the supporting role, and he's doing exactly that.
A slight message probably from the captain, or maybe a written message in the bottle. Never know. Using tactics, new tactics. India needs some luck somehow at the moment.
The only option he's got left is to bring back his medium paces now, because he's tried a lot of spin. In the last few overs, nothing really has happened. They've not made any impression on the batters. So he's got to try and change the tempo of the game.
Spot on. I think he's tempted to be one of the quicks. Bowl those cutters into the pitch. Change the pace of the game and get the batsmen to think differently. At the moment, they know it's only going to be spinners.
No.
90 runs partnership of just 79 deliveries, rather 80. It's been a good partnership, obviously, and it's come at a very crucial time, just when Pakistan were almost looking like losing their way. End of the over, 277 for 5.
.277 on the board. This is turning out to be a fantastic batting effort for Pakistan A, and it seems as if for the third time in this tournament they'll be putting 300 plus on the scoreboard. They've done that twice before this. Look at those two partnerships. The opening wicket stand of 121, and then this partnership really tightening the screws here.
They've really got to move on in this partnership, but the game has ebbed and flowed quite a bit. And are there going to be any twists and turns? Wouldn't be surprised. The change of face that our previous commentators were talking about being affected here, and that's I assume not quite the last throw of the dice, but at least an option that the skipper was forced into.
Yes, he's been forced to get the quicks back. Hangar Gekar, 2 overs, none for 14. Should have had the wicket of Saim Ayub early on, but had him out caught off a no ball. And that no ball turned out to be very expensive, because we saw that opening wicket partnership to go on and put 121 on the board.
The coach was talking about a 275 plus score that's going to put them in trouble. That looks very much gettable now. They're going to cross that.
Ahead along its way, and that will be 4. He picked his spot there, did Tahir, saw the fine leg up inside the 30-yard circle, knew exactly what he was doing.
He's so very quick into position. Once you're playing the scoop, you've got to be right there. Look at him, just there, quite a big stride away. You can lose your balance. Seem to have his eyes on the ball and get just that perfect bit of bat on it. Just take it away to the boundary. Looking very ominous. 330 plus on the cards here.
It's the current run rate over 6.5 runs per over. And at this rate, they get to 333 in a final. Big runs, especially on a surface like this. Short. Wanted to just wrap that ball over short third. Didn't get the timing right.
It's a typical pace bowler's retort. When you're hit for a boundary, you come back. But I think the batter was expecting that. And it almost played into his hand when he tried to ramp that away. Look at this. He's waiting and he tries to get it away. Not quite getting hold of that. But there was that improvisation on the cards. Got the bottom part of the bat.
Didn't get room. Didn't have enough room to play that kind of shot. Tayyab Tahir. Tahir got 51 of 67 balls in that match against Nepal. for Pakistan earlier in this tournament. Looking for a single, they'll get it easily. It's clever batting by Mubasir, who's content on playing second fiddle in this partnership.
Absolutely, very sensible cricket. It just taps the ball away, soft hands, looks up at his partner. Didn't have to say yes, just looked up, the understanding is there, and they crossed over quite comfortably. Shows how pretty they're sitting in the middle with all the hard work done when the wickets were falling and then grinding their way into this game and now taking the ascendancy with some big hits.
Delight amongst a smattering of fans of the Pakistani side. When you look at the field setting, there are 4 boundary riders on the leg side. There's no one cutting off a single on the leg side. That's the short ball, so you know he's going to be bowling short.
Spare a thought for the bowlers in this kind of situation. There's hardly anything in the track. The batters are in a marauding mood. You've been hit away for a boundary first up. You need to come back strongly in the over.
And that's the reason why I was saying that with the predominant leg side field on the boundary, Tahir is trying to either play the ramp or play the uppercut, to play the short ball on the offside. This is easy pickings.
Can he afford to do that? It's lucky that it didn't find the gap because it was there for the taking, just drifting down leg. So you're right. The thought process should be about the off stump or outside the line of the off stump. Every time you become too straight and drift, you're in for trouble.
He's into the 90s now. Tayyip Tahir, 91 of just 63 balls. 10 boundaries and 3 sixes with a strike rate of 144. He's playing this ODI like a T20. Cracking innings. And this could turn out to be a match-defining one. They've got one, which means the partnership now worth 99. And that'll end the over as well. 43 gone, 286 for 5. Almost every batter of this Pakistani side got runs against his name, barring those two, Akram and Haris, the captain who fell early. Barring those two, everyone else contributing to the cause. 286 on the board, 121 runs for the opening wicket, and now 99 for the 6th wicket. The 2 highest partnerships that any team has had against the India A side in this edition have come in the final.
And just the right time for it. The partnership has been so impressive. You've got to take into consideration that they started off when the innings was tottering. Cluster of wickets falling. They took their time. We're looking at the big hits, the highlights. There's been a period of play where they had to really grind it, really play some defensive shots, frustrate the bowlers initially, and then once they got the feel of things going, started going after the bowlers. And how it's produced that how quickly those 99 runs have come has been there for all to see. Excellent work.
Credit to the batting side. You've got to give it to Tayyip Tahir, the way he's played and structured this innings. A lot of times you find fault with the bowling team in terms of what's gone wrong. Hit down the ground, and that's hit a fair distance. The 100 of the partnership comes up. This 6th wicket stand is now worth 105.
Oh, this is mayhem here. Look at the way Look at the shimmy down the wicket. Gets underneath that one. Full flourish of the bat. Lovely follow through. It's got the elevation. It's got the distance. It's got the maximum.
It's the second 100-run plus partnership that's come against India A, and it's come in the same match in the final. And now he's looking for his 100 here as well. He's got one. Is that off the bat? Run signal, yes, so it's 100 for Tayyab Tahir in the final of this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. A match-defining innings.
Yes, it is. 400s in List A matches, and what a time to get it. And he thanks the Almighty. This has been a tremendous innings. The compilation of the innings so very crucial, as making the point. He came in with his partner at a time of stress, but he's shown a lot of mental resilience in addition to the wonderful skill sets he has. Big striker of the ball, also has deft touches. It's been a delight to watch.
What an innings. 11 boundaries, 4 sixes for Tayyab Tahir. Yes, the delight quite evident on his face. It's a big innings. Lucky there. The edge will get him 4. He was foxed in the flight, but still gets 4, and the 300 comes up for Pakistani.
When it's going your way, the luck, Lady Luck upstairs looks down on you. Could have gone on to any part, to any of the fielders. You had to reach for it. And despite that, getting enough bat, the upper part, not in control, but 4 runs nevertheless. 4 streaky runs, but it'll keep on piling the pressure.
Inside out. What a shot this. He's not got 4 for it, but Ryan Parag was there. But what a clinically executed shot.
One of the most difficult shots to play. And he was well inside. Look at the amount of space he makes for himself. Plays it inside out. The perfect shot, but doesn't result in the boundary. You get a boundary of a streaky shot. They were the vagaries of cricket.
Well, Mubasir says, I'm not one to be outdone. 4 to end the over. 44 gone, 305 for 5.
Yes.
118, that's what this partnership is worth. They were 200 in the 34th over, and they've got to 300 in the 44th. Just taken 63 deliveries for those 100 runs. And look at those highest partnerships versus India in this series. 2 of them, both 100 plus in this match. Farhan and Ayub putting on 121, and that now is in danger because Tahir and Mubasir have put on 118 for this 6th wicket stand.
What a time to just stitch together those partnerships. The final of the ACC Men's Emerging Asia Cup here at the Pramadasa. Sun beating down, entertainment in the middle from the batter's perspective. Pressure for the bowlers. How do they come back?
Looks for the Yorker. Well fielded. It's very good fielding by the captain, Yash Dole himself.
You've got to do that. You've got to keep up your spirit. Cannot afford to give it away. You would be under tremendous pressure. This is the 100. This is a highlight worth watching over and over, with shots all around the ground, the inside-out shots played to a nicety. He's really done well with that particular shot. And then the scoop, the improvisation, it's all been there in this wonderful innings we've seen. And it's still some more to go, I suspect.
Pulled away. High and handsome for 6. What a shot this by Mubasir.
Mubazir is saying, anything you can do, I can do, maybe not better, or try to match it. And that's what's been there. The effort gave. You could hear the grunt from the bowler, but the angle and the swivel round and the control. Look at that. Using the pace of the ball and putting it away for the maximum.
A half tracker. That's not going to impress the captain, but it definitely does impress the crowd. The result of that half tracker from Hangargekar.
Yeah, a lot of discussions going on in the outfield with the captain coming to the bowler. Another field, Hangargekar being advised to do things right. He's been asked to change angles. Maybe this is a ploy that might work.
The wide Yorker. Yes, that's the plan. That's exactly what you've got to do. He's coming round the wicket. Now, there are times when you look to take wickets. And now when you're under the pump, this is the time when you look to contain the damage that's being done.
Rightly spotted there, Raman. Very good call, and also keeping your cool in getting that, the wide Yorker. Just a tad wide, it might have been gone for a wide. You've got to keep your cool in terms of your skill sets.
Now look at the field as well. They've got a fielder at wideish third man at the boundary. They've got that short third very straight. So the line has to be outside off. This one's, I think, slipped out of his hand. He was again looking for the wide Yorker. He's gotten away with it. Just a single of that ball.
Yeah, a little lucky on that occasion. Just slipped out. It is very, very hot and humid, and you have sweaty palms. Possibly the reason why. Thankfully, it was not above waist high. That could have been further trouble. Batsman trying to hit it too hard, missed an opportunity.
Now look at where the wicketkeeper is standing as well. It'll give you a clear indication. Dhruv Jurel is standing very wide outside the off stump. So you know what the plan is. You know Hangargekar's targeting probably the 5th or the 6th stump. Outside off. That's where he's going. Down the ground. There's long on there. Gleefully accepted by Abhishek Sharma. Hangargekar finally tastes success in this match, but not before. Tayyab Tahir got a magnificent 100. He's out for 108, but what a knock this.
It has been an exceptional knock. He tried to carry on with the momentum, but that change of angle and the length of the ball didn't get underneath that one. Good catch taken in the deep. At last, with the breaking of the partnership, some relief for the Indian supporters and the Indian A team. Terrific innings comes to an end. Tayyab Tahir gone for 108. It's a 313 for 6.
The fall of Tayyab Tahir's wicket brings Mehran Mumtaz out there into the middle. Now, will this be the difference between a 335 or a 360? Mehran's the new man in. He'd like to continue with the momentum here. Batting average just about 15, but you know, this is the time when you come into bat with 5 odd overs to go. You not look at the batting average. What you'd look at is the strike rate. But look at the kind of applause that Tayyab Tahir is getting from his teammates.
That's very, very nice to see virtually the whole team converging, congratulate him. He's done the job. He's taken his team to a very, very strong position in this final.
Now, probably want to keep Mehran on strike. Played away. There is sweeper cover, so single of the very first ball that he faces. But the reason why Mehran's had to come out in the middle is because the wicket's gone down. 45 gone. 314 for 6.
Third man, fine leg, point covers. Third man, fine leg, point covers.
Scoring at almost 7 runs and over. Pakistan A in this final of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. They're the defending champions, remember, having won the title in the last edition in 2019.
And those last 10 overs bringing 105 runs, 109 runs, correction. They really shifted gears. And what a time it's come. But now it's time for the Indian A bowlers. The reason why the new batter is in. He tried to get underneath that one and hold out into the deep. But he's done the damage. He's played a superb knock. And his team are in a very happy position and well appreciated by his teammates there. The smiles break out. They know they have some sort of control over this game now.
There's power in his hitting today that we saw. Over the top. And this is going to be 4. Handy blow from Mehran, who's just come to the crease. That's his first boundary.
I was wondering if Mehran has been given the license to go for it. I mean, now that they've lost the services of the man who got the runs, some would have thought maybe give the strike to the man on form in the middle there.
Shamim, I think every batter who steps out into the middle now will have the license to go for it for Pakistan A. 4 wickets still in hand. You don't get any bonus runs for having them when the 50 overs are done. They'll come and have a go. Off the inner edge. I think that's a better length to be looking at. Look for the Yorker. Look for the fuller delivery just around outside off stump.
Not often you see Harshit Rana have figures of not for 36 in the 4th over in a one-day match. And so all the luck favouring the batters just like that is going to go their way. When things don't sort of click for you as a bowler, the batter gets that little bit of advantage. He's getting the inside part of the bat and the ball runs away. Could have gone and hit the stumps. Not to be.
What they need to look at doing is try and create those situations where the batter has to generate the pace off the bat and are unable to get under the ball. Projected scores in the range of 350 and thereabouts. It's a huge ask for India A here. Looking for the Yorker. Ended up being a low full toss, which is not that easy to put away.
This is a fine line between Yorker and a low full toss, and even if it's pitched further up or short of the batter, you can put it in the slot. So you're right, low full toss is always not the easiest ball to put away. You see there, trying to get underneath that one, got the toe end of the bat. But I think they're going to just have some free-flowing batting in the middle from both ends. And India will need some slices of luck to stem this flow of runs.
Change of angle. Harshit Rana comes over the wicket to the left-hander. Slower one. The change-up's coming into play now.
You just got to keep doing that consistently. Slow down the ball. Do not allow the batter to use your pace. Make them manufacture the shots. And in the process, when they're trying to hit it too hard, it doesn't really come off the bat. Time it sweetly enough. So some kind of a check on the run getting at least, if not the wickets.
A huge score on the board already for Pakistan A, and the captain had said that at the toss, that it's a final. If you get runs on the board, chasing may become a difficult task for the India A side. Pulled away. Just a single. And I wonder in hindsight, I mean, would batting first have been a better idea for the India A team in the final?
They faltered in the last match in the semi-final. 211 they were bowled out for. Maybe that was playing on their minds, that decision not to bat first.
Runs on the board in a final. How many times have we talked about that? The pressure of chasing any number of runs at times gets to a side, but this is going to be a test. A litmus test for this young India A squad. How many can they restrict Pakistani to? That's the first question. And do they have the wherewithal to chase it down? End of the over. 46 gone. 3:22 for 6.
It's a run feast at the R. Premdas Stadium. 322 for 6 after 46 overs. Who would have thought in a final that the batting team first, in fact, will pile up this bigger score at the moment. He's been brilliant. This is the main Asia Cup coming up very soon. Group A, Pakistan, India, Nepal. Group B, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan will try fighting it out. The top 2 teams will get into the second round. The 4 teams will play each other once again. And the big final. And all the Saxon stars on the 30th. In the air, short extra cover fielder takes it. It's an easy catch and a brilliant delivery by Hangarekar outside the off stump.
And a very important wicket for the last 4 overs for India A. Mubassir Khan, he has looked so good. Time and again, in the last game as well, he was involved in a brilliant partnership. This time also supported Tayyib Tahir so well from the toe end of the bat. Easy catch for Nitesh. Important wicket in this last phase of the game. The set batter gone has really played well. For 35 of 47, Pakistan A 322 for 7.
Mohammad Wasim Jr., the big hitter, very useful with the ball. Can he make good some damage for the Pakistani with the bat? He certainly did some last hitting in the semi-finals, playing his 29th game. List a half century as well under his belt. A very good striker of 114. Can he pile up some misery on this Indian attack?
Rightly pointed out, he scored 24 of 17 deliveries in that important semi-final. Finished the innings really well. And those are the last 25 runs that really put extra pressure on the opposition.
Hangarekar has come back really well. Came round the wicket, picked up a couple of wickets, bowling outside the off stump. And at the moment he's changed the angle, going over the wicket to the new batsman, Wasim Jr. Hit the leg hard and no second invitation needed for Junior.
Mohammad Wasim Jr., the only player in this lineup who has represented Pakistan in all 3 formats. This is the fall of wicket, the last wicket. Mubassir Khan trying to accelerate, keep accelerating. Toe end of the bat, easy catch.
Easy catch taken by the subfielder Nitish Kumar Reddy at short extra cover. Follow wickets. It was a brilliant partnership for the opening batters, and then there was a flurry of wickets in the middle and a huge partnership in the middle for the 6th wicket between Tayyib Tahir and Mubassir Khan has made sure Pakistan A have mastered a massive score in a final. Nicely bowled again, keeping the same tactic way outside the off stump.
Very impressed by Mubassir Khan. He has been involved in 2 partnerships against India under pressure, one with Qasim Akram in the last game. This time Tayyib Tahir, it was a very important knock from him as well. He has not represented Pakistan at the international level so far. And good from the team management to have Qasim Akram and Mubassir Khan, both off spinners, all-rounders, in the same team. Brave call there by the think tank.
I think it's a very good call, getting the left arm spinner into the team. And the slower surface, that's nicely played through extra cover. 2 runs taken. I'm not too sure about this line by Hangarekar. With third man up, cover point up, and trying to bowl outside the yaw stump, any bat, even an edge, will be a boundary. He's rather get one fielder from the leg side into the 30-yard circle and get third man back.
Absolutely. Short. They can bring the deep fine to short fine. The projected scores 348, 352. Pakistan, definitely Pakistan A will be looking at that 350 mark with 3 wickets in hand, and Wasim Jr. still there.
Field remains the same. Oh, nicely bowled. That is nicely bowled by Hangarekar. Slowing things down, pretty unlucky there. The wicketkeeper got a bad bounce. Saw it in the last room. Saw the batsman going to the off stump, trying to paddle it over and bowl that slow ball into the pitch.
Very well bowled. The keeper had a mixed day today. This should have been taken. He put the body behind the line but took the eyes off at the last end.
Awkward bounce in front of the wicketkeeper. Could have done better, but I just thought it was quite sensible not to face the ball right away. Wasn't sure whether he's going to come to his face or the body. In the end, not much of a damage done. Nicely bowled, and good batting. A reverse slap. Mentioned about bowling outside the yaw stump to have the third man back. Unfortunately, India didn't. 47 gone, 331 for 7. Plenty of contributions by the top order as well as the middle order.
Excellent batting up top. Saim Ayub was brilliant with 59. Shabzada Farhan looked $1 million 65, but it was Tayyab Tahir. A brilliant 100 of just 71 balls, 108 of 71. What a knock under pressure when wickets were falling in the middle. He has represented Pakistan in just one game internationally, but he has shown such temperament.
No.
And Tayyab Tahir, he has been the highest run scorer in the Pakistan One Day Cup, so he was informed. He took on the Indian bowlers right from the word go, punished every bad delivery, showed a lot of range of shots down the ground, over covers, some innovations also. And he shows that he loves the final. Scores 100 against India, scored 71 for Central Punjab in the Pakistan One Day Cup final. So he's the one for the finals. Umair bin Yusuf for the semi-finals. Tayyab Tahir for the finals. Sorted.
And that's hallmark of a good player, performing under pressure. Every batsman want to get out there now. Sufyan Mukim already geared up. And certainly Tayyab Tahir, a stocky player, and backs a punch, and some of those sixers would have cleared any ground in the world. Inside edge and given out. This time trying to go over square leg outside the off stump, and Harshit Rana gets his man.
And the field set has brought this shot out. Parvez, you were talking about how the third needs to be back. This time it was back. And that's why Mehran Mumtaz tried to drag it to the leg side. In the process, edged it to the keeper.
Fast bowler's instincts, Sana. Mumtaz gone for 13. Pakistan A, 332 for 8. Pakistan losing the 8th wicket. Brings in Sufyan Mukim at number 10, the wrist spinner. He will have a huge role in this pitch with his wrist spinners bowling into the pitch. Bowled really well in that semi-final against Sri Lanka. Picked up a couple of wickets, very important wickets in the middle overs. These goods by Harshit Rana. Straight away for the batsman, the new one, digging it short and hitting that length.
Absolutely, that's important. We'll be seeing more cutters, off cutters here, taking the ball away. This was also a bit wider. He's bowling to his field. And you keep seeing the aggression whenever there's India-Pakistan. Mehran Mumtaz will definitely come back when he's bowling with some aggression. He's been added to the Pakistan side. He played the last game against India but missed out against Sri Lanka.
There's no harm in having a bit of a chirp, a bit of humour, as long as everything in the game and remains in the game. Bounce attempted by Harshit Rana, slowing it down. Interesting to see whether it was a slow ball bouncer. Doesn't look like, digging it really short. And this is something that, seam up, very slow. This is something that the Pakistani two quicks, Arshad Iqbal and Mohammad Wasim Jr. got to keep an eye on. The best time to bat is with the new ball. If Pakistan can manage to bowl the first 10 overs quite in a low score, they will have a good chance. But being said that, the Indian batting top order is magnificent. They are in superb form and they will probably rely on their top order.
And maybe Pakistan can use spinners from one end because they are playing extra spinners. They've got a left arm and Mehran Mumtaz, Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, and two offies.
Did he find the gap? No, just a single. And this is stat at Arpindasa Stadium. Team chasing the highest chase was last year in June, Sri Lanka, Australia. Game number 3 in the one day was 292. So India to win this game, they have to be a record-breaking chase. That's how tough it's going to be.
Absolutely, and we saw in the middle the ball started spinning a bit also. It's not as easy a wicket to bat on, but credit to the Pakistan batters. The intent was always there. Even when the wickets were falling, they were going for runs. And that's what put India back on the back foot. Otherwise, at one point when Pakistan were 187 for 5, India was totally back in the game.
Shifting of momentum in this game has been quite evident. First wicket, Pakistan well in control in the middle overs. India fighting back, and in the death overs as well. Pakistan back into the game and bossing at the moment. 48 gone. Pakistan 335 for 8. Avishka Fernando, top of the ladder, 255 in 4 games. And Yashdu, Sai Sudarshan, the two Indians will have to be among the runs. They have to score big if India have any chance of winning this game. Both of these players, Tayyab Tahir, after the 100 he scored today, climbing up to the 4th position. Hangar Gekar coming around the wicket to the left hand at Sufyan Mukim. Third man is back finally. Bowls a full one just outside the off stump. Knocked away for a single, too long on.
Does the right thing. Sufyan Mukim brings Mohammad Wasim Jr. on strike. You know, he loves to play these cameos. Pakistan, when Mohammad Haris lost the toss, he also wanted to bowl first, but sometimes the toss it's better to lose the toss sometimes, because he thought 280, 290 can be a good score, and Pakistan has really exceeded their own expectations here.
in your career, you had one of those moments where you think you went to go to the toss. I like to lose this.
A lot of times, Perez. I was captain for 8 years, a lot of times.
Brilliant. Deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, long on for Mohammad Wasim Jr. Smashes it, mid off up. Oh, that's a massive stroke. A poor delivery again. Mid off up, outside the off-stump Yorker. It's not going to work.
And that's the best part of Mohammad Wasim Jr.'s hitting. It's not only on the leg side. He can lift the ball up on that long off region with ease. I've seen him done time and again. Excellent, important runs, taking the match away from India maybe.
Yeah, rubbing salt into the wound in these death overs. Just extending off the arm of Mohammad Wasim Jr. And off you go, he says. Change of field again, mid-off drops back. And third man comes up. Interesting call, and Hannibal gives it wide. I think it may be a sensible thing to do because it's way outside the awesome, though Mohammad Wasim Jr. was going to his right.
Good batting. Now he was looking at using the lap shot because the fine fielder is in, the square fielder is in. But it was too wide, almost off the pitch. Good decision from the umpire.
Some exercises for Big Hannibal. Both the umpires had plenty of exercises today. 4s, 6s, wides. Lots of energy in the field by both the teams. Slow ball this time. Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. This is exactly what the two seamers got to be doing much more. Slow ball, cutters into the pitch. It's hard to time the ball.
Very well bowled, well disguised and well played as well. Mohammad Wasim was halfway through the shot. He wanted to swing it hard, but check shot at the end.
Hunger Gaker, though score line says 344 for 8. He's bowled some decent deliveries, just that on the day all the Indian bowlers have taken apart for some brilliant batting by the Pakistan A side. In a final, 344 for 8. You lose the toss, being put into bat. A magnificent effort.
Absolutely, no credit taken away from the Pakistan team. Yes, there are experienced players, but other teams had experienced players too. Afghanistan with 9, Sri Lanka with 9, Bangladesh with 8. So yes, experience matters, but you have to put that experience into action each day, every day. And what a day to put that experience in action for Pakistani.
Nicely bowled again. A good point you brought it up regarding international players in all the teams. Yeah, that's where the young Indian team, none of the players have played any international cricket and very new to the list A cricket. This is experience, they'll learn. They've got all the attributes and skill levels to succeed. We all know when a young Indian player comes through the system, goes through the NCA, and then all of a sudden they become world champs. You've seen with many of the players present and past. Another slow delivery. This is brilliant.
Very good bowling, and Parvez saying that it's still just halfway through the match. You don't know. We have seen India A chasing targets. All I'm saying is that yes, experience does matter, but what a day for Pakistan A to bring that experience to the fore.
Now, India has won 3 games out of 4 chasing in this championship. The other side is Pakistan has won thrice defending. So it's all equal there. It's all about getting a good start. You never know. Cricket is a funny old game. A couple of batsmen get set. We may be into a brilliant game. Another slow delivery to end this 6th over. Pakistan A 344 for 8.
Yes. Square leg me fine leg.
The hill country of Sri Lanka awaits the big one. Pakistan versus India up in Kandy. That's going to be a blockbuster coming up very soon. 2nd of September on a Saturday at Palakale, which is Kandy, Sana. That's going to be a brilliant game.
Absolutely. We have always seen how India and Pakistan games bring the best out of players.
On the 2nd of September, that is, in the first round, both the teams get through, which I'm pretty sure they do. They'll meet again in the second round at this very stadium, the R. Premadasa. This place is going to be electrifying with all the fans.
Absolutely. So much cricket coming. Asia Cup, World Cup. Treat for the cricket lovers.
Plenty of cricket coming for Sri Lanka as well. LPL just going to start as soon as Pakistan tour of Sri Lanka ends with the test match. Then the Asia Cup, then the World Cup. This time another scoop over, not over, trying to go over, but almost being caught at fine leg. I feel Mohammad Wasim Jr. will do well to use his strength and probably go over long on mid-wicket area.
Yes, especially when the bowlers are using the slower ones more. They understand Mohammad Wasim Jr. enjoys the pace. Both the fast bowlers, Harshit Rana, Hangagekar, have been showing some skill with the slower deliveries.
The wrong option taken by Mohammad Wasim Jr. Rather trying to be cute, I think he should be using his power. Saw in the previous game as well against Sri Lanka with a couple of sixes he scored. Even today, he's better off for targeting the front boundary, which is long on, long off, mid-wicket. Probably Sufyan Mukim, who's not so strong hitter, could use those paddle shots. Mohammad Wasim Jr. before even the ball was delivered, he was off.
And Sufyan Mukim is just wanting to give strike back to Mohammad Wasim Jr. Arshad Iqbal, who's still in the dugout, can definitely hit sixes. So maybe he could have come ahead of Sufyan Mukim here. He's all geared up. Arshad Iqbal, 5-wicket haul in the semi-final. Mohammad Wasim Jr. already halfway through the pitch.
He was. All the tail-end batters in the death overs think they can bat. And Arshad Iqbal must be saying, get me in. Get you a couple of sixes. I tell you what, if this guy gets anywhere near the bat, the middle of the bat in fact, it will clear.
Maybe a different delivery. Mid-off comes up, fine goes back.
Short ball attempted and mid-off is up and one bounce boundary. It's more of a tennis forehand over the mid-off fielder.
What a brilliant shot. Not an easy shot to play. With the field setting, you knew that it will be a short delivery. And that's the 350 up for Pakistan with a lovely forehand. Excellent batting from Mohammad Wasim Jr. Another cameo from him. Exactly what Pakistan needed.
Picking up 350, which is the 5th highest list A score at this very own stadium. The highest being Sri Lanka A, Ireland A. 403 was the highest. And then 375, 366. India, Sri Lanka. India scoring 363. Sri Lanka couldn't get anywhere closer. But today lies on the 5th position. 350 in a final. Brilliant effort. Final ball coming up. Very good Yorker. Right on the money. Right on the money. Very good finish. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I'm just getting too excited. Soaking everything.
Riz, take it easy. Yes, there is excitement. But that's why Mohammad Wasim Jr., he denied that single because he wants to play the last delivery, go for the maximum there.
So much activity happening and everyone being entertained. Just to get some breath back, isn't it? Getting too excited over here. Now the final ball coming up. 1 for 49 of 5.5 overs. Both the fast bowlers have been taken to the cleaners. The spinners have well. Pakistan A have been brilliant today. Final ball coming up. Another Yorker. flicks it towards square leg. Wasim Jr. maybe coming back for the second. And makes it easier. And that is a good score. 352 of 50 overs.
What an innings from the Pakistan A batters. They have really put a big total in the final against India A. 353 runs required to win this final. The defending champions making sure that they are going to make India work if they have to win the title.
The defending champions playing like champions. In the final, after being put into bat, they have gone on a leather hunt. With concerned faces in the Indian dugout, I'm pretty sure they got enough good players to at least give a good fight. But I think don't write this Indian A team off. Yes, experience-wise, they're not so experienced. But if they get the act right, if a couple of batsmen gets together, you never know. As a cricket is a funny old game.
Absolutely, there's talent in both teams, and this has been the story for Pakistan A. Excellent start at the top. Saim Ayub with 59, for Sabzada Farhan 65, Umair bin Yusuf 35, but the star of the day, Tayyab Tahir, 108 of 71 deliveries when wickets were falling.
The century stand you spoke about, that was the difference. Two of them, in fact. The opening batsmen, Saim and Farhan, of 108 deliveries, exactly 121, and Tahir and Mubassir were the game changer, 126 in a very quick time. The highlights of the innings so far.
Pakistan were put into bat, and from the word go, the first over went for 13 runs. It was Saim Ayub against Harshit Rana, and then Sabzada Farhan came to the party. All the bad deliveries were punished. The spinners were on, the fast bowlers, yes, there were chances. But Pakistan had the first say in the game. Excellent sweeps, shots down the ground, over covers, inside out. And the spinners, the attack was taken to the spinners.
Everyone was taken to the cleaners. Saim Ayub opening the batting, making sure that the foundation was laid. There was the Farhan, the other opening batsman, batted really well. Saim Ayub, when he came down the track, boy, he punch. That was his dismissal. Back to the pad and neatly taken by Dhruv Jurel, the wicket keeper. Umar bin Yusuf started quite steadily. Farhan was going everything unless this happened. An unfortunate slip made sure that he was run out. And then it was Tayyib Tariq as well as Umar bin Yusuf taken the spinners into the winners.
And then Umair bin Yusuf handing one back to the bowler, and Qasim Akram, the first delivery he faced, goes to the deep mid-wicket fielder. There were a bit of chances there, and Mohammad Haris gone with an arm ball. This is the time where India A came back into the game, but it was Tayyab Tahir and the fireworks that really put Pakistan back into the driving seat.
They were driving seat ever since. Tayyab Tahir was striking it so well. And it's not only about power strokes, but some guile and having the presence of mind about the field, where exactly it is, and when he comes down the track, every time it's been a clean hit. That brings up the first 100 for him.
And he was very well supported by Mubassir Khan, who after Tayyab Tahir went like in this fashion, went on to accelerating the scoreboard. But it didn't last for long as Mubassir Khan departs, and then Mehran Mumtaz as well. But it was Mohammad Wasim Jr. again with the fireworks. 17 of last 10 deliveries he faced. Good score on the board for Pakistan, 352.
These are the high scores. Avishka Fernando sitting up the ladder. Yashdul, Sai Sudarshan, Tayyab Tahir, all playing this game. And we got Shamim Chowdhury downstairs. Let's see who has got.
I've got the Centurion Tayyab Tahir alongside me. You came in at a very difficult time. Well, when you came in, it's 146 for 2. But then 3 wickets falling within 4 runs. Must have been difficult to work your way out of that little position that your team were in then.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I am blessed today that Allah blessed me, because it was tough when I went inside, because wicket wasn't that easy. Because ball was a bit old at that time, we can't hit the ball. So with the new ball was coming, but after like old ball, it was hard to play, and we lost 2-3 wickets back to back. And I spoke to my partner that we will take this a bit long, then we will charge them. So obviously every team needs momentum.
Indeed, that is the period when you are under pressure and you have to be very selective with your shots. You can't, even if you feel that you should go for runs, you just re-stabilize the innings. That's what you did with Mubassir in particular.
Yeah, obviously, like when we lost wickets, I spoke to a partner. I goes like, if we get very bad ball, then we will hit it. Otherwise, we will take it long, take it one. We will rotate runs and we'll take it long.
But once you started hitting, I mean, we're seeing it. You've been hitting all around the ground. You're so very comfortable. You're trusting the wicket to play your shots.
Yeah, it was like when I went inside, it was hard at that time. But slowly, I was getting like, I goes like, I can hit the ball now.
And you needed the support from your partner.
Yeah, even though he supported me, like.
Yeah, absolutely. It was wonderful to watch. You've done the hard job. You've put the runs on the board.
Thank you very much.
And you feel your bowlers are going to do it for you?
Sorry?
When you got back and you try to restrict the opposition.
Yeah, obviously, like we lost first game against them, so it is good. Like it is final, so we will stick them under 200.
Thank you for talking to us. Best of luck to you for the rest of the game.
Much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shamim. And that's the story of the bowling of India A. 1 wicket for Harshit Rana. In the beginning, both the seamers were expensive, but couple of wickets for Hanga Gekar at the end. He bowled really well. Ran Parag with couple of wickets. And the final, that's the story. Confirmation, India needs 353 runs in 50 overs to win the title.
$353, right? Yeah. A target is 353. Beginning of the day, we thought this pitch is going to be slower, but I'll tell you what, this pitch not been used and it's been relayed after a while. And as I said, it's not been used and it looks really good. There's nothing much to speak about. We saw some areas were shaking up when it comes to surface, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. I don't see any damages happen to the pitch, and 353 is a record-breaking score that the Indians have to make. The first 10 overs for me is going to be crucial. If India can get a good start in the first 10 overs and this game is still on, especially under lights, it seems to be ball is coming well to the bat. So it's all about the first 10 overs. India gets a good score in the first 10 overs, they'll be up in the game. Hello and welcome back to our Premdasa Stadium. We are in Colombo, the most picturesque. The sun has been shining, beautiful beaches, so much activities to do Colombo and around. Sunsets, beaches, just what as you need as a tourist. And we are at the R. Premdasa Stadium for the finals. The greatest rivalry between India A, Pakistan A in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. The two batters of India got their work cut out. Sai Sudarshan, Abhishek Sharma need to score big, and that's why Pakistan A has been successful. 352 for 8 with plenty of contributions. And in the bowling lineup, plenty of bowlers going for plenty of runs, but in the end, only two bowlers picking up 2 wickets each, and 352 is what Pakistan made, and that's what the India A got to chase down. 353 runs in 50 overs. It's been a leather hunt so far. Pitch is really good, and these two batters we've seen in this competition as well as before how good they can be. They just need a good start, and if they do, they will go ahead. As I say, a very good evening to Shamim Chowdhury.
Good evening, Maha. That's Sai Sudarshan, and a lot will depend. The average is good. He's got to really batten down early on alongside his partner, who, as you mentioned, have got their work cut out. There will be scoreboard pressure, understandably, with that mammoth target to eclipse. Abhishek Sharma, 43rd match. Decent average, 1298 runs. But they've got to really put their heads down, be very selective with their shot making. They can trust the wicket, as we've seen the Pakistani batters do that. They've got to take a leaf out of the approach of the Pakistani batters to try and get to this target.
Control aggression is what India A openers got to do. And I'm pretty sure the class of these two left-handers, it will be really good in a very good batting pitch. Just had a look in the middle innings, and there's absolutely nothing to speak about when it comes to the pitch. That bound on screen, the captain will have their cut out. Plenty of bowling options for Pakistan. Remember, they brought in that left-arm spinner Mehran Mumtaz into the attack, dropped Ahmad Butt for this game, the seam bowling all-rounder. Just like India, Pakistan has got plenty of spin options. Arshad Iqbal all ready for the first ball of the chase. Down the leg side, some swing early on.
Swing but not controlled. Fortunately, a loosener, and you can understand that. With a pace bowler just coming into bowl his first ball, gets a little overexcited in trying to put some shoulder into it, and in the process loses his line. I'm sure he's going to correct that very quickly.
Just like how India started with their first innings, Harshit Rana on the first ball was a wide. Similarly, Arshad Iqbal down the leg side. But encouragingly, for the big lanky fast bowler, there was some swing. If he gets it right, I tell you what, both these left-handers will be keeping a close eye. Just like that, but no swing.
I think that is what is going to be in the mind of the batters. You saw the first ball having a little bit of shape, then this one going a little straighter. Most runs in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup, 255 by Avishka Fernando, 195 by the skipper of India, A. Yashdul, and Sai Sudarshan has got the runs behind him to give him the confidence to go for a big innings in this crucial final.
Sai Sudarshan and Yashdul, if they surpass Avishka Fernando, I think India will be in a firm seat chasing the mammoth score down. Slightly shorter, this is what India needs to do. There's boundaries hard to come by, get the singles.
Whenever you can get your innings off and running, it takes a lot of the butterflies in your stomachs away, because it's always important that you get off to a good start. He's the second youngest player to score a 50 in an IPL final. Sai Sudarshan, 610 runs. What about that average? 76.3 in the previous List A tournament. IPL 2023, 362 runs. They had a very good average.
Yeah, brilliant player, playing for the Tamil Nadu state. Saw him first when I was part of the Tamil Nadu Premier League. Played in my team like a Kovai Kings. He was superb. We earmarked him as the next big thing. And certainly he has done everything in his power whenever he's got the opportunity.
I think the bowler's done well after bowling one down the leg side. The realization that do not offer pace and also the back of a length delivery always early on in an innings is going to put the seed of doubt in the batter's mind, whether to go forward or back. If you can put it in line, that just reduces the chances of scoring. So keep it tight, keep the pressure on the batters, wait for them to make a mistake.
Especially from a 5-for against Sri Lanka in the semi-final. In the day game, bowled really well with pace, with bounce, with aggression. And he will enjoy these conditions, bowling under lights. Again, as you said, hitting back of the length, wicket to wicket, no width at all.
That's very good. As a pace bowler, you can get a little overexcited, but you know the nature of the wicket. You know it's in favor of the batting unit. So you've got to be a little defensive in terms of not really trying to bowl hard and bowl fast and try to get the batter in all sorts of trouble. It's just containment. That is the name of the game at the moment.
Control aggression by the two batters as well as the fast bowlers is what the situation demands. As you said, it's a good batting pitch. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to put too quick. And hit those lengths just like that. Abhishek Sharma off the mark with a single.
Ample time, as we saw in the Pakistan innings, to shift gears and really go quick at the end. This is Iqbal in that first semi-final against Sri Lanka. A 5 for 37. Which you're mentioning. Batters try to take him on occasions, and they're caught in the deep. Intelligent bowling, didn't time that at all. So he confuses the batters with his pace, just like that. Real pacey one.
Beautifully shot. Oh, it was forward all over it. Got some hand. The thick fast ball. And certainly saved 2 runs. That was a beautiful shot by Sai Sudarshan. Just for 2 runs. First over gone. 5 for no loss.
चलो 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 क्या ना अपनी जगह पे आया कर जल्दी बैठा जाओ मेहर में बैठा जाओ टीटी मिटा बात छोड़ो उसको.
India and Pakistan before has won this cup once each. Who's going to be today? Previous winner Pakistan, the defending champions, played like champions today. But India, they got a formidable batting lineup. Qasim Akram, as expected, with the new ball with 2 left-handers, bringing the off-spinner. I think it's a very good choice by skipper Mohammad Aris. The fielders outside the circle are at deep mid-wicket and long off. Slip in place. Short extra cover point. Sweeper who's in the circle. Short third man. 6-3 field. 6 in the offside. Firing down the leg side. It will be a leg by.
Well, both the bowlers starting off with balls down the leg side. That's going to be signalled a leg by, as you said. Just gives the captain the luxury with that mammoth total that they've posted to try things out, and even the placement of the field. You can just afford to be a little more attacking now with the slip in position, bringing the offie in. 3 within, 4 almost within the 30-yard circle on the offside.
It's a sensible call to bring the off-spin in, especially considering the fact that Mohammad Wasim Jr. is a very good bowler with the older ball. And with the new ball, he seemed to hit the deck hard. And Sudarshan and Abhishek in the previous game against Pakistan was very aggressive against Wasim Jr. And this makes a lot of sense, bringing the off-spinner with 2 left-handers in.
Qasim Akram will be trying to redeem himself. Really played a irresponsible shot first ball he faced with the bat. gave the opportunity for a hat-trick to the bowling unit. But now he'll just feel that needs to do his bit with the ball.
इसको छोड़ दे, इसको छोड़ दे. Good bowling, good bowling.
Slightly fuller this time, going with the angle. The boundary options are over extra cover the inside out. One of the nicest stroke in the cricketing manual. Or go over slog sweep or over mid-on. Those are the boundary options. How I see. Nice to go. Going into the pitch. And single as well.
It's a question of when you pick the ball to hit. Because sooner than later, that little required run rate is going to keep on bothering you. If you don't get a steady period where you milk the runs and get the rotation of the strike going.
That's where the first 10 over score is going to be very important. If India could muster something close to 70, 75, they are definitely in the game. 2 gone, 10 for no loss. Plenty of batting to follow for India. King Jose at number 3. Skipper Yashdul, Ishan Sindhu, Riyan Parag, Dhruv Jurel, the wicketkeeper. Everyone can bat. What they need is a good start. Bowling change from the far end. Just 1 over from Arshad Iqbal. The second off spinner in the team. Mubassir Khan into the attack. It's horses for courses. 2 left-handers, 2 off spinners. Who is the call? And comes back with second run. This is good aggressive running.
This is what they need, the running between the wickets if there are no boundaries coming along. Just the point I was making. His rotation of the strikes, so very important in the early part of the innings. This is how they did it. Just ambled across. Initially, realization it was deep enough, then suddenly put on the skates and hurried through.
Nice 3 shot, nicely played. That was a brilliant shot. Abhishek Sharma was not true to the stroke too early. Waited for it and placed it perfectly.
Left-handers are so elegant. Just that punch didn't really follow through with the bat, but the timing and the placement, so very nice. Streaking away to the boundary. That'll raise his spirits, give him confidence.
Good ball, good ball.
Man in form, Abhishek Sharma. The way he's timing the ball, slight misfield. And very close. Mohammad Haris, the wicket keeper, is very confident. As they say, never run on misfield. Is that close? The Pakistani set up, think they have got the man.
That'll be tragic. They seem to be going along smoothly. Just that error you make in trying to go for a run on a misfield. The recovery. Have a look at this. And it's not direct. It's picked up now. Oh, I think he's okay. Seems to have just slid his bat in.
What commitment by Sai Sudarshan. Take a look at that for a dive. Talking about putting a price on your wicket. This is a brilliant dive. Any youngster watching this coverage, that's how you value a wicket. You're throwing yourself in. An all-important game. Brilliant. Little things done right. Ground is battered, grounded, as well as the gloves are in the ground as well. Brilliant.
And the decision pending will soon tell us that the batter should be safe, is not out. Third umpire Moshe Ali Khan from Bangladesh making the decision, but what a good effort. And that's what you just mentioned. The diving, last minute dive saved him.
Putting a value in your wicket, isn't it? When you play this level of cricket, the commitment, the little things, the basic is what is important. The rest of it will take care of itself. Beautiful shot by Abhishek Sharma, just couldn't get the gap. Slight misfield in Sai Sudarshan. Went like a flash and a big dive to save himself.
He was lucky it was not a direct throw. He'd have been gone. With this good effort, in recovery from the fielder and throwing it very, very quickly. Sai Sudarshan on 5, Avik Sharma on 10, getting India to a steady start here.
This was against Pakistan the previous game. Sai Sudarshan under lights, similar pitch. 110 deliveries. It's a beautiful shot. Very strong through the offside. Dissecting those gaps, never easy. The gaps are not that big when it's narrow. But he did really well. Was timing the ball and placing it well. Left arm spinner was taken to the cleaners. Dahani over extra cover. Brings up a massive 100. And he would like to continue that good form in a big final. Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled, but a decent shot towards long off for a single.
Yeah, as a bowler also, you've got to adjust to the situation, the mindset of the batters. With that little luck going their way, Sai Sudarshan, just have a look at what he's achieved. 8 against UAE, Nepal 58, that big innings against Pakistan. Checked a shot, had that big backlift to go for the follow through, but just checked at the last moment because of the length of the ball.
As well as the slowness of the pitch, just thought it just hang on the pitch. Yeah, slightly. Wasn't there to be driven away. This time over mid-wicket. And Wasim Jr. had no chance. Just what India needed to in the boundary, with the boundary. 3 overs gone, 22 for no loss. This is the main Asia Cup, which is starting very soon. Pakistan, India and Nepal in Group A. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan in Group B. Top 2 teams from both the groups will go to the Super 4, where each team will play all 3 opponents. And there's a high possibility that another India-Pakistan... oh, that's a misfield. That's a misfield. This is what Pakistan ill afford to do, and gifting away runs very easily.
You've got to be very sprightly. You've got to be on your toes. Have that anticipation when the shot is hit. Just seem to hang back the fielder there. Very compact looking shot that. And straight away, speeding away. Just, he seemed a little lethargic. He was not in position as soon as the shot was played. Trying to go across.
Close, close, close. And found the gap. A valiant attempt at short fine leg. And saves 1 run there. Pretty lucky there, Sai Sudarshan, but I thought he brought the bat down in time. It's quicker and shorter by Akram.
Going to have the boundary check here, but I think the effort was good. Yeah, hurried into the shot, didn't he? He was not in control at all. Lucky, and then he was lucky enough to play it past the fielder, who chased and just did very well there.
Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Looks fine for me. Good commitment shown in time. No damage done. A single save for Pakistan. Just want to make the point. So much activity is happening. Couldn't even finish my point up. That in the main Asia Cup, Senior Asia Cup, there's high possibility that India-Pakistan might play 3 times. And they start the proceedings in Kandy, up in Pallakele, the central hills of Sri Lanka. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a jam-packed stadium. People will be travelling down from abroad, from Colombo to Kandy. It's going to be one heck of a match, but I don't think anyone in the Asia, well, in the world, will miss out that coverage. Oh, some turn. This is what Qais Akram is looking for. 1 or 2 balls to grip.
Yeah, the ball's still new. You can't really expect it to turn square. So you can hope for those little perches off the track, just like that hint of turn, enough to induce the edge.
To create that doubt. Did he get some hand to it? Abhishek Sharma, did he leave the crease? Don't think Lyndon Hannibal, the umpire, is interested. It was a nice shot. It deserved a boundary for sure. Unfortunately for Sai Sudarshan. So important to play straight, not to be straight.
You can't be too good. I think he might have just got a finger to it.
A slight hesitation, but no damage done in the end. 4 overs gone, 30 for no loss. That's the game the entire world is waiting for. 2nd of September, live from Kandy. The greatest rivalry, Pakistan against India. The beautiful city of Kandy, Pallakale International Stadium. The capacity close to 25,000. That will be jam-packed.
Yeah, it's a beautiful stadium, just as it is here at the Premadasa. It's a very mouth-watering prospect, isn't it? You're mentioning the fact that it can happen maybe 3 times if the results go the way people want it to. I mean, the expectation will be that they'll get to see more and more India-Pakistan games amongst the big boys. But I'm sure Sri Lanka will have a say about that. So will Bangladesh.
Absolutely. Plenty of batting to come for India. Up to number 8 or number 9. Lots of batting. Just need a foundation to be laid with the top order. So far, Sudarshan Abhishek has started decently well. All what they need, in my own opinion, Shamim, 10 overs, 70 to 75 runs without any wicket. That will put enough doubt on the Pakistani side as well. Arshad Iqbal back into the attack, slip in place. Just a 1 over from the spinner. He's much better, hitting the good length areas.
Good length, short of length, or back of length. Now, that is not good at all. Rather lethargic, and it's given them 4 extra runs. That is not on. You want to be tight with your fielding. You want to be accurate. And these overthrows might cost it. Gives that little bit of respite to the batters. Getting the runs easily without too much effort.
Over enthusiastic field at cow point. There was no one backing. And the batsman has made it pretty easily. And after he throws, he said, oh, no, nobody. I think that is where the game awareness comes handy. The fielder at deep fine leg had no chance.
Yeah, just hang on to the ball. You should always realize if there are any backups.
Beautifully played. Looks very good. Sai Sudarshan is moving very well.
He is looking very, very fluent in the field, very languid. Is the manner in which he's getting the meat of the bat. Nepal came to suffer from the bat of Abhishek Sharma. 87 of 69 balls. Learning curve for the young men from Nepal. They're taken to task whenever there was a short pitch ball. And those cover drives that he plays forward of in the front foot or the back foot. And that's the slog sweep employed to perfection.
Both these players looks very elegant, front foot or back foot. They look fearless, playing the ball on its merit, not taking unnecessary risk. Those are the hallmark of good opening players. And these two have certainly done that right throughout this tournament.
Doing a good job, except for one instance when there was a little bit of doubt. I think that even the running between the wickets has been good. That occasion when there was a misfield and they ran, they just about made it. Nicely getting the scoreboard to tick over.
Outside edge, not carry. It's a single to third man. You spoke about creating doubt. I think that's what Pakistani bowlers should be doing. The pitch is good, conditions ideal for batting. Create enough doubt and get the Indian players play out of their skin rather than going through the motions and giving them freebies.
Indeed, there will be periods of play where the batters are going to be content to just milk the runs, frustrate the bowlers, and in this kind of a situation, it can get a little bit, especially if you're a pace bowler, in not getting the support extraction of the wicket that you are trying to get. That gets a little frustrating.
Shot. What a shot. Fielder did well to get some finger, but I'm telling you, that was timed so well. Still tickled away the boundary. Probably the shot of the day.
So far, the way he's going, I suspect he's going to produce some more. But look at this. Short arm punch. Cracking. Just rolls the wrist over enough. The power of the bat, the speed of the bat, just beyond the fielder. Possibly got a finger to it.
The wrist work at its best. The fielder at square leg could have done much better. He couldn't get bend down in time. As I said, that was a shot and a half. And Saeem Ayub was the guilty party. Drop downs to a deep square leg. The slip fielder vanishes, goes to short mid wicket. Plenty of activities in the field. India started well so far in the chase. Probably looked like a slow ball, and that deep square leg field had no chance. This is very good by Sai Sudarshan. Ends the over with a boundary. 5 gone, 45 for no loss.
The Asia Cup 2023, 30th August, when it all starts in Multan. Pakistan versus Nepal. Bangladesh play Sri Lanka at Kandy. The third match, Pakistan-India, that big match we're talking about. Bangladesh again go to Lahore. And just have another look at that. And Pakistan and Sri Lanka, the two venues used for the Asia Cup.
Spoke about Bangladesh-Sri Lanka game. Just like now, the rivalry has started in the commentary box. Shamim?
No rivalry here, mate. We're friends. You're trying to create something that's not true.
How can someone have a rival with you? You're such a lovely person. Just have some love to you, Shamim, always. Run out of chance. A direct hit would have been close. That was almost a suicidal run, but unfortunately for Pakistan, direct hit was needed and couldn't get it.
Yeah, 2 occasions when they seem to be getting a wicket, and both occasions due to the effort in the field. No direct hits, and if there were, look at this, just used short. 2 occasions, close calls.
Tayyip Tahir, the fielder, he scored 100. It's his day, missed out by a whisker. Slightly quicker, vacant mid-wicket area. 2 is the call. Just a single. This is very good. Sai Sudarshan being really busy. The bound is not to be there. Gets a single.
You can be overawed by the scoreboard pressure with the amount of runs you're looking at. But these two have made it look so very simple. Just not taking any kind of risk. Playing the ball to its merit. And Pakistan were 42 without loss. So India 5 runs ahead at this stage. They can't just compare that and feel that they're well on the way. Just need to keep their cool and be a little selective.
In definitely better batting conditions. Firing down the leg side. Wicket-keeper Harris had no chance, and 5 runs it is. And brings up the 50 for India.
Well, they love the way, the manner in which they got to the 50. Just drifting down the leg side. You can feel Qasim Akram under a bit of pressure, just trying to spin the ball in. Instead, it's going down the leg side, way down the leg side.
Just got to keep the cool, the Pakistan attack. At the moment, I feel like they're clumsy in the field and look panicked. And the 2 Indian openers are all at ease, going through the motions, playing the ball on its merit without any risk. Come down the track and over extra cover. This is good batting. Ends the 6th over with a boundary. 6 gone. 56 for no loss.
Pakistan put up a huge score of 352 in their 50 overs. And Tahir got a brilliant 100 for them. Farhan got 65. Saim got 59. 2 wickets each for Angargekar and Parag. And a strong reply from India, 56 without loss. False shot of the fielder. I got Sana Mir with me in the com box. Good evening, Sana.
Good evening, WV. What a contest we are having. Till now, India A with the counter punt. Very good delivery from Arshad Iqbal. Surprised the batter.
Surprised by the pace there on the occasion side. Sudarshan, current run rate is 9.08. This is a stiff chase, no doubt. One of the ways to approach this chase is to break it down into 3 parts. First part of 15 overs and then the second part of 15. Target 100 runs each in these phases. And then the last 20 overs, look at the remaining 150 odd runs.
And when you see India A batting, it does feel like that they have done that. They have looked at ease, didn't seem to overhit the ball, just timed it well, aided with some not so good fielding from Pakistan. But overall, right on the money.
Yes, that's one thing we've seen. Pakistan can be tardy on the field, and when the pressure is built on them towards the middle of the game, they can succumb. Nicely bowled.
And what Sai Sudarshan does really well, he played this delivery very well also, but he covers the stumps. He takes the middle stump guard and almost covers the stumps, and that's why you have to be very accurate as a bowler to not give him any room. Excellent delivery, excellent bouncer from Arshad Iqbal.
Especially the length, because he's already covered the stumps. Anything short of length, he whips it from outside the off stump towards mid-wicket. We saw him do that in the previous over too. Was it the neck? The keeper thinks so, but the umpire is keen on seeing where the ball was. He was keen to see if the ball had touched the helmet.
Mohammad Haris has to cool himself down. He gets really excited about all these celebrations, and in the process hopefully has not given 5 runs away.
Just survived by a whisker. It rolled very close to the helmet. Oh, hardly anything there. As a captain, he's got to try and ensure he keeps his wits about himself and doesn't get too excited, because you can so easily get distracted if you get excited yourself. Whipped away straight to the fielder.
Excellent bowling from Arshad Iqbal. Understanding how Sai Sudarshan is covering the stumps and giving very little area for Arshad Iqbal to operate with the line and the length. This over has been really good. 5 dots.
Yeah, that's the line you need to bowl at him. You can't provide him with, because he's playing shots of the same line on both sides of the wicket. He's crunching it through the offside, and then he's also whipping it towards mid-wicket. These two left-handers have been in good form for India A. And talking about the chase and the approach from India A, The middle order batters are all good runners between the wickets. This is a huge outfield. So there will be a lot of opportunities for twos.
And the fielding will play a huge role in this match.
Taken on the full, and he will get a boundary. Not really timed well enough, but there was enough bat on it. Boundary to end the over. India A 60 without loss.
Change bowler, right arm down to you. Chalo, back here, cholo.
Comprehensive passage to the final for the India A side. Comfortable victories in the earlier games. They were tested a bit by Bangladesh in the semi-final, but they crossed that hurdle. Will they cross this one here at the Premadasa in the final? Fresh over from the off spinner. Talking about the outfield, you will see it's really a big field. 70 meters all round, and this was the last ball of the previous over.
And that's what I'm saying. He creates that line in length, covered the stumps, made Arshad Iqbal bowl that Yorker, attempted Yorker, which he was not able to execute, and then he's such good balance that he didn't fall, the head didn't fall, and right into the gap.
I suspect it was an effort to try and York him, hoping that the left-hander overbalances himself, but he was up to it.
And when you see it from the front, just look at that head position and covering the stumps.
Good ball, single now, yeah, single now.
They've been very composed here, both of them. Look at the comparison here. Pakistan A were 49 without loss. Even though we were surprised by the approach they took. There was some brutal hitting, no doubt, but still India A are way ahead at this stage.
And they've played cricketing shots. We haven't seen a lot of power, but a lot of timing.
Good ball. Aja.
Down the ground, he will get a single. This is good batting. They're not really looking to manufacture shots here. They're responding and playing a conventional mode of cricket here, both these openers.
And Mubassir Khan, he's bowling well. This over from this end has been much better. Finishes off with just 2 runs of the over after 8, 62 for naught.
A powerful 100 from Tahir powered Pakistan to 352 for 8 in their 50 overs. India were set 353 obviously, and it's a great response from them. Both these openers have got off to a very confident start. They've been emphatic as well. 62 without loss. It's from now on the challenges start for the batters, because the ball is slightly older. It may not come on to the bat as it did in the first 8 overs.
Absolutely. And they've got 2 more spinners that have not been used. The left arm Mehran Mumtaz and the left arm spinner, wrist spinner Sufyan Mukim. His spell is going to be very crucial in this chase. He was very instrumental against Sri Lanka in the semi-finals.
They should look at working the ball around and picking up a lot of 2s here. Nicely played away. Pakistan looked to indulge in power hitting, which they were successful in doing so. But India needs to realize that they've got athletic cricketers. They can run well between the wickets. And these are big boundaries, and we saw some Pakistani fielders not really that quick.
So many different ways to get to 350. You can use power, you can use running between the wickets. Pakistan in the middle were great with the running between the wickets. Even Tayyib Tahir and Mubassir Khan, they looked really well. But it's all about who holds the nerve. At the moment, Pakistan fielding needs to lift up a little bit.
Nick and Joes will come out next. Hopefully he'll come a lot later.
Doesn't seem so.
Oh, what have I done here? Sai Sudarshan going for a pull shot. It's a skyer to the keeper. Beaten by real pace was Sai Sudarshan. Iqbal it was who surprised Sai Sudarshan with that well-directed bouncer.
And there's a check for the front foot no ball. Arshad Iqbal has been guilty of that once before. But he has bowled really well.
Think he should be all right. Looks like some part of the foot is behind the line. These are such close calls.
Important is when the heel touches the ground, right here. That's the important part. When you see it right here, when the foot is landing, that's the important part. Just a little bit foot behind that crease, and he should be all right.
It's deemed a fair delivery. Sai Sudarshan has to walk back. It's deemed a fair delivery. Sai Sudarshan has to walk back to the pavilion. Dismissed for 29, and India A lose their first wicket at 64. He's played a good hand here, good contribution. But this is how he was dismissed.
It's a huge wicket. Sai Sudarshan was the centurion. Easy catch for Mohammad Haris. Arshad Iqbal has really bowled his heart out. Sai Sudarshan, a very well made 29. India A 64 for 1.
Nick and Joes has walked out to bat at number 3. He's also been in good nick. There's some discussion going on there between the third umpire and a member of the Indian support staff. Sai Sudarshan is still in the field of play. He needs to cross that line and go. That's exactly what the third umpire was telling Sai Sudarshan. That's it, mate. Let the play continue.
Arshad Iqbal really deserved that wicket. He built it up in the last over. Nick and Joes, he has been amongst runs for India A up till this point.
Yeah, he suppressed him with a bounce in the last over as well, did Iqbal, and he's got his rewards here. Extra bounce on that occasion. And Sai Sudarshan is going for an aggressive shot as well. Didn't get on top of the bounce. He is playing underneath the bounce. That's because the ball bounced a lot more than he expected it to.
And what he has done really well is keep Sai Sudarshan quiet in the last over. Just one boundary, otherwise very tight lines.
A slip in place for the new batter. Runs it down off the mark straight away.
Arshad Iqbal, tall fast bowler. 5 wickets for him in the semi-final against Sri Lanka. This time provides the first breakthrough for Pakistan A in the important final against India A. Easy catch for Mohammad Haris.
He couldn't have timed it better because Pakistan needed a breakthrough, because it looked like the openers are really gaining ascendancy there.
Absolutely, and Sai Sudarshan was looking comfortable in all the bowlers that were used, 3 bowlers, but the last over, Arshad Iqbal, like you pointed out, surprised him with the bouncer. After that he looked a little uncomfortable, otherwise he was looking $1 million.
It's important for the bouncers to be well directed, and they need to be quick as well.
And Abhishek Sharma, he uses the crease really well also. He also covers the stumps. So because of that, your skill level as a new ball bowler will be really tested. Anything a little wide, a little short, will be turned into a bad delivery.
Yes, it's impressive the pace Iqbal is working up on this track. It's a sluggish track and it's not really going after pitching. But to surprise the batters of Sai Sudarshan caliber is really good. Thudding onto the bat on that occasion. 65 for 1, India A. India A chasing a target of 353, 65 for 1. They lost the wicket of Sai Sudarshan. He was picked up by Iqbal in the previous over. A change in bowling coming up. Mubasir is introduced into the attack. Mehran Mumtaz, it is. Correction, left arm spinner.
Last over for the public. Last over. 1-1.
There is a man out in the deep. It's a good field set this for the left arm spinner. The mid-on is inside the circle, so they're challenging the batters to play across the line.
And Arshad Iqbal really set up the wicket for Sai Sudarshan. The first bouncer surprised him, and then very good line and length. Kept him quiet. He attempted few different shots. And after that, that important wicket. Good setup.
Yeah, there's no half-hearted measures when you're bowling bouncers. You've got to really give in a lot of effort. It was worth it in the case of Iqbal.
Good ball, good ball, good ball.
Mehran Mumtaz, he has been added in the Pakistan lineup. He did play the match against India, the group stage, but against Sri Lanka, Ahmad Bhatt, the medium pace all-rounder, was playing. So good addition on this pitch. Extra spinner for Pakistan.
Generally, Sana, all the decisions are only judged at the end of the day, after the match is over and the result has been achieved.
It's about the process. You read the pitch, you read the opposition. We saw Bangladesh with the left arm spin giving problems to India. So the decision, the process is right. Result, that's in no one's hand.
Nicely nudged away, waiting for it to come on to him. Not in a hurry to close the face of the bat, making Jose.
And the wicket, like you said, came at a very good time for Pakistan, because now, at this stage, Pakistan was 62 for naught, India 68 for 1. So the difference in runs is becoming less. Required run rate also, almost 7.
Yes, it's more or less close to each other, the current run rate and the required run rate. So not much of difference there either. It's been a good start from Mehran, the left-arm spinner.
He needs to finish well. We have seen boundaries of the last ball on many occasions in this game, both in the Indian bowling lineup and here.
Good stop that. End of the over, 69 for 1, India A after 10. That's the end of power play 1. If you look at the comparison, the scores are level. India has lost a wicket in the first power play, but Pakistan were 69 without loss. And India need 353 to regain the emerging Asia Cup. The umpire signals the start of the second power play. Abhishek Sharma is on strike. Wasim is introduced into the attack. He can also be a handful in terms of pace. Upish, but no fielders in the region.
And this has been the story of the power play. Pakistan using the spinners up front. Initially it didn't work as both the batters dispatched the bad balls away. Arshad Iqbal into the attack. He went for an expensive first over. Both the batters looked in complete control until Arshad Iqbal got the important wicket of Sai Sudarshan. Set him up really well, and that was the delivery that saw the back of Sai Sudarshan.
Yeah, this is something both these batters need to do, and also the batters to follow need to do. Working the ball around, keeping the scoreboard moving, and that's how they're going to ensure that the required run rate does not climb up.
And that's the setup. Short pitch delivery, couple of really good short ones near his body. Didn't give him any room, made him play different shots, and this time outbounced him.
Change of angle for the left-hander coming from round the wicket. He's looking to punch through the offside. He placed that shot well. But because there's not enough bounce on the surface, he's not able to time those shots and find the gaps.
And I do feel Mohammad Wasim Jr. was creating an angle from over the wicket. Maybe a gully added there and continue from that angle. Because from this angle, he might stray down onto the leg side.
Yeah, there are two ways of looking at it. If he bowls from over the wickets, he can angle the ball across. If he's coming from round the wicket, he can curtail the room that he might provide otherwise. Rian Parag would be one of the key batters here for India A. He can get runs at a quick pace.
And Yashdol, definitely the captain. He has really played some captain's knock throughout this tournament. Very impressive. Mohammad Wasim Jr. also learning from the mistakes from the previous games. And against Nepal, he bowled really well, got 4 wickets. This was down the leg side. But good catch from Mohammad Wasim, this time inside edge. That's the line and length you want. Extra pace, which Nepal batters were not able to handle. And some extra bounce as well.
Yeah, he's strong, he's quick. And he's willing to put the effort every time he runs into bowl. That's played away. It'll be picked up by the sweeper. Just a single to end the over. 73 for 1 after 11 overs, India A. This is a summary. Pakistan put up 352 on the board, helped by 100 from Tahir and half centuries from Farhan and Sam. And India in replay are 73 for 1 of 11 overs. They need another 280 runs to win this game and regain the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. It's a tall order, but it's not impossible.
Definitely, Pakistan has done half the job really well. 250 on the board, 250 plus. Now it's up to their bowling and their fielding. Now after the first wicket, they have got back quite well. And that's a good looking shot. Another chance in the field. The short cover. Again, it was gone through the fielder.
Interesting the way he chose to flick the ball back. One would have felt that he would have used his left hand to do that, but he went cross-legged and he does well to do that.
Excellent effort by Qasim Akram. It was running fast to the boundary.
This is good stuff. This from the left-arm spinner, Mehran. He's bowling a stump-to-stump line.
A lot of support for the Indian team here in the crowds. Definitely they want a good match, and till now they are getting a very good game of cricket.
Doesn't find the gap. Nick and Jose on that occasion. Yes, whenever these two sides play, you will have a lot of supporters for both the sides. 31 dot balls this innings so far.
Good boy, good boy.
He's making the batters hurry, is Mehran. Not giving any time at all for them to go big.
Absolutely, and Nick and Joshi, he swings hard, wants to hit it hard, so change of pace from spinners are going to be very crucial against him. Using the variation, which Mehran has done really well in this over. No boundary yet. He got away with this one. Mehran again, not a very good delivery to end the over, but results in a dot ball after 12, 76 for 1.
Look at what's coming up as far as the Asia Cup is concerned. 2023 gets underway on the 30th of August. Talk about that in a moment. That's a cracking shot by Nick and Jose. That's a welcome boundary for India. Much required at this stage. As Fariz Maroof joins me in the hot seat.
Beautiful shot by Nick and Jose. The short dig in by Mohammad Wasim Jr. Anything short in this pitch, we found out in the first innings as well, is sitting up very nicely to the batters. Now all they want to do is get some bat and find the gap.
Got a handy half century. Nick and Jose. This time around there's an appeal and it's been given. Taken by the keeper behind the stumps. The initial appeal I thought was a subdued one for a leg before, but it was high on the bat. Maybe a hint of inside edge or glove. And well, he's just trying to say that it just came off the thigh pad. There wasn't any bat on it. That's what Nick and Jose is trying to say.
I reckon, watching that in a replay, Nick and Jose was spot on. Unfortunately for India, when things goes wrong, it goes terribly wrong. And Mohammad Wasim Jr., the previous ball went for a boundary, was hitting the deck hard but slightly fuller, and getting rid of Nikin Jose was very, very unlucky to go for 11. India 80 for 2.
The second wicket going down for India A, and that brings the captain, Yash Dhol, out into the middle at number 4. A big 100 to start this tournament when he got 108 in a match-winning effort. Look at his list A career numbers, averaging close to 43, 386 runs in 11 matches before this. And he's come in at a crucial juncture. Before the start of this match, in this tournament, he was India A's leading run getter with 195 runs. And his knock here is going to be crucial in this run chase.
A good first ball by Mohammad Wasim Jr. He's tailing in to the right hand. This was Nikin Jose, very unlucky. And Abhishek Sharma, the non-striker's end, he cannot believe it. And he gets a shock of his life. And Rudy Pradhan honestly had a very good tournament so far, but that occasion unfortunately didn't get it right.
Wants the single, and he'll get it. Now it's the captain and his deputy who are out there in the middle. Yash Dhol, the captain, Abhishek Sharma, the vice captain of this India A unit. But again, let's take a look at this wicket again. Didn't pick the right length to try and play the pull shot. That being said, was there something there?
Yeah, the previous delivery went for a boundary, was much more shorter and it sat up to the batsman, but this was slightly fuller. Nikin Jose probably was premeditated. Everything short of the length he would have been taking on.
Just another single. Now the right-hand, left-hand combination is something that the bowler has to adjust to.
Until these two are in the field, the captain, vice captain. This is the side-on angle, getting deep into his crease. Very hard to say it from that angle, but clearly from the front angle, the picture was quite clear.
End of a wicket taking over for Wasim. It's 82 for 2. India A in the final, trying to chase a massive 353. Got off to a good start, got 69 in that power play. The first 10 overs, did lose the wicket of Sai Sudarshan in that 9th over. The opening stand of 64 did raise hopes for strong challenge from this India A batting unit, but now in a spot of bother at 82 for 2. Dhruv Jurel, he's there in the middle order as well. There's Riyan Parag in this batting order for India A. They do have the batting lineup and the wherewithal. Look at the comparative scores. Now Pakistan A at this stage 4 ahead. They hadn't lost a wicket, remember.
Now wickets in hand is the secret to chase down any score. Mehran didn't play the last game, comes back into these all-important finals He'll have his work cut out, especially against Abhishek Sharma.
Good ball, good ball, good ball.
Worked away for a single. This is clever batting. You've got to try and rotate the strike. If boundaries don't come by or you've lost wickets, look for those big shots, but look at rotating the strike. But the left-hander on strike, they just had that boundary rider at sweeper cover. Now, with Yash Dhol on strike, the right-hander on strike, the field's a lot different. They'll have the fielder at deep square, but they'll have a couple of boundary riders on the offside. Look at that, long offs back. They've got protection in the deep at sweeper cover as well. They drop long on back as well, because they know Yash Dhol can play those wonderful drives down the ground.
Well ball, well ball.
Attacking the stumps, pushing it through quicker.
Mehran Mumtaz has to slow things down, especially against Yash Dhol. Not give him any pace. Yash Dhol is looking for something quicker and fuller. That's much better. The line is better, the pace is better. Only have to create the doubt with one ball turning away, and then batsman all of a sudden you can't trust when it's coming with the angle or with the arm or he's going to turn. That's where the doubt comes in and the half-hearted strokes comes out.
Look at his numbers for this series. 195 runs before the start of this match. He's made 2 here. So 197 in all. That includes that big 100. He got 108 not out. Got a 66 against Bangladesh A in the semi-finals. He's only been dismissed once in the tournament.
Match-winning knock against Bangladesh in that semi-final. What a fantastic knock when the wickets were falling around him. Held the innings together and got a decent scoring. A similar innings is needed from Yash Dhol if India to have any chance of winning this game.
Pulled away, and that should run away to the fence for 4, bisecting the 2 boundary riders. That'll ease the pressure. They've got 6 from the over, 88 for 2. Nishant Sindhu to the right of your screens. To the left is Dhruv Jurel, the attacking wicketkeeper batsman. And they're not the only ones to follow. Remember, there is Rayan Parag in that lineup. And they do bat deep, do India A. Remember, when you look at Rajvardhan Hangargekar, he can bat at one point in time in age group cricket. Story goes that he used to be a frontline bat before he started focusing on fast bowling. They look for that quick single and get it easily. Yash Dhol took off the moment he played that ball, wanting the run.
Abhishek Sharma, last ball of the previous over. It was a freebie down the leg side, and the fielder was up at square. He just had to get the elevation right, which exactly what he did. This is what Pakistan A bowlers cannot afford to do, to gift boundaries early on as well as end of the over. With Wasim Jr. bowling well, bending his back, getting some tail into the right-handers, away from the left-hander. The bowler from the other end got to keep it tight and give the chance to Mohammad Wasim, who's bowling well.
Sliced away. There is so much talent in this India A lineup. And again, when you talk about Abhishek Sharma, you feel that he's got time to play his shots. Very talented left-handed batsman.
Yeah, very steady head position. That's what he does, and gets deep into the crease, and he has plenty of time to play the quick bowlers. That's a hallmark of a good opening batsman. Not committing himself in the front foot, playing the ball on its merit. Whereas Yash Dhol from the other end is looking to punch down the ground with hard hands. That's the difference between those 2 players.
Pushed away. They wanted the single. In fact, would have been trouble had they gone for it. Interesting. When you talk about Abhishek Sharma, he's really just prodigious talent, and Yash Dhul, no less.
The previous delivery, Yash Dhul just coming at the ball. That's the difference among these two players. Abhishek Sharma sitting back and waiting for anything short, anything full with a good head position, whereas Yash Dhul is trying to punch down the ground everything.
Or driven. Well fielded. That's a good effort from Tayyab Tahir, doing well. He's spent a lot of time out there in the field in the afternoon, or the early evening, should I say, when he got that 100.
Beautiful shot by Yash Dhul, man in form. Nice high elbow, just couldn't get the gap right. And Tayyab Tahir, he has had a field day today. Batted for so long under this heat, never easy, throwing himself.
Look at those numbers for Abhishek Sharma. At 87 versus Nepal. Just 13 short of what would have been another list A 100 for him. Now, this is his second highest score of this series. But remember, he's got starts in every match. Now, in a contest like this, it's a big final. This is where you expect him to carry on and get a big knock. Sliced away, and that will get to the fence for 4.
Erring in line this time, Mohammad Wasim Jr. To the left hand, he has been quite straight, but this occasion, the length was good. It's attacking length, but the line was just outside the yaw stump. It's a good line for a batter who has come new to the crease, but someone who has spent so much time in the middle just has to get some bat and find the gap, and the pace of Mohammad Wasim will do the rest for the batter.
We've got 7 off this over, 1 ball still remaining. He goes for the short ball. So with the single, it's 8 that they managed to get. 15 gone, 96 for 2. It's not just about how well you start, it's about what happens in these middle overs as well, especially when you're chasing 353. Because in the middle overs, remember, there was a stage where Pakistan got from 200 to 300 in double quick time in just about 10 and a half overs. So that's where India need to, one, keep in the hunt as far as the asking rate's concerned, not fall behind too much, but then also maximize those middle overs.
I think this is where the game will be lost or won for Pakistan. Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, who bowled really well against Sri Lanka. Picked up a couple of important wickets in the middle over where Sri Lanka was going nicely, chasing 323. If he could start well against these two set batsmen, that will be in handful.
It's just been played away nicely. It's a long chase for the boundary rider. Wasim's just bowled an over, and then he's had to cover some serious ground at the boundary rope to cut off that 4. 2 more.
Real athletic work by that big fast bowler. He's definitely a live wire in the field, puts so much effort into his bowling. A captain's delight.
Cut away again. It's a chase for Wasim one more time, but coming back to Abhishek Sharma, I think he's got his task cut out. He's got a 42 ball 100 in list A cricket as Abhishek Sharma. He's just got prodigious amount of talent. He just needs to come good with the bat and hang in there with Yash Dhul. And of course Yash Dhul has shown he can bat across formats. Got a 100 in each of the 2 innings on his Ranji Trophy debut. Meanwhile, that single brings up the 100 for India A.
I heard a lot of about Abhishek Sharma playing for Sunrisers Hyderabad, and the mentor, one of the mentors for Hyderabad is a great Muthaiya Muralidharan, who rates him very highly. Someone that has a plenty of time to face the pace bowling is a secret. that he will possess going forward.
Punched away again. It just makes it look so easy. But I'm just wondering whether Wasim would be turning to his captain and saying, the ball's following me right now, Haris. Can you put me to a position, in a position where I don't have to chase the ball? I've just bowled a full over.
Yeah, he's better off getting him off the firing line. That's 3 times in 4 deliveries. And at the moment, he's hands on his knees.
Well, that's one way to tire out a fast bowler. Keep making him run in the outfield.
I keep saying, always fast bowlers got to do the hard work. Their match fee's got to be double. Put all the hard work, and they deserve it, don't they?
That's coming straight from the heart for Parvez.
Nice, good bowling.
50 for Abhishek Sharma. That's his second 50 in this edition of the tournament. And it's come in the final, where it matters the most. 16 overs gone, 103 for 2. And it's also time for a drinks break. The big final, where Pakistan, after being put into bat, put up a mammoth 352 for 8 in their 50 overs. Tayyip Tahir getting the 108-65 for Farhan. But in reply, India 103 for 2. Let's take a look at what happened in this innings. It was a good solid start by the two left-handers, Sai Sudarshan and Abhishek Sharma, putting on 64 for the opening wicket.
There's some nice stroke by both the elegant left-handers, especially Sai Sudarshan was looking really good and looking good for a big one. There was a full toss attempted Yorker, put away, and then a good bouncer almost caught at mid-wicket. This was a close to the glove, given not out, and a very good bouncer, right on the money. Led to the stroke, and Sharif ball was rewarded. This was King Josh was very unlucky, umpire ruling him caught behind. Of the thigh pad. Abhishek Sharma going on his merry way, brought up his half century as well for India A.
Sai Sudarshan's wicket was a big one, because he got a match-winning 100 against Pakistan A in the last group game of this tournament. Got that 104 not out, so getting his wicket was a big breakthrough for Pakistan A in this chase that India are trying to stitch together. Just placed away for a single. The initial call was for 2. In the end, they just settled for 1.
Yeah, after the drinks break, a change of angle by Wasim Jr. to the left-hander coming round the wicket, tucking him up. Definitely, the intention was for the second, but I don't think there was any chance of it. And Yashdol and Mohammad Haris doing the right thing, getting the mid-off, extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-on fielder straight to him, because he's trying to punch down the ground, everything.
Going down the leg side. He wanted the leg by there, did the India A captain, sent back by Abhishek.
Tailing down the leg side, easily could have missed the leg stump, and I think Yashdol would be kicking himself or missing out on a scoring opportunity with it just harmlessly going down the leg side.
The two boundary riders on the leg side for Yashdol. And I wonder if at some point of time in this over, you might just see Wasim try and bowl one shorter length delivery, try a bouncer against Yashdol.
It's very important he does it, because players like Yashdol, before they can settle in, they need to be driven apart. If not, if they get set, they've got so much strokes, easily can catch up later. Deep square leg, deep fine leg in place, has to be tested.
Upish, but over the infield and wide of that deep square leg fielder. A fumble may allow Yashdol to come back for two easily.
Myanmar, but the 12th man, slight misfield, no damage done. That wasn't short, that's just a drag down by Mohammad Wasim Jr. I've seen him before. When he digs in short, he can bowl that effort ball and surprise any batter.
He did surprise Yashdol on this previous delivery. A little unsettled by the slightly extra bounce that Wasim got off a length. Luckily got it. Well, we've got some of the players from the senior team in the VIP box there, up in the VIP stands. They've got, of course, the test series, remember, that's going on with Sri Lanka to Pakistan.
Shaheen Shah Afridi looking relaxed before the all-important test match starts tomorrow, Sri Lanka Pakistan. He'll be eyeing this big game coming very soon from Kandy, the central of Sri Lanka, the hill station. Pakistan versus India, the greatest rivalry will continue. The first game in that group.
Of course, we can get to see that rivalry again. Shaheen Shah Afridi versus Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Babar Azam. They'll all be there. 17 gone meanwhile. It's 106 for 2. That's the grouping in the Asia Cup 2023, which gets underway from the 30th of August. Pakistan and India drawn in the same group in Group A, and they'll be facing off on the 2nd of September in Kandy in Sri Lanka. And Shaheen Shah Afridi, well, he'll be in action. What kind of a contest can we expect when he comes up against the likes of Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill?
Shaheen Shah Afridi with the new ball up in Kandy. If he bowls under lights, the ball is going to swing. And that's a big competition between Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. I'm not going to miss out that spell, especially if it's in the evening. Up in Kandy, it does swing. And if it does, there's no better component than Shaheen Shah Afridi to find some swing and some pace.
Well, he'll be in action for Pakistan tomorrow. The test match, the second test that gets underway against Sri Lanka. Any which way taken a 1-0 lead in the test series of Pakistan, having beaten Sri Lanka at Gaul in the first test. Edged, an overslip, and that might run away to the fence. It will. It's 4 for Yashdol.
Fortune favours the brave this time. Yashdol trying to go over mid-wicket. It's vacant, it's inviting, and he took the invitation. went against. It's a wrong one by Sufyan Mukim. As they say, when the luck goes your way, it goes your way completely.
That's the first boundary for the India A captain. His shadow practicing what he wanted to do. Lucky reprieve. Down the ground. More assured. One bounce and over. Boundaries in contrasting fashion for Yashdol.
I wonder, this delivery, Yashdol was trying to go over mid-wicket, and last moment he thought, nah, I'm going straight. Maybe it's a wrong one. Didn't want to go against the turn and just extended his forearms, and it was one bounce boundary. Just to show the timing belt this young man has it, and the awareness. The last moment to change his stroke just goes to show what a quality player we have in hands.
Long on, long off, both back at the fence, and he still took it on. Doesn't get the timing right this time around. Captain of the under-19 side that won the under-19 World Cup back in 2022.
Good bowling, Shabash, thoda dur.
That would have hurt the big toe. Doing the right thing, trying to go straight, mid on, mid off, which is long off, long on at the moment. Quite wide. Was it outside edge? Was it close to the stumps? Mohammad Haris can't believe it. This time it's much quicker by Sufyan Mukim.
He's still wondering how did that miss the bails. Let's look at it from the side angle. Saved by a whisker. Maybe was it just off the edge of the bat as well?
Good bowling, good bowling.
And he survived there. A very close call a couple of deliveries ago. Yashdol, he retained strike. 18 gone, 116 for 2.
Coming round. Kazim, पीछे जाओ, इधर आओ. उधर.
116 for 2, India A after 18 overs. Dool looking to shift gears here. Abhishek Sharma doing nicely. He's completed his second half century of this edition of the Emerging Asia Cup.
One naked boys, one naked here.
Dool was looking to go big against left-arm Chinaman bowler Mukim, and this time he rocks back onto the back foot and dispatches it to the boundary. He's not going to be pottering around there. He's going to be looking to play shots.
Yeah, he's looking very positive, Yashdol. Look at the way he manufactured this. Just seemed to be a tough little cramp for space. Despite that, with a swivel round, a little off balance, but knew exactly where he's going to put it.
This time through the offside. He'll be picked up by the sweeper.
Back up.
I'm impressed by the way he picks the length so quickly, does Yashdol.
Just a hint of shortness in that last delivery. Maybe didn't get the opportunity to place it in the proper area, but still the intentions are pretty clear here. Abhishek Sharma doing well with 52 of 46, looking very comfortable. Look at the difference. Oh, Pakistan A 123 for 1, 121 for 2, even Stevens.
Stroked away. They will pick up a single. A lot of misfields from the Pakistani side. Abhishek Sharma provided a good start here for the India A. Usual elegance, languid fluidity there from him. And this one going over the top, making room for himself. And then playing the full shot too, to good effect. And back line, Yashdol picks up a single.
Feel Yashdol is trying to take on the bowlers. Even the last delivery, he was dancing down the wicket, exposing his intention a little too early for the bowler to just pull it back, put it short, not allow him to go through with the shot.
in the air, but it is in the gap. I was really curious to see if Yashdul will come at number 3, because he's been in good nick and he's also capable of playing big knocks, and he's got very good temperament. He's anchored many an innings for his state and zone side, but he stuck to his usual number 4. End of the over, 124 for 2, India A after 19 overs. Just the small numbers separating both the sides. Pakistan were 127 for 1, India 124 for 2. And we got a contest in our hands. Mukim starting another over. Spread out field for him. 2 boundary riders on the onside. In fact, it's interesting to see that he's got 2 and 2. He's got a sweeper, he's got a long off, he's got a long on, deep mid wicket. And for the right-hander, it still stays 2-2. And Yashdul was looking to play him down the ground.
Nice.
And whenever a batter looks to play down the ground, straight over the bowler's head, the odds are with him.
I think the positive approach have dictated the placement of the fielders. Straight away, just look at the field just behind square on the offside. Now, it's up in the air, but it's going to fall safe. Must have had his heart in his mouth for a while there.
Just the chip over the inner circle there. Dool has to watch out here, because a hint of the bat turning towards long on as you're shaping to play that shot. And a lot of wrong ones is being bowled by Mukim. And there's a slip in place as well. Not for the left-hander, but for Dool. Goes big and he gets good hold of it. And it's the first 6 of the chase. Comes from Abhishek Sharma.
What a superb strike that is. Just goes for the slog sweep. Front foot forward to the pitch of the ball. He knew straight away, as soon as it hit that, he had the power to take it over. That's a big, long 6. Could have been 6 in any ground in the world.
Yeah, he didn't give the impression that he was looking to go big, but suddenly launched himself into that. 50 partnership comes up with that 6. 52 or 44 deliveries.
Yes!
Oh! Straight into the hands. A loose delivery fetches the wicket here. The lucky break that India did not want to happen.
Yeah, just the ball. His eyes lit up the shortness of the ball, and he's playing with the turn. It just could not keep it. Sliced it. A good catch taken. The ball was dying on time, and he's elated. That is excellent. Big wicket. They're back in the game. Just when the things were going smoothly for the Indian team, they lose Abhishek Sharma, caught by Tahir of Mukim for 61. It's 132 for 3.
Mukim picks up a wicket at right time for Pakistan. Dismisses the half century in Abhishek Sharma. He was hit for a 6 of the previous delivery, and that is why Sindhu has walked out to bat at number 5. Capable batter. The average may not suggest so, but he is a capable batter. Short ball, cut away, but straight to the fielder. And Tahir does well to stay low and then dive at the right time, get his fingers underneath the ball. Whenever a cut shot is played, the ball will curve a little bit. That's the reason the fielders need to be staying low. Otherwise, they would make a hash of it. End of the successful over from Mukim. 132 for 3, India A after 20 overs. This is a comparison, nothing much in it, but India lost 2 wickets in the 10 overs between 11 and 20. Abhishek Sharma was the last batter to be dismissed. There's a little bit of needle going on there. Mubasir starts another over. The Indian skipper Yash Dole will get a single.
Now that they've got a wicket, they want to make sure that they don't give away any easy runs. We've seen some lapses in the field from the Pakistanis, and this is where they're going to tighten up. This is the wicket, just sliced it, getting a little carried away after hitting that magnificent 6. Just could not keep it down. Well judged catch. He did so well with the bat, and he's just doing the right things in terms of fielding.
Once again, we are having a look at Abhishek Sharma. You see the way the ball curls away and then dips on the fielder, but he does well to stay low and complete the catch.
And this is where some intelligent bowling will help the cause of Pakistan. Just ensure that no width is offered.
Not much of turn for Mubasir. That's the reason left-hander Sindhu is struggling a bit. He gets off the mark of a streaky shot.
Well, he'll take it every time you get off strike, whether it's in this manner through an inside edge or from the full face of the bat. You just get a little more comfortable with the runs on the board.
Nice, good bowling, good bowling.
Stroke down the ground, he will get a single. It's a good over this. Just 4 runs coming so far. S. Dool is back on strike. Required run rate is crept up to 7.44. And this is the prediction that he has on the onside for the right-hander, Dool. And he's bowling from round the wicket too. 3 boundary riders.
Good bowling.
End of the over. Dool will retain strike. 137 for 3, India A after 21.
Come on, boys.
Interesting. 4-3, 4-3, 4-3 is the split of overs bowled by the 6 Pakistani bowlers. A wicket each for Iqbal, Wasim and Mukim. This is an important phase here in the final of the Asia Cup. Really not picking him well enough is Dhul.
Leggies are difficult as it is to pick up. That's a good effort. Oh, we'll have to maybe have a look at that again, but the commitment was shown there as he chased the ball. It was a bit of a teaser. Umpires are going to have a look, do a little boundary check.
Farhan is the man chasing the ball. It does well. The football tackle employed there. I think he has pulled it back just in the nick of time. The only question is, as the foot touched the same time the ball was being flicked back.
Look what he did well. Initially when he slid, to ensure that his right leg was a little higher over the top of those boundary wedges. Then he flicked it back. Did his left leg slide in as he touched the ball? This will give us a better figure. Look at that right leg up, ensuring it's over the wedges. The fingers there, just pulling it back. I think he's done exceedingly well.
Ace saved a run. Dhul was shaping to play through the offside, and the ball turned back into him, went off the edge. He's got 3 runs for that.
Leggies are difficult to negotiate unless you read it off. Oh, hands on heads once again. Little lethargic in taking the runs. Got to be careful.
The keeper is really enthusiastic. He knows he has a chance, and he didn't collect the ball properly enough. Otherwise, it is a simple run out. He doesn't have control of the ball, but he's ripped the bails off. The skipper has to be a lot more composed.
I think an opportunity missed there. He was in a hurry to flick the ball back. In the process, lost it.
Long off will pick it up. Just a single. The India A side needs a few boundaries here now. Singles are fine, but they need to try and ensure that the required run rate does not creep up too much. Played into the cap. They will go back for the second.
Despite the fact maybe the boundaries are not coming on a regular basis, what they've done well is the rotation of the strike. Running has been good. They've converted 1s into 2s. On occasion, been a little risky and a little fortunate. So a few deliveries back.
Fuller length. Cramped him up. That's the reason he couldn't maneuver the ball. Hint of turn. They will get a single, and Sindhu will retain the strike. 145 for 3, India A. India won the toss and put Pakistan A into bat, and they were powered by 100 from Tahir, and that enabled them to reach 352 in their allotted 50 overs. And in reply, India A are 145 for 3. They need 208 of 28 overs. There's still a game on, but a lot of hard work needs to be done by India A here.
And if the Pakistanis can just tighten up on the fielding, this is one area that will force the batters to just try something out of the ordinary, take a few risks. Bowling has been accurate in the last 3 or 4 overs. The runs are drying out. Just feel something's got to give here, WV.
Yeah, the Pakistani spinners have darted the ball in. They've realized there's not much of deviation available for them from the surface. So they've not given time for the batters in the air. Mubasir bowling his 5th over. 6 bowlers used by the Pakistani skipper. And what they have also done well is that when they bowl quicker through there, they have not given width. They have not strayed in line. They've stuck to generally a stump-to-stump line, which has not provided too many opportunities for the batters to play big shots.
Absolutely, and that's where they have tied them up. And that last shot attempted was a bit of a desperation, just shimmying down the wicket. We saw in the Pakistani batting innings, and that was employed very well with a couple of the batters coming down the wicket. Haven't seen much of that from the Indians so far.
Dool and Sindhu are looking to keep the scoreboard ticking, and Dhruv Jurel is padded up and ready. He's having a chat with the physio. Played away fine, beats the fielder, and he will get a boundary. Good wrist work this from Yash Dool.
You just cannot afford to err in line. You play in the hands of the batters. It's a simple matter of whipping it away. Just down the leg side, and he just helps the ball on its way. Loose bowling, you pay the price for it.
And that boundary brought up the 150 for the India A innings. Has come off 22.5 overs, which means they are still in the hunt. Good flexibility. he was charging down the track in one direction, then he had to change direction. He does well, picks up a single, retains strike, does Dole. 153 for 3, India A. The two left-handers put up a good partnership for the first wicket, and then Nick and Jose got out quickly, and then Abhishek and Dool put up a 52-run partnership, and this one is worth 21 of 19. Mukim will continue. He picked up a wicket in the previous over, and he is capable of bowling those fuller length deliveries. He has demonstrated that. We saw Yash Dool charging down the track in the previous over, but the off spinner made him stretch quite a bit. I was referring to the flexibility, physical flexibility there.
Yeah, you need to have that, and at the last moment. But sometimes if you're sort of awkwardly placed, it might just twinge something. It might just give you a problem with some muscle pulls. But this is just kept on going away from him. Once again, misses it. Shake of the head.
Yes, he mixing it up really well here is Mukim. Generally bowling wrong ones to the right-hander. And he intersperses them with Chinamen.
I think at point of release, it's very difficult to detect with a left arm leggy. When he bowls the wrong arm, really, bat has to be focusing when he releases the ball, what it's doing. Difficult art, but he's doing it pretty well.
Nicely tossed up. Sweeper chasing it, and he will cut it off. Ball is following Mohammad Wasim today. He's got no respite. He's been sprinting away out in the deep.
Well, pace bowlers find it difficult, but Mohammad Wasim has done well. Look at this poor running between the wickets. They thought it was going for 4. You can't take anything for granted. At least 2 runs were on the cards there.
Nicely bowled. End of the over. 154 for 3 India A after 24 overs.
Man, oh man.
$199 required from here on in 26 overs. Yash Dole, the captain. Can he anchor this chase all the way through?
Good ball, good ball, good bowling.
Looking to rotate strike here, but ready to take guard. With me in the commentary box, welcome Sanamir.
Thank you so much. Definitely very well poised this game. At this point, Pakistan were 166 for 2, India 155 for 3. So little behind India in terms of runs and 1 wicket. But still not out of it at all.
I'm just thinking here, Sana, you look at the 30 over mark, and if India A get to 200 for 3 in 30 overs, 150 to get in the final 20 with 7 wickets in hand. And the amount of T20 cricket a lot of these youngsters in the India A side have played, you'd say they'll make a match of this.
Definitely, and in the end, but the only thing we have to really think about is the last 10 overs where 5 fielders are outside. When you see the spinners operating right now, they are much flatter because only 4 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Yes, and they've taken those 4 boundary riders, 5 inside the 30-yard circle. There's a fielder down at long off. Takes the catch. That's a very good catch that's been taken. And Nishant Sindhu will have to head back to the hut.
Brave bowling by Mubassir Khan. As we talk about the flatter trajectory, he gives flight. He dares to give flight. And Nishant Sindhu, he goes for it. The ball gripped a little bit on the pitch. And what a day for Tayyab Tahir. 2 really good catches and a century. Completes the catch on the boundary. He's really enjoying the day.
Yeah, he's just letting his teammates know that probably it's his day. Mubassir gets a wicket. And Sindhu's gone for 10. India A 157 for 4. The wicket-keeper batsman has walked out into the middle to join Yash Dole. Now it's Dhruv Jurel who comes in at number 6 for India A. Very capable batsman. We saw his exploits in the recently concluded IPL 2023. He's playing for the Rajasthan Royals. Played some very, very interesting and attacking innings in the middle order. He's capable. This series hasn't had much of an outing, just 22 runs.
Look at that strike rate, 146. So definitely capable. Yes, India did choose to even bat second against UAE. So their middle order has not had a go as such. That's why Jurel is here, because Mubassir Khan slowed the pace down and created a chance which Tayyab Tahir took with both hands.
And I think Nishant Sindhu will be disappointed, because this is the second time in 2 successive matches that he's holed out in the deep like this. Even against Bangladesh A in a semi-final, tried to force the issue, tried to hit down the ground, was caught in similar fashion.
And it's not an easy situation to bat because the required run rate is almost 8 runs and over, and you can't lose a wicket.
That's why you need to keep rotating strike as well. That's when the strike rate also comes into play. A wicket taking over from Mubasir's come to an end. 157 for 4. Can Yash Dhol and Dhruv Jurel put up an A-class performance for India A here to take them over the line?
That's exactly what's required of them. 158 for 4. This is the time where the mini collapse didn't happen for Pakistan, so they were cruising at 172 for 2. But they did recover after losing wickets.
Yes, it was around the same time, around the 27th over, when they, in a span of just 2 overs, lost 3 wickets for 4 runs, did Pakistan. Or driven beautifully. What a shot to open your account, Dhruv Jurel.
And these are the first 2 wickets. Sai Sudarshan, Arshad Iqbal really set him up really well. Easy catch for Mohammad Haris. And the second one was Nitin Josh. Not happy with the umpire's decision. Maybe there was a thigh guard.
Hit in the air. There is a boundary rider. And that is a big wicket. That is a big wicket for Pakistan A, because it is the wicket of the India A captain Yash Dhol. In the end, just playing a nothing shot, and he will be disappointed.
And Sufyan Mukim, the left-arm spinner, gets the better of the India A captain Yash Dhol. He didn't play the last game against India because he was saved as the trump card, and he's showing himself, proving himself to be one. Good catch in the deep by Saim Ayub. And the big wicket in this chase, Yash Dhol, he has to walk back for 39. Everyone knows the importance of this wicket in the Pakistan dugout as well. India A 159 for 5.
Rayan Parag walks out into the middle. At the halfway stage of the India A innings, they have lost 5 wickets, so half the side back in the hut. And at number 7, Rayan Parag's walked out now with the odds heavily stacked against the India A side.
1,320 runs. And Rayan Parag, he was amongst the action when Pakistan mini collapse happened in the middle. Now he has to rescue India A. Because of this superb bowling, Sufyan Mukim giving the flight, brave enough with just 4 fielders outside, getting rewarded. Good catch by Saim Ayub.
And in hindsight, Yash Dhol would be thinking, could he have gone a little harder at the ball in that shot? Because there was a boundary rider. It wasn't just about clearing the infield.
Or maybe targeting a different bowler, because Sufyan Mukim has been difficult to read for most batters.
He's got 2 wickets as Mukim got the well set Abhishek Sharma out. And then accounting for the captain of the India side, Yash Dole. 2 big wickets. Goes down the ground as Ryan Parag. Again, it's in the air. And this will fall safely. A couple of bounces and over. That's because mid-on was inside the 30-yard circle. Ryan Parag took his chances. 26 overs gone. 165 for 5.
Come on, boys. Zira.
Mehran is back into the attack, but this is what happened on the last ball of the previous over. Cracked away. Ryan Parag, what a clean strike. And again, he's not tried to hit it hard. He's just timed it and cleared the infield because he realizes there was no boundary rider there. Unlike what happened when Yash Dole played a similar shot.
1-1-1-1.
It's a single here. Does Dhruv Jurel. Let's go down now to Parvez Maroof and see who he's talking to.
Thank you, guys. I got the coach of the Pakistan, Mohammad Masroor. You must be a very relieved man after the partnership that Yash Dole and the other players had to get rid of Yash Dole.
At the moment, to be honest, bit pleased, but still the game is on. Both teams are fighting, young boys are fighting and enjoying the cricket at the moment.
And all I wanted to ask is, when the 2 Pakistani batters came into bat today, they look much freer. Any clear message that you passed on to the batters?
To be honest, they both were very attacking. They were in the shell because we had some practice, like we dropped Sabzada Farhan in one game, and the message was clear. It is the last game. Just play your natural game, nice and easy and free game.
And last game when you played India in the round robin, you were beaten comprehensively. And this is a redemption. And was there a bit of we need to win somehow?
I came to play the final, to be honest, and that game was a league game, and we have qualified for the semi-final, so we didn't go with the full strength, to be honest. That was our plan. We didn't play our Chinamen, and we didn't play Tayyab Tahir also. That was 2 surprises there, and they are doing their job.
And some of these players must be targeting the Asia Cup coming up and knocking on those doors, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's the selection committee. They have been looking very closely these games, and we got Haris, Wasim Jr. is with us, Umair bin Yusuf, Tayyab Tahir, Sabzada Farhan. They all are performing well, and hopefully we won the game, then that will be more easy.
Thank you very much, and rest of the game, good luck to you.
Thank you, Maroof.
Thank you, guys. Back to the combox.
Well, pulled away. And this is a confident looking shot from Dhruv Jurel. India A haven't thrown in the towel just yet. A boundary to end the over. 27 gone, 171 for 5. Well, there's a rivalry unfolding here in the final, but remember, in the Asia Cup that gets underway from the 30th of August, we had that great rivalry again to the fore. India versus Pakistan on the 2nd of September at Kandy, right here in Sri Lanka. Those 2 teams will be facing off against each other. Oh, there's a little, just seemed for a moment there was a little mix-up, but they managed to run hard and get 3.
Excellent running there. This was the last boundary of the last over. Short pitch delivery. Mehran Mumtaz, he needs to finish the overs well. The last ball sometimes is not the best of the deliveries.
Dhruv Jurel, look at what he did in the previous IPL, playing for the Rajasthan Royals side. Played some cracking innings. Strike rate over 150 in most of those innings. He's got the ability to score big and score quickly. And I think both those abilities will be required if India are to effect this run chase.
Definitely in the middle, someone will have to play innings that Tayyab Tahir played for Pakistan A. That's required of these 2.
Interesting point being made by the head coach of the Pakistani side that they saved up the trump cards for the final.
Absolutely. When Pakistan A were taking on India A in the group game, they didn't play Sufyan Mukim, who just got the wicket of Yashdol. They didn't play Tayyab Tahir, who scored 100, and Arshad Iqbal also, who got the first wicket, Sai Sudarshan. So definitely they were thinking about that match as not the most important one. Very important to strategize all these things as well.
Saved up those key players for the final. And so far, those trump cards have actually delivered.
Absolutely. That has really worked well for Pakistan A in the finals. But to be honest, in the semi-finals, I was a bit nervous because they were making a comeback. Tayyab Tahir got out on a very crucial time. And then Qasim Akram and Mubassir Khan batted well. So, of course, those things matter. But at this time, for the final, it's working really well.
Oh, beaten there. Oh, the keeper. With the reaction coming through from the bowler, just get a feeling whether there was an outside edge on that. 28 gone. 177 for 5. Creating a chance of the last delivery of the previous over. The left arm wrist spinner. Let's take a look at that opportunity once again.
Sufyan Mukim is bowling a very important spell. Look at that. The wrong one again. Muhammad Haris. The weight was already on the left foot. Not able to grab onto that one. But the chances are being created because it's a huge total on the board.
That could have been a crucial wicket at this stage, just when India are looking to resurrect the innings, and there's a hint of a partnership developing between Rayan Parag and Dhruv Jurel.
Absolutely, really nice release. The wrong one here. Muhammad Haris has taken a couple of catches on the seam bowlers. Tested, he will be tested, especially on Sufyan Mukim, who can turn the ball both ways.
Just seemed as if he was grabbing for it rather than... This could be a chance here. No. Drops in no man's land. Rayan Parag leading a charmed life for the moment.
That much luck India will need if they have to chase 350 plus. Mehran Mumtaz trying to go for that fuller delivery, ends up with a low full toss.
Both these batters, Dhruv Jurel and Rayan Parag, played for the same franchise. In the air, down the throat of the fielder, at long off. Mehran strikes, and Pakistan claim another wicket.
And Pakistan making inroads. Big wicket. Dhruv Jurel, who could have really impacted this chase, cannot anymore. It's Mehran Mumtaz with the ball and Sahibzada Farhan in the deep. Pakistan change of bringing another spinner, working really well in this final. Dhruv Jurel has to walk back for 9. India A 179 for 6.
Harshit Rana walks out into the middle. Fall of Dhruv Jurel's wicket, and suddenly you get a feeling that this run chase is derailing fast for India A. They were 132 for 2 in the 20th over, and now just kind of the train's gone off the track.
And this is where Tayyib Tahir and Mubassir played really well. The 6-wicket partnership for India, but it was not to be for India. Good bowling. There was a fielder in the deep. Dhruv Jurel wanted to go aerial, wanted to go for the maximum, but it didn't have the legs.
And this is where the question comes up, whether you want to take the game a little deeper. It's a 50-over contest, remember. We're just in the 29th over. Do you want to take the game deep? Do you want to take it past the 35th over? Even if it means it's scoring at 6 and over with the singles and twos, rather than trying to force the issue. A wicket-taking over has come to an end. 179 for 6. What's to follow in this India A batting lineup? There's Manav Sutar. He's got a strike rate of 125 plus. Rajvardhan Hangargekar can bat. He comes in at 10. And then there's Yuvraj Singh Dodia. I think they're losing their way here. And that was a big wicket of Yash Dhol that fell a couple of overs ago.
And it's Sufyan Mukim, the left-arm wrist spinner, with important wickets of Abhishek Sharma and Yash Dhol. Two very, very important wickets in the chase. Pakistan kept him away in the group stages.
Used him as the mystery bowler. The surprise weapon. Oh, didn't read that one. Did not read the googly.
He bowls the wrong ones really well. The flight is really good, and the line, length, everything's perfect.
Beating the outside edge again. It's just proving to be too good for Harshit Rana at the moment. 2 wickets for Mukim. Those crucial wickets of Abhishek Sharma and Yash Dhol.
And you have to give credit to the think tank of the Pakistan A team. They have unleashed him at the right time. Played an important role in the semi-final. In the final also, 2 important wickets.
That brings me to the point of the importance of a left-arm wrist spinner in the lineup.
And these are the 2 wickets. The first wicket, not one of the best deliveries. This time tossed up, brave bowling, I would say, as a spinner. Only 4 fielders on the boundary. Rewarded for the courage.
Now Harshit Rana said, I've seen enough. And he's hit that big and long for 6. Against the run of play. Harshit Rana opens his account with a 6.
A very good shot. Good looking shot from Harshit Rana. When he tried to defend, he couldn't read it. This is much better for him and for India A.
Is in his hitting arc. Pitched up a little further. And he's a big lad, Harshit Rana. Can talk the cricket ball a fair distance.
What Pakistan A did really well was the maximums. 13 maximums. And India A will definitely require some. After 30, 186 for 6.
Indian worm slightly drifting away from the Pakistan worm, losing wickets in regular intervals. But when it comes to the run rate, India A has maintained a decent one, more than 6 runs per over. But the problem has been losing wickets in tandem.
Yes, this is bound to happen when you're up against a stiff target such as this. Regular fall of wickets has not helped India A's cause. And full credit to the Pakistani spinners. There's not much of deviation on the surface like we saw on other nights, but still they've done well to stifle the Indian A batters.
Absolutely. Interesting to see how Riyan Parag goes by now. He has got Harshit Rana from the at number 8, a big hitter. Whether he'll trust Harshit Rana to score the runs and the batters to come. Manav Sutar, the big Hangarekar, who can hit the long ball. Very important that India does not lose hope. They keep fighting, 20 more overs to go. Just a matter of 2 batters getting swept. All you need from Nitish Rana is a quick fire 40 or a 50.
The important thing is that Riyan Parag should not throw it away now. He's got to have the belief that he can try and do something extraordinary if he stays till the end. And Riyan Parag's IPL record in 2023, strike rate of 118.2. The strike rate needs to be read with the aggregate and also the average. Anything on its own is not going to give you the right picture.
Rated very highly among the Indian domestic circuit as well as Rajasthan Royals, where he plays his cricket for in the IPL. Kumar Sangakkar saw in an interview, spoke a lot about young Parag. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful delivery to get it off a good batsman. And Mehran definitely sends off Riyan Parag.
That may well be curtains for the India A side. Riyan Parag comprehensively beaten and bowled by the left-arm spinner Mehran. Terrific delivery this. Riyan Parag shaping to play a defensive stroke was beaten by the turn, and he's delighted, is Mehran. Superb stuff this from the left-arm spinner. India A lose the 7th wicket at 188. Riyan Parag, the man, dismissed for 14.
The Pakistani supporters are elated. They are on a roll. 188 for 7 India A, chasing a mammoth score of 353. The last man out, Riyan Parag, got an absolute snorter of a delivery from Mehran, the left-arm spinner. Manav Sutar, the number 9 batter, can bat. It's all about maybe some pride now, isn't it?
Riyan Parag dismissed by Mehran. This is how it happened. Beaten by the turn, and it turned rapidly to the fist of the pitch, and he's delighted.
Just an all goodbye from the left-arm spinner. But that turned quick. That was the difference. I don't think Riyan Parag could have done any better. He played down the line and it was just a good delivery. It missed everything and hit the top of off-stump. A perfect bowler's delivery.
The ball is not turned consistently for the spinners. One odd ball is turned, and it was a case of that ball turning quite a lot and quite sharply and quickly too.
And this man has done a wonderful job. Picked up a couple of important wickets. And now he's into his 9th over. Mohammad Haris going for the kill. Slip in place. Mid-wicket vacant. Bowls the wrong one. And that's a massive hit. Exactly what India need Hitesh Rana playing his natural game.
He made an effort to work the ball around and look for singles, but he was beaten comprehensively on 2-3 occasions. Then he decided the best form of batting is to go big.
Quick correction, Harshit Rana. I'm getting too excited here watching sixers today. Gallo, exactly what he has to do. Just keep going. Forget about everything. Play the ball on its merit. If it's in your area, use those broad shoulders and try and pump it. Short mid-wicket fielder goes towards the cover point. Vacant short mid-wicket area. Outside edge, and this time Sufyan Mukim strikes with another wrong one.
He's bowled more of wrong ones to the right-handers, and that's the reason why he's beat the outside edge frequently. And on that occasion, he got the nick and there was a slip in place. Good captaincy and good work this off the edge, going straight to the slip fielder. Good work from the Pakistani skipper too in providing a slip to his Chinaman bowler.
Good old banter there. Harshit Rana gone for 13. India in trouble. 194 for 8, and it's time for some drinks. .352 for 8, but Pakistan A mustered, and in reply India A 194 for 8. Remember, India A won the toss and put Pakistan A into bat.
They got off to a good start, looking to chase down 353, but this was the first wicket to fall. Sai Sudarshan looking to play a full shot and getting out of the top edge, and then Nikin Jose falling a victim, playing the full shot too. He was not pleased, but he had to walk back to the dressing room. And this was Abhishek Sharma playing the cut shot into the hands of the point fielder. And then it was Nishant Sindhu going for a big one. And that was skipper Yash Dhul going big against the left arm Chinaman of Mukim. And this has been the problem. The spinners picking up wickets on a regular basis here. Rian Parag comprehensively beaten. Mehran was the man picking him up, and then Mukim once again finding the edge of Harshit Rana.
The spinners have done the bulk of the bowling, and they have made sure the run scoring have been difficult, especially this man Mukim. Even in the semi-finals, was a go-to man. Oh, it's nice in the ball again, a wrong one. And this occasion as well, 3 important wickets when it matters the most. The last delivery, it spun a lot.
He is looking to toss the ball up to the tail-enders and bowl slower through the air. He is not doing that for the top order batters. He was firing it in, bowling more of the wrong ones.
Too good for a number 10, isn't it? This occasion, Hangar Gekar picked it up and played through the line, and it's been the Asia Cup coming up, the senior one. Group A, Pakistan, India, Nepal, starting on the 30th of August. The first game between Pakistan, Nepal. Group B, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. The top two teams will go to the Super 4 and play each other once, and there's a high possibility that India and Pakistan could meet minimum once, maximum 3 times. How exciting is that?
Yeah, that means the tournament is really on fire.
Oh, wrong one again. Miss everyone. Mohammad Haris, the batsman, bamboozled by a brilliant Sufyan Mukim delivery. Brings up a boundary and ends over as well. 32 gone. India A 199 for 8. Pakistan versus India.
This greatest rivalry between the two sides will go into September as well. That'll be on the 2nd September, the Senior Asia Cup game. It is going to be played at Kandy. Angar Gekar on strike here against Mehran, the left-arm spinner.
Last ball of the previous over. Beautiful delivery by Sufyan Mukim, beaten everybody. The batsman, the wicket keeper, no idea. That's how well these youngsters have been bowling. Remember, Sufyan Mukim made his List A debut in this tournament. Brings up the 200 as well with that single earlier on. He has been very good and he is claiming his authority, putting his hands up in the senior selection as well.
Manu Sutar on strike. He can bat a bit, but it takes a lot more than bat a bit.
It's the damage control at the moment. Trying it there. Mehran giving some man, trying to bowl to the roughs. And that's how confident the spinners have been for Pakistan in picking up wickets in regular intervals. This is the schedule. August 30th is the first game, Pakistan versus Nepal up in Multan, and then Bangladesh Sri Lanka up at Kandy. The first game of Group B, and they're on the 2nd. That's a big one. Pakistan versus India in the hill country. The beautiful Kandy will be hosting the blockbuster event coming on the 2nd of September. Nicely bowled again, targeting the rough.
He's trying his best only to delay the inevitable now. They're disappointed. They had a good campaign coming into the final. Unbeaten side was the India A side. But then it all went haywire here. Pakistan amassed a score of 352 and in replay they're 200 for 8. 33 overs gone.
Sufyan Mukim bowling his last over. He'll be targeting his fifer. 5 more deliveries to do it. I think he's overdoing the wrong one. He needs to bowl a couple of the wrist spinners and then set the batsman up.
Yes, they'll also get used to it. He should have gotten used to it by now. He's got to get the ball back into the right-hander from around the off stump. That could perhaps fetch him a wicket here.
Absolutely. Perfect time for any spinner to come into bowl. So much runs to play with. That's right. That's better. That's the one which is turning back into the right-hander. I think Angarekar has a solid defense. He's probably eyeing the orthodox spinners, then targeting the wrist spinners, which is going to be tough work. The top order batters found it hard against Sufyan Mukim. Wrong one again, outside edge, agonizingly close to the slip fielder, but evading him and brings up a boundary for India A.
Angargekar was trying to jab at the ball, got a thick edge and the ball flew away at the edge. It was also due to the fact that Mukim bowls at a reasonably quick pace, and that's the reason the ball flew away to the boundary.
And naturally when you see the line, leg stump, you want to work it across to mid-wicket, and that's where not only the late order batters, even the top order batters found wanted, even in the semi-final against Sri Lanka. Now, this is good stuff by young man Mukim. Another long one, beaten all ends up. This is brilliant.
He'll be happy. He's done extraordinarily well in the matches that mattered, the semi-final and the final. He's picked up 3 wickets here, and he's made an impression, most importantly.
Absolutely, has definitely made an impression. And remember, he only made his list-A career in this championship and finishes off with an absolute peach. Unfortunately, there's no edge to be taken. 34 gone, 204 for 8. The Asia Cup Senior one, which awaits us. Group A, Pakistan, India, Nepal, a blockbuster. In the Group B with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, only 2 teams goes through and becomes a Super 4 in the second round, and every team will play each other once and then determines who plays the final. 30th August is the day it's going to start. And the all-important LPL, when it comes to Sri Lanka cricket, starts on the 30th of July, just a week's time. How exciting is that, just before the Asia Cup? And LPL goes from the 30th of July till the 20th of August, and then players will have probably a few days off, and then the Asia Cup campaigns begins.
Lot of cricket ahead for the fans out here in Sri Lanka. And this is the dressing room of the India A side. Disappointment on their faces. Of course, these are young players and they are on a learning curve. They've done well.
100%. I think India's junior selection committee have done a wonderful job giving these youngsters the chance, just 19 to 22 years old, leadership, and the rest of the teams. When I say rest of the teams, the test playing nations in this competition had minimum of 8 to 9 players of international quality. So these players will learn. These are a learning curve. These players have made themselves in the state level and in the IPL. It's just a matter of gaining experience. And a few years down the line, these are the future stars for 100%.
Yes, definitely some of them will go on to play for the senior side. There's a new chairman for the junior selection committee in BCCI. Tilak Naidu, the former keeper from Karnataka, has become the chairman, and this is a side that's been picked by the junior committee. So they've done a good job to try and restrict this particular spots in this squad for cricketers not exceeding 22 years of age.
Getting in the pipeline to the national team, that's what you need. India is blessed with so many quality players. They're knocking on the door for each spot, at least each spot being fought by 3 to 4 players. And that's a very good sign going forward. A slow ball bounce this time by Arshad Iqbal.
The rationale is that players above 22 years of age, they'll get their chances in the India A level. So that's the reason why players below 22 years of age have been picked up in this squad.
Everybody in this team are 1922. Plenty of them have performed really well. Some of the players have not got a chance, but I'm pretty sure come domestic time, come IPL, they will get theirs.
Pradosh Ranjan Paul and Prabsimran Singh are the two cricketers who not had a chance here. But they won't be lacking opportunities. There'll be quite a lot of cricket ahead for them. And with the domestic season already started and going full steam in the next couple of months, they will get their chances in the white ball format, and then the red ball format starts around the end of the year. As far as the quantum of cricket is concerned, these youngsters need not worry.
The amount of cricket India plays domestically, internationally, there's so much cricket around the time. It's all about keep performing, keep knocking on the door, you will get your chance. Slow ball bouncer, gone all wrong. White been called by umpire.
I don't know if I'm going to get the numbers right. I think as many as 2,100 games happen in a domestic season.
That's a lot of cricket.
This is across all levels and all verticals. It used to be around 1,300 or 1,400. I think it's gone up to 2,100 games. Or just about around there.
Plenty of opportunities, those two youngsters. A dot delivery from Arshad Iqbal to end the 35th over. India A, 205 for 8. A 205 for 8, India A. Just batting through the motions. Plenty of support for both the teams. And plenty of support for Pakistan whenever they pick wickets, but India is not far behind. Both these teams been loved by the public in Sri Lanka, and they've been treated for a wonderful day on a Sunday evening, which is a holiday in Sri Lanka. Mehran Mumtaz into the attack, bowled his first 7 overs for 24, picked up two important wickets. He has made sure in the middle overs he keeps everything steady, not leaking any loose runs. Slip in place, mid on in the circle. Beautifully bowled.
He's bowled a good line here. More often than not, he's bowled a stump to stump line. That's the reason he's been restrictive as well as successful in picking up wickets. If you bowl quicker through the air, the ball tends to skid onto the batters, but what he's done well here is that he's not strayed on either side of the stumps. That's the reason he succeeded.
I like this attack to the left hander, coming round the wicket and bowling the fourth off stump line. Gets the LBW in play, the bowled in play, even inside edge to the batsman's pad and ballooning up to the wicket keeper. 100% attacking line. I like to see even a short extra cover. If you can be at the leg gully area against number 10, it'll be a tough ask. Much better, much better.
Walking across the stumps and nudging it away for a single is Mano Sutar. He gets off the mark. Took him 15 deliveries to get off the mark.
It's been one of those days for the Indian A team. They've been outdone, outshone, outpowered from the first ball itself while batting, and in the bowling, Pakistan A has bossed the game. Hangar Gekar trying to go over long on.
This Pakistan have done really well here from the word go. They got off to a good start, and then they recovered well when they lost quick wickets towards the middle of the innings, and they posted a big score, and they've handled things well on the field. A good hit over the infield for a boundary for Hangar Gekar.
That's a quality shot by Hangar Gekar. Even a top order batter will be proud about this stroke. Nice high elbow, not a slog over mid wicket. It was full against the turn. Must be sending a message to the top order. This is how to be done. Slip in place, waiting for the outside edge. Mohammad Haris going for the kill. He just want to finish off the game, wrap the game up soon as possible. Oh, flying it up, showing the invitation, but Undergaker solid in the defense. 36 gone, 211 for 8.
$211 for 8, 14 overs still remain in the innings, but the run chase seems to have fallen off the wayside. Just the way Pakistan have got wickets at regular intervals, especially from 157 for 3 onwards. They've just kind of picked up the tempo. Sanam with me in the commentary box. This is the first wicket of all. A match-winning 100 from Sai Sudarshan was key in that group game. They got him out early. Nitin Joe's a little disappointed being given caught behind in this fashion.
And then it was Sufyan Mukim, the left-arm wrist spinner. Tayyab Tahir taking the catch. Then Mubassir bowling a good slow one. Tayyab Tahir again with the catch. Some good bowling, good fielding. We saw a bit of misfield initially, but then the catching was much better. Sufyan Mukim, the big wicket in the chase. Yashdul, the captain of India. Saim Ayub not making any mistake. And then Mehran Mumtaz taking the wicket of Dhruv Jurel.
And from there on, it was Rayan Farag's departure from the batting crease, bowled by Mehran. And Harshit Rana, after a couple of lusty blows, was sent back to the hut by Mukim. And Mukim's bowled out his quota of 10. Those 3 wickets, including the 2 crucial wickets of Abhishek Sharma and Yashdul, derailing this run chase for India.
Absolutely. We saw a bit of a collapse in the Pakistan batting lineup, and similar was in the middle. 132 for 3, then 157 for 4, 159 for 5, 179 for 6. That's where the match went away from India's hand. Before that, they were still in the hunt for this big chase.
And that's why you can divide this Indian run chase into 2 halves. The first 24-25 overs, and what's happened thereafter. Bit of ice on the knee for Mukim, but he's done his job.
Absolutely. Done the 10 quota of overs, and Arshad Iqbal, how impressive he has been. Well-directed bounces on a pitch that's sluggish. He's been able to really take the batters on with the extra pace and bounce he has been able to extract.
Just hustling Manav Sutar there. A bit of an all-rounder, Manav Sutar. Can bat in the lower order. Plays his domestic cricket for Rajasthan.
Mubassir Khan on the screen. He has been so impressive in this tournament. Both matches against India, he was involved in some really important partnerships. First with Qasim Akram in the group stage, but today it was a match-winning partnership with Tayyab Tahir.
It's always going to be difficult when you're chasing 350, and that too in the final. The pressure of the scoreboard does get to you.
When I was doing the toss, I just had this feeling it's a toss to be. Sometimes you want to lose a toss because you don't want to take that decision. Because of course you want to use the underlights effect. Maybe the dew might have come into play, and setting the target has been difficult. So in that way, India did the right thing. But score on the board, and in a final, it's not easy.
Did the job for the side, Tayyab Tahir today with a big 100 in quick fire fashion, remember.
And the 2 catches he has taken, how important were they? Abhishek Sharma, the first one. And then a very good catch in the deep as well. So it's his day so far.
It's an aggressive innings in the middle order from Tayyab Tahir, steadying the ship for Pakistan A. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Hunger Gekar has been bowled by Iqbal.
And that's what I'm saying. He's bowled so well, so intelligently. He has been showing the short pitch delivery to the left-hander. The moment Hunger Gekar comes in, he goes with a fuller one. The umpire's checking the front foot no ball once again for Arshad Iqbal. He comes close to that front foot line.
He's a big lad, isn't he? And can get the ball to lift off the deck when he does bend his back. But this time around, he went full and went through the gate. Look at the side on. Is there some part of the heel that might have cut the line?
He likes to play with danger. Always really close to that line, Arshad Iqbal.
A lot of times fast bowlers have that long delivery stride when they get to the popping crease, and that final stride can be a long one.
And it's about this time which is extremely important. The moment the foot lands, from that angle it looks like it did land behind the line, the previous frame.
It's the first contact of the heel with the ground. Some part of it has to be behind the line, not on it, but slightly behind. Tough one to call for the third umpire. He's had a few tricky decisions to make today.
Has really worked hard today. Still waiting for that decision. The overall umpiring in this tournament has been pretty good.
Has been conveyed to the on-field umpire. That was a legal delivery, and Hunger Gekar will have to go back to the hut. He's bowled for 11, and India A have lost their 9th wicket in this fashion.
Well set up once again. He had been showing the short pitch delivery to the left-hander. Hunger Gekar comes on strike. He was expecting a shorter one. Arshad Iqbal goes full, goes through the gate. He means business. Hunger Gekar walks back for 11. India A 212 for 9.
Pakistan A need just one wicket to retain the title of the emerging Asia Cup. Iqbal cleaned up Hunger Gekar. Fuller length delivery that is too good for the lower order batter. And Wasim has come in to see if he can pick up a second wicket here. The last wicket out for India A. Nicely bowled, fuller length, really quick. A faster bowler, the fuller length he bowls, the quicker he'll seem to the batter because he gets less time. Yuvraj Singh Dodia and Manav Sutar are at the crease, and Wasim will fancy his chances.
Arshad Iqbal, you can't separate Iqbal and Shaheen's too much.
Fuller length once again. And this is good bowling by this Pakistani A fast bowlers, sticking to a fuller length to the tail-enders. And that's the best option. Bouncers might rattle the tail-enders a little bit, but it will not fetch some wickets necessarily. But whereas a wicket-to-wicket line will always be successful for them.
And it seems like Mohammad Wasim Jr. is listening to you, going for those Yorkers. Pakistan A have produced a brilliant performance today. They brought their A game for the finals. I won't be wrong to say that this is the best match they played in the tournament.
Yeah, they turned it on when it mattered. They were put into bat by India A, and then from then on it was their show. They got off to a fine start, some brutal hitting from the Pakistani openers, Farhan and Saim, and then good performance coming from the lower middle order. Tahir getting a brilliant 100. That ensured that Pakistan got past the 300 mark and also went on to get to 352, which was obviously a stiff task for India A. They tried their best, they tried in earnest, but it is not enough as wickets kept falling regularly after the initial flourish from the openers. This is definitely missing the leg stump.
Definitely. Mohammad Wasim Jr., he has bowled really well today as well. In the previous games he was a bit wide, but this time he has given no room to the batters.
Real wide stance, Manu Sutar. Looking for an expansive drive was Manu Sutar. He's really getting beaten by pace there from Wasim.
And Pakistan now really enjoying every bit of it. Just one wicket away from another title. Only the second team who will be able to lift this title twice. Sri Lanka emerging champions in second and third edition. And it seems like it will be Pakistan in the fourth and fifth edition.
In the air, but it'll elude the fielder and go to the boundary. A lot of fielders inside the ring. Huge open spaces available for the left-hander. And boundary to end the over. 216 for 9, India A. Pakistan A put into bat by India A. Got to 352 for 8 or 50 overs. Tahir scored a brilliant 100. Half centuries from the openers Farhan and Saim. Angar Gekar and Rian Parag picked up 2 wickets each. And in reply, India A chasing a target of 353. 216 for 9. Abhishek Sharma got his half century. His second in the tournament. But it's a matter of 1 wicket for Pakistan.
Tayyib Tahir, he is the main difference between the two teams today. The century he made at the time he made, that was the game changer. 108 of 71 deliveries at a time where Pakistan was losing wickets. From 187 for 5 to 313 for 6. That was the partnership with Mubassir Khan.
Yeah, we saw him play some lovely shots technically and then use powerful shots to fetch him sixes, and then we also saw him improvise in that knock of 108. It was obviously the difference as far as this game is concerned, and I'm sure he will remember this knock for a long time.
Absolutely, it's always India-Pakistan games. He's already posing with the trophy, you can see, because just one wicket needed for Pakistan A. Arshad Iqbal to Yuvraj Singh.
That is too high. That is ambitious from Iqbal. Goes to show that cricketers can get excited with the smallest of things.
Absolutely, when you are just one wicket away, you just want to get that wicket really quickly. And that too for a title, not only a match, but a title. That's the trophy they are playing for.
Iqbal had a small victory. He beat the batter. He got too excited, unmindful of the fact that the ball was bouncing a lot.
More like a waiting game for India A now. Not much that can be done. Pakistan A have really outplayed the opposition today. Mohammad Haris has been impressive, a very important 50 in the semi-finals. From his bat, back-to-back 300 plus scores from Pakistan A, setting the target in semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, that's remarkable. Scoring in excess of 300. In the semi and in the final. And that's hammered away through the onside. He will get a boundary. It's a matter of Dodia having some fun out in the middle.
It's good to play some strokes, show what you're capable of. Of course, chasing 11.91 runs per over is not something that looks possible now. But at least whatever is in his arc, that needs to go to the boundary.
Yeah, the natural reflexes always take over when a batter is out in the middle, especially he's batting against a fast bowler.
Relaxed Pakistan A dugout.
He will pick up a single and retain the strike, will Yuvraj Singh Dodia. 221 for 9, India A. Are we back? Pakistan, this is the road to final. They are outplayed by India in the league game, but they have turned it on where it mattered. A big appeal this from the bowler on the full. Is the umpire going to raise his finger? No. There was a chance of a run out.
The whole Pakistan A team is around the wickets. I think they were waiting to take the stumps out. That's how confident they were. Full and straight. It did look really close.
And the non-striker was running. He was looking for a single. And nobody was even interested in picking the ball up. It would have been a scramble for the stumps there if the umpire's finger were to go up. And then they eventually completed the run. Mano Sutta comes on strike.
Just one wicket away. Pakistan A, the Shaheens.
He's playing solidly, is Mano Sutta. Using the angle.
He's going to make Pakistan A work for it. The last wicket. Double Nelson on the screen now. The crowd waiting for that final moment.
They must be hardcore fans. They're waiting till it is completed. Normally, you would see the crowd leave the stadium once they're reasonably assured as to which way the game will go. But here, they're staying back and waiting for Pakistan to complete the job.
And you see most of the crowd is waiting. Pakistan supporters. Shahid Aslam, the manager, Umar Rashid, the bowling coach for the Pakistan A.
Solid defense once again from Manu Suthar. He's made it very clear to the bowlers, you got to earn my wicket. I'm not going to throw it away.
Shahnawaz Dhani, Kamran Ghulam, Hasibullah, Ahmad Butt. Ahmad Butt was also part of the last Emerging Asia Cup campaign where Pakistan lifted the trophy along with Umair bin Yusuf.
Coming from round the wicket is Wasim. The summary of the semi-final, they got 300 in both games, Pakistan. Anticipation there in the Pakistani dugout. I'm sure they'll all sprint. Nicely played away. Just a single.
And maybe Yuvraj Singh, he'll go for that big swing. Something happens there.
Get the spinners on. Tease them to go for big hits.
That's what I was about to say. You're reading my mind. But Mohammad Wasim Jr., he hasn't tried the short pitch delivery at all to the tailenders. He's only gone full. Maybe a shorter one here.
And that's it. Pakistan have completed the job. They retained the title. It's a comprehensive performance from Pakistan A. They batted first and piled up a huge score. And then they were relentless when they were defending the score that they set for India. And this is something that they will really cherish. Well, the Pakistan A side. The umpires are obviously waiting to see if it was a legal delivery. But the Pakistan team is already celebrating. And looks like it's a legal delivery. And that's the end of it. Pakistan win this edition of the Emerging Asia Cup.
And the Shaheen soar. They soar high. Winning by 128 runs, a comprehensive win. And it's official. Pakistan defend their title in the Emerging ACC Asia Cup. Second team to be able to do that. Emotions, drama, and some new heroes for the next generation.
Of course, they will cherish this for the simple reason it's against India A. And as far as the India A side is concerned, nothing to be ashamed of. They've had a very good campaign in this edition of the Emerging Asia Cup, and it is just a case of things not really going their way today. Otherwise, they really have played themselves extremely well, and I'm sure that a lot of cricketers from this squad will go on to play in the senior level as well in the time to come.
Absolutely. Both teams played really well. Excellent brand of cricket throughout the tournament. It is Pakistan who has come up victorious in the finals. Some wonderful sportsmanship being shown. Excellent skill on display as far as cricket is concerned. And you see these youngsters with full of emotions. They have worked really hard and have been able to retain the title back to back.
Yeah, they have planned their campaign really well, especially the knockout phase. They brought in the Chinaman bowler into the knockout phase of the tournament, and he's delivered for them. They rested the players who they think would have to play a major role in the key games, and that's worked well for them too. And this is how the last wicket fell and got Pakistan A the title.
And whether it's Mehran Mumtaz, Mubassir Khan, Sufyan Mukim, everyone delivered. Arshad Iqbal, and this is how the Shaheens thanks the heavens up above. Of course, the skill, they have worked hard for it, but thanking the Almighty, the skies above, for all the honor, all the respect they are going to get after this achievement.
All sorts of emotions are being displayed there. Delight, and then they're pumped up, and they're also displaying gratitude as well.
And so good to see they are lifting their coach up, Masroor, Mohammad Masroor. He has done really well at the domestic level as well, and he has got the job of gelling this team together.
We got Raman Bainout out on the ground. He'll talk to one of the members of the winning side.
Well, I've got Mohammad Wasim here with me. वाले तो बहुत बहुत मुबारक जीत के लिए फाइनल बड़ा मैच तैयारी आज अलग दिखी पाकिस्तान एक टीम की
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का बहुत शुक्रगुजार हो कि हम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जीत गए तो ये टीम एफर्ट थी जिसके वजह से हम जीत गए
ओवरऑल जब 352 रन स्कोरबोर्ड पे डाल दिया तो पता था गेंदबाजों के पास वो रन्स हैं बचाने के लिए
जी बिल्कुल विकेट थोड़ा फ्लैट थी हमने शुरू में ये प्लान किया था कि स्कोर पे थोड़ा बड़ा टोटल होना चाहिए क्योंकि ये फ्लैट पिच है तो बाद में रिजल्ट अच्छा आएगा तो
गेंदबाजी के अंदर भी आज काफी पैनापन दिखा पाकिस्तान ए की टीम के ग्रुप मैच के बाद इस फाइनल के अंदर अलग तैयारी थी
जी बिल्कुल प्लान किया हुआ था क्योंकि हम शुरू में थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे नए बॉल से तो आज जिस तरह स्पिनर ने बॉलिंग की और फास्ट बॉलर ने जिसको क्रेडिट जाता है सब फील्डर को भी क्रेडिट जाता है जिसने सपोर्ट किया टीम को
बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको मोहम्मद वसीम एंड गो वेल just having a chat with a few players here of the Pakistan A side who've gone on and won this final here. What a big win for Pakistan A, back-to-back titles. We'll catch a couple of other players from this Pakistan A side. बहुत बहुत मुबारक एक जिम्मेदारी भरी पारी आपने भी खेली और फिर तैयब की तरफ से भी देखने को मिली थी
जी हमारा प्लान क्योंकि हम लोग इंडिया से पहले हार चुके थे तो हमने एक नई प्लान से आए थे तो हमारी कोशिश यही थी कि हमने किस तरह भी इंटेंट से खेलना है तो उस इंटेंट को हमने कंटिन्यू किया और हमारा इससे यही प्लान था
आपने उमेर अच्छी पारी सेमीफाइनल्स में भी खेली थी एक जबरदस्त 88 रनों की पारी श्रीलंका ए के खिलाफ तो खुश हो अपने फॉर्म से क्रंच मैचेस के अंदर रन बनाए
बस अल्लाह का शुक्र है हम कोशिश करते हैं कि जो भी मैच हो उसको अपने फुल एफर्ट से खेले और जो हमारा प्लान होता है उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने की कोशिश करता हूं मैं और इसी तरह कभी परफॉर्मेंस होती है कभी नहीं होती लेकिन ज़्यादा फायदा होता है जब टीम के लिए आप खेले और टीम के लिए परफॉर्मेंस करो ज़्यादा मेरे लिए ज़्यादा उसकी वैल्यू है
बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको आज जीत के लिए उमेर गो वेल
थैंक यू
Umair Yusuf was also the vice captain of this Pakistan A side, had runs in that semi-final, and of course he's a delighted lad having got the wickets. I've got the runs today, but let's talk to a bowler who's picked up wickets today as well. और जल्दी से बातें करेंगे बैटिंग की भी आज अच्छी ओवरऑल प्रदर्शन रहा है आज पाकिस्तान ए टीम का जब रन्स डाले इतने स्कोरबोर्ड के ऊपर बैटिंग करने के लिए जब पहले आमंत्रित करे गए थे क्या सोच चल रही थी खेमे में
जस्ट हमारा सिंपल प्लान था कि हमने फेयरलेस इंटेंट के साथ खेलना है और हमारा प्लान यही था कि सामने ऑब्वियसली बड़ा मैच है लेकिन हमने इसको सिंपल मैच की तरह लिया और हमने जितना सामने वाली टीम को अंडर प्रेशर करने का सोचा था उसमें हम कामयाब हुए
मिडिल ओवर्स के अंदर जिस तरह से रन्स बटोरने में कामयाबी मिली बड़े शॉट्स देखने को मिले गेम प्लान था टीम का
ऑब्वियसली हमारा यही प्लान था कि हमने जो है फ्लो को जो हमारा जो टेम्पो बना हुआ था उसको रुकने नहीं देना है और चाहे विकेट्स गिरती रहे हमने फेयरलेस क्रिकेट खेल लिया
फेयरलेस क्रिकेट खेलिए बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको आज जीत के लिए
थैंक यू
Well, it's been a good batting effort and, of course, a joyous team here from Pakistan. Saim Ayub contributing to that with a half-century earlier as well. He just spoke with us. It's back to you guys at the commentary box.
Thank you, Raman. And it's been a fantastic performance by the Pakistan A side. And now we are having a look at how the India A fared in their chase. Contributions coming from Dhul and Abhishek, but otherwise not many really are contributing significantly. That is the problem, and even the wickets are falling at regular intervals. And the Pakistani A side did really well. 6 bowlers employed by the skipper and 3 wickets for Mukim and 2 wickets each for Iqbal, Mehran and Wasim. Pakistan A did extraordinarily well in the knockout phase. They notched up in excess of 300 runs in the semi-final and followed it up with a 350 on the day it mattered against India A. And you are getting to see the highlights of the India innings. They had a stiff target to chase and they tried in earnest and they got off to a good start. It was full of flourish, some lovely shots coming from the 2 left-handed openers. But once they were separated, things started going down south for the India A side.
And it was Arshad Iqbal with the first wicket for the Shaheens. Easy catch for Mohammad Haris. Sai Sudarshan, big blow. And then Nitin Josh might be a little unfortunate there to get out. But then India A again put up a good performance. Abhishek Sharma looked really good. He made a 50. Yashtul accompanied him. Kept on attacking the bowlers, punishing them for bad delivery, going for that maximums. But it was this catch of Tayyab Tahir getting rid of Abhishek Sharma, the important wicket.
Yes, this young India A side has done really well. Even though they have not won the title, they have acquitted themselves really well. And this is Rian Parag going big. And he is capable of playing big shots, which he tried. And, but obviously that is not enough. A lot of big hits did not really produce them success. And this was the dismissal of Rian Parag. Comprehensively beaten and bowled.
Some really good spin bowling from Pakistan, whether it was Sufyan Mukim or Mehran Mumtaz. Good catching also from Farhan. Counter-attack punches came in, but they were not enough. Arshad Iqbal with another wicket with the older ball. Some last blows from India, and it was Mohammad Wasim Jr. with the final wicket, making sure Pakistan lifts the trophy one more time. Second team to win the ACC Emerging Asia Cup twice.
Back-to-back titles for Pakistan A side. It's been terrific. This is a summary of the final. Pakistan A put in the bat. Scored 352 for 8 in the 50 overs. Tahir, a brilliant 100 from him. Half centuries from the openers, Farhan and Saim. Parag and Angar Gekar picking up 2 wickets. India A in their chase were bowled out for 224 of 40 overs. Abhishek Sharma getting a half century there. Mukim picking up 3 wickets and 2 wickets each for Wasim and Mehran. Pakistan A win by 128 runs. And this is what has happened so far in the Men's Emerging Asia Cup. In the year 2013, India were the winners, and then 17 and 18 was Sri Lanka. Back-to-back titles for them, and 19, Pakistan won it, and after a gap of 3 years, in this edition, Pakistan retained the title. We will go in for a break, and on our return, we'll go to the presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023 final. What a match we've witnessed today. A contest between those two arch rivals in the sporting arena, India A and Pakistan A. And in the end, Pakistan A emerging victorious in the final to win back-to-back titles here. The last one being in 2019 and now in 2023 as well. Many congratulations to them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asian Cricket Council would like to thank host Sri Lanka Cricket, the broadcaster Star Sports, and all the local authorities for their support in the conduct of this tournament and its broadcast. In the presentation party, ladies and gentlemen, let me extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne, who is the Vice President of Domestic Cricket, Sri Lanka Cricket, and is also the Tournament Director of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Great to have you here with us, sir. Also in the presentation party, a very warm welcome to Mr. Tusit Pereira, General Manager, Finance and Operations, Asian Cricket Council. Good to have you here with us, sir. There's also a very warm welcome extended to Mr. Salman Nazir, who is the Chief Operating Officer of our Pakistan Cricket Board, and he'd be a delighted man today. Also a very warm welcome being extended to Mr. Ashley De Silva, CEO, Sri Lanka Cricket. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our presentation party for today. Let's move into the mementos and the awards that we have this evening. First and foremost, I would request Mr. Salman Nazir, the Chief Operating Officer of Pakistan Cricket Board, to please present the mementos to the match referee and the match officials for this final. May I request Mr. Graham Lebroy, who is the match referee, to step forward, please. Mementos being presented to the match referee and the match officials by Mr. Salman Nazir. May I also invite the umpires to step forward, please. The on-field umpires, of course, were for today's match were Lyndon Hannibal and Bodhi Pradhan. Requesting them to step forward and collect the mementos. The TV umpire, the third umpire for this game, was Morshid Ali Khan. He was kept busy today. There were quite a few close calls that went his way today. And of course, the fourth umpire for this contest, Rahul Asher, requesting him to step forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Nasir, for doing the honors and presenting those mementos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the player of the match for this contest. To present the player of the match memento, I would request Mr. Ashley De Silva, CEO Sri Lanka Cricket, to do the honors. And for that magnificent 100 that he got today, that 108, that turned out to be a game-changing effort, it's none other than Tayyab Tahir.
Congratulations, well done, well done.
Many congratulations, Tayyab. What a fantastic knock, जिस तरह से आपने आज बैटिंग करी. Just talk us through the innings. आज किस तरह से तैयारी रही?
थैंक यू वेरी मच. सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि अल्लाह ताला ने हमें इस जगह पे इस फाइनल में पहुंचाया और अल्लाह ताला ने हमें कामयाबी दी है. तो ये सब प्लेयर्स की एफर्ट्स थी, हमारे कोच की एफर्ट्स थी कि स्टार्ट में हमने ये सोचा था कि आज हमने बिल्कुल अपना एक फ्लो पकड़ना है और उसको तोड़ना नहीं है. तो बीच में एक दो विकेट्स जल्दी अर्ली ऑन गिरी हैं, लेकिन हमने फिर ये प्लान किया कि हमने बस ना छोड़ना नहीं है. आज हमने पूरा लेके जाना मैच को.
वो इसी बारे में मैं अगला सवाल आपसे यही पूछूंगा कि 187 के आसपास जब वो 2-3 विकेट 4 रन के अंदर 3 विकेट खोए थे, उसके बाद जो फाइट बैक देखने को मिली जिसकी वजह से 350 रन स्कोरबोर्ड पे डाले,
उसी टाइम ये मुबस्सिर उसने बहुत अच्छा एक प्लान किया. उसने भी मुझे बोला, हमने एक प्लान किया ये कि हम गेम को थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम जो थोड़ा स्लो करते हैं, कि अभी उनकी बॉलिंग उन्होंने वो आउट की है तो अभी वो थोड़े से ठीक जा रहे हैं, तो अभी हम कोशिश करते हैं कि थोड़ा सा स्लो करें मोमेंटम को. तो जब हम थोड़ा सा फिर दोबारा वो सेट हो जाएंगे तो उसके बाद फिर हम चार्ज करेंगे उसको.
टूर्नामेंट के शुरुआती मुकाबलों में एक अर्धशतकीय पारी खेली थी और आज फाइनल के लिए शतक बचा के रखा.
हाँ जी, अल्लाह का शुक्र है जी. ये तो नसीबों की बात है कि आप हर इंसान मेहनत करता है. कितने बैट्समैन हैं और ये सब 100 नहीं कर सकते ना, तो ये अल्लाह की ब्लेसिंग है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
Well done. It was a match defining innings. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tayyab Tahir, ladies and gentlemen, our player of the match, and as he said, the idea was to play out a couple of overs when they lost those 3 wickets quickly in the middle, just to play out time for a couple of overs and then counter-attack. And they went with that mindset and succeeded. So congratulations to him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the award for the player of the tournament. To do the honors to present this, may I request Mr. Tusit Pereira, General Manager, Finance and Operations of the Asian Cricket Council, to present this award. And this award goes to Nishant Sindhu of India A. Nishant Sindhu, ladies and gentlemen, 11 wickets in the tournament, leading the charge for the India A side with the wickets that he claimed through the tournament. Nishant, बात जरूर कीजिएगा हमसे and just talk us through एक 5 विकेट हॉल उस सेमीफाइनल में बांग्लादेश के खिलाफ एक मैच डिफाइनिंग गेंदबाजी का प्रदर्शन था. 4 विकेट उससे पहले एक मैच के अंदर अच्छे प्रदर्शन रहा ओवरऑल इस टूर्नामेंट में आपका.
हाँ जी सर, अच्छा लगा टूर्नामेंट खेल के. काफ़ी कॉम्पिटिटिव टीम्स थी सारी, तो परफॉर्म करके ऑब्वियसली अच्छा तो लगता ही है. और कोशिश थी कि आज भी ये वाला मैच भी जीतने की ट्राई करे, बट पाकिस्तान ने अच्छा खेला.
निशांत, इस सतह के ऊपर आज जब गेंदबाजी कर रहे थे पहले, तो क्या अलग दिखा आज गेंदबाजी करते हुए पिछले मैचेस की तुलना में जब आपने पहले दोपहर में या शाम में वाली गेंदबाजी करी थी?
आज विकेट थोड़ा बेटर लग रहा था, तो मैं यही ट्राई कर रहा था कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डॉट बॉल्स डाल सकूं और बस थोड़ा प्रेशर बनाने को, क्रिएट करने की ट्राई कर रहा था.
350 रन जब स्कोरबोर्ड पे पड़ चुके थे, उसके बाद खेमे में किस तरह का मूड था? क्योंकि ना सिर्फ अपनी गेंदबाजी के लिए भी जाने जाते हो, बैटिंग भी अच्छी कर लेते हो, तो मूड क्या था कैंप में?
मूड नॉर्मल था. हमने ऐसा कुछ प्लान किया नहीं था, बट नॉर्मल था कि बॉल टू बॉल खेलेंगे और एंड तक लेके जाएंगे, तो उसके बाद रिजल्ट जो भी आएगा देखते हैं.
हार्ड लक, फाइनल के अंदर हार मिली, पर गेंदबाजी अच्छी रही पूरे टूर्नामेंट में. बहुत बहुत मुबारक आपको.
थैंक यू सर.
Ladies and gentlemen, the player of the tournament, Nishant Sindhu, consistent performer for India, 11 wickets in the tournament for the left arm spinner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation of the medals to the runners-up team for the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023, which this time around turned out to be India A. So I would be requesting all the players to come one by one. I'll call them out by name and they can come and receive their runners-up medals from none other than Mr. Tusit Pereira, General Manager, Finance and Operations of the Asian Cricket Council. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with Sai Sudarshan. Sai, can you step forward, please? Had a good knock, series of innings all through the tournament with Sai Sudarshan. A half century early on against the Nepal side. Got a big 100 in the group match versus Pakistan. Overall getting runs. Abhishek Sharma, the vice captain of the India A side, stepping forward. Abhishek got a half century in the final as well. An 87 in that game against Nepal. Unfortunately wasn't enough. Nikin Jose to step forward, please. Some great catches in that Bangladesh semi-final. May I request Pradosh Paul to step forward as well after Nikin. Pradosh, could you step forward? Requesting Rayan Parag to step up, please. Took a couple of quick wickets today that triggered that mini collapse in the Pakistani batting lineup. Nishant Sindhu to step forward, please. Nishant, can we have you step forward? Nishant, can you step forward, please, and receive your runners-up medal. Requesting Prabh Simran Singh to step forward. A very attacking batsman from Punjab. Didn't get a chance to play in this tournament, but he's a very cracking batsman. Dhruv Jurel, please, step forward. Manav Suthar to step up, please. And may I request Yuvraj Singh Dodia to step forward after that. Requesting Harshit Rana to step forth. Harshit, can you step forward? Requesting Akash Singh to please come forward and collect the runners-up medal. Nitish Reddy. And may I request then Rajavardhan Hangargekar to step forward. And of course to the coaching staff as well. I request the coaching staff of the India A side to step up, please. Sitanshu Kotak and the coaching staff to step forward. Hitanshu, hard luck today for your side. Sairaj Bautale and the remainder of the India A team coaching staff stepping forward to collect their runners-up medal for the team. Well, Harshit Ranas made his way in. And may I now call upon the captain of the India A side, Yash Dole, to step forward, please. Well, hard luck today, Yash. We'll have you step forward and have a quick chat with us. Can we have a microphone for him, please? Yash, just talk us through this final. 352 रन स्कोरबोर्ड पे बड़ा लक्ष्य था भारतीय टीम के सामने.
नहीं सर, अच्छा बैटिंग भी करा इन्होंने और बीच में हमने पकड़ा था, लेकिन अच्छा बैटिंग करा जिसने 100 बनाया और अच्छा टारगेट था, विकेट भी अच्छा था, लेकिन हम गंदे शॉट मारे हमने, तो उसके हिसाब से नहीं बना.
ओवरऑल इस फाइनल को जब आप पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं तो क्या अलग किया जा सकता था टॉस के समय जो डिसीजन लिया या उसके बाद जब गेंदबाजी हुई उसमें?
नहीं सर, डिसीजन ठीक था, लेकिन उन्होंने बैटिंग अच्छा करा सर, क्योंकि विकेट भी फ्रेश था, बैटिंग भी अच्छा करा उन्होंने.
ओवरऑल जब चेस में थे तो एक अच्छी स्टार्ट मिली थी. 64 रन की सलामी जोड़ी की साझेदारी, 152 पर 3 ही विकेट गिरे थे, लेकिन वहां से गाड़ी डगमगा गई.
सर उस टाइम 2-3 गलत शॉट मारे हमने, वहां पे एकदम से हम नीचे लग गए.
ओवरऑल इस टूर्नामेंट के अंदर जो टीम का प्रदर्शन रहा उसमें से क्या पॉजिटिव्स लेके जाती है ये यंग इंडियन साइड?
हाँ सर, सारे यंग हैं, हम कोई भी डेब्यू नहीं कर रखा है इंटरनेशनल, तो हमारे लिए एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म था अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करने के लिए और अच्छा जो एनवायरनमेंट था यहाँ पे खेलने के लिए.
Well, hard luck in the final, but well done throughout the tournament.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yash Dole, ladies and gentlemen, the captain of India A, this time around runners-up in the Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to present the medals for the winning team, Pakistan A, may I request Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne also to do the honors along with Mr. Salman Nasir. Well, we'll have Mr. Salman Nasir do that as well, who is the Chief Operating Officer, Pakistan Cricket Board, who is here with us in the presentation party. And we'd request the Pakistan side to step forward one by one as I call out the names. May I request Saim Ayub to step forward, please? Had a fantastic half century today in the final. When it mattered the most, Saim Ayub, many congratulations. Hasibullah, may I request you to step forward, please? Mohammad Tayyab Tahir, the centurion in the final. What a knock from him, requesting him to step forward. Kamran Ghulam, may I request Kamran to step forward, please? Came on as a substitute fielder as well later during the final. Sahibzada Farhan, what a knock he played today as well, requesting him to step forward. And may I also then request Omer bin Yusuf to step forward, the vice captain of this side who's had a couple of key knocks in the semis and the final, requesting Qasim Akram to step forward. Qasim in one of the earlier games took a 6-4, handy contributions with a bat from Qasim as well. Requesting Mubassir Khan to step up, please. Ahmad Butt to please step forward. Ahmad. Mehran Mumtaz. Good contributions from Mehran with the ball today. Picked up a couple of wickets. May I request Mohammad Wasim to step forward. Bowled with express pace and a lot of fire. Requesting Arshad Iqbal to step up. Again, that short of length delivery is picking up Sai Sudarshan's wicket early. Was a key blow that he struck today in the final. Shahnawaz Dahani, please, to step forward. Shahnawaz, remember, had a 5-4 in one of the matches earlier. A good showing by him in the tournament. Sufyan Mukim to step forward, please. Sufyan, the wrist spinner, the left armer, again accounting for a couple of crucial wickets today. But Abhishek Sharma and Yash Dole out, those key wickets made a big difference. May I also request the coaching staff of the Pakistan A side to please step forward and collect the winners' medals. The head coach went about the business as usual. Job well done. There's so much talk about holding back those key people for the final, and they delivered. The joyous staff, remember, of course, they won this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup title back-to-back, 2019 and now again in 2023. May I now request the captain of the winning side, Mohammad Haris, to step forward, please. Well, Haris, we'd request you to have a quick chat with us as well. पहले तो ये बताइए कि टॉस हारे लेकिन यही कहा था कि रन स्कोरबोर्ड पे डाल देंगे तो फाइनल है, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
पहले तो पूरे पाकिस्तान को और मेरी फैमिली के इन सब की फैमिलीज को बहुत मुबारक हो. जी बिल्कुल यही होता है, फाइनल मैच का प्रेशर होता है. जब आप बोर्ड पे अच्छे रन सजाते हैं तो फिर मुश्किल होती है पोजीशन को, और वही हुआ जब आपकी बैक टू बैक विकेटें गिरती है तो फिर एवरेज भी बढ़ता है, तो फिर अब अपोजिशन टीम के लिए मुश्किल होता है चेस करना.
ओवरऑल tactics की हम बात कर रहे थे, आपने 2 या 3 you played a couple of players who hadn't played earlier in that match against India. You cut them in the side, the wrist spinner Tayyab Tahir, and they came good.
जी बिल्कुल हम यही कर रहे थे. हमने पिछले 4-5 मैचों से ये डिफरेंट कम्बिनेशन ट्राई कर रहे थे और डिफरेंट गेम्स में डिफरेंट प्लेयर्स के साथ जा रहे थे, तो उसमें अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पे बैक किया हमें.
और बॉलिंग के अंदर कोई स्पेसिफिक गेम प्लान था आज दोनों भारतीय बैटर्स ओपनर्स के खिलाफ, खासतौर पे क्योंकि देखा था बैक ऑफ द लेंथ काफी डिलीवरीज देखने को मिली.
जी बिल्कुल बॉलरों को इंडियन बैटर्स की वीडियो दिखाई थी, और जिस तरह साई सुदर्शन और वो अभिषेक शर्मा खेल रहा था तो वो उनके मेन प्लेयर थे. तो तकरीबन 250 रन उन्होंने दोनों ने किए, तो हमने यही सोचा था कि अगर हम शुरू से 2-3 विकेट ले लें तो फिर इन पर प्रेशर आ जाएगा.
ओवरऑल टाइटल तो जीता है, साथ साथ इस पाकिस्तान ए टीम के अंदर कई ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो इंटरनेशनल खेल चुके हैं सीनियर टीम के साथ, कुछ यंग प्लेयर्स हैं जो ब्रेक इन करना चाहते हैं सीनियर टीम में. तो टीम की ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
जी बिल्कुल काफ़ी खुश हुआ जिस तरह लड़के मोटिवेट हो रहे थे, क्योंकि इधर एशिया कप भी हो रहा है और इसके बाद एक और वर्ल्ड कप है, तो एक अच्छी प्रिपरेशन है मेरे लिए भी, माई सेल्फ इंक्लूडिंग, और जितने बाकी भी प्लेयर हैं उन सबके लिए काफ़ी अच्छी प्रिपरेशन रही, क्योंकि श्रीलंका टफ कंडीशन होता है स्पिन के लिए, तो काफ़ी अच्छी प्रिपरेशन रही और एक अच्छा टूर्नामेंट रहा हमारे लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
बहुत बहुत मुबारक जीत की, एंड गो वेल फॉर व्हाट द फ्यूचर होल्ड्स.
थैंक यू.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winning captain Mohammad Haris, and of course he can't go away because I would request Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne, the Vice President of Domestic Cricket for Sri Lanka Cricket and also Tournament Director of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup, who's presented the trophy. It's celebration time for the Pakistan A side. They've been crowned champions here in 2023 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup.
And Pakistan stamps their authority on this chapter of this great rivalry. The Shaheen soar high with a massive win of 128 runs in this final. Back-to-back titles for the emerging team of Pakistan. A lot of emotions, a lot of hard work behind all this achievement.
Great feats. These teams definitely deserve the recognition, the hard work that they put off over a month getting prepared for this tournament. And they come out here, as the head coach said, they came out with a vision and they did succeed in style, beating their arch rivals.
And the best part of this whole campaign was that every time there was a new match winner for Pakistan. So definitely they found a lot of talent throughout this tournament who has inspired a new generation and will be able to benefit Pakistan in the years to come. Historic day for the Shaheens.
The crowd has stayed back to witness this golden moment for these youngsters. Some emotion, some tears, the tears of joy, plenty of fireworks in around R. Premadasa Stadium. This is what you play the game for. This is the remembrance, especially when you beat your arch rivals, the manner how they did. Jubilation and the celebration will go later deep into the night.
Until they reach their homes. Throughout their journey back home, we have been part of wins at the airport, at the cricket board, everywhere they go. These boys have turned into heroes.
And we had fun bringing in the pictures. Until we see you next time, it's goodbye from all of us.